All right, hello, and welcome back to our Russian Tsardom game. And we last left off with a bit of a peasant uprising in our unincorporated areas going off, which is a bit funny. Apparently, some of them actually want to join Yuan peasants. That's why it's listing this right here. I'm only now realizing that. That is interesting, actually. Yuan peasants want to join peasants. I've not seen that before. Anyway, we are still playing on the 1.0.10 opt-in beta, which is still getting updates, which is changing things in the background. Thankfully, the save didn't crash on loading it up, so that's good news. We are still continuing our planned tobacco project in Riga, and I'm actually realizing we need to turn a lot of these more into towns for Riga, so it actually has the export potential for all the tobacco we plan to make. Otherwise, it's not really going to go anywhere. It's just going to kind of sit. And since our food situation seems fine enough to where these two markets, Moscow and Kazan, could actually just mass export food, so could Kyiv, we are probably going to just mass transform lots of Riga, especially while not a lot of people have tuned in yet. Just kind of start mass transforming a lot of it, except that has fish, don't do that, into towns. That will allow us to build a couple of marketplaces in each one, and those marketplaces can then translate into more trade capacity. Yes, even the horses. There's no livestock. Well, I've never seen that. 0 RGO levels. It must have gotten deleted by the ongoing little Ice Age events. That's funny. Yeah, there's actually a lot of... I know there's a lot of RGOs we haven't developed. Oh my god, game, come on. In part because these are new areas we took, and in part because we've been very neglectful of our RGOs. Everything is just so cheap that we started kind of ignoring some of the RGOs in general. Which is not an endorsement for you to actually do that. That is just me, I guess, getting lazy at one point in the game or not. Okay, that's a good start for towns. We are going to go ahead and let the game tick. And we have not crashed instantaneously, so that's always a good sign. We are building a lot of towns in Kazan as well, which slowed down due to a lack of masonry. Although, I think that's fine. It's just masonry. We really should make more masonry in our other markets, though. That way it's not an issue. But it's one of those things that I've been neglectful about. We'll eventually get to. In fact, you know what? We'll just spam out masonry a bit there. But they should be able to... I was going to say they should be able to import it. They have no towns. That's why we're building the towns in the first place. So they can actually import any of this. Okay. And I'm not expecting the revolt to take too much effort to put down. Actually, it looks like this revolt doesn't annex. Really? Okay, so this is not a revolt that annexes us. That's good to know. And that's going to annex all of them. Oh, the Yuan peasants down here actually joined in on their revolt. I mean, that would explain the whole peasant empire and Yuan peasants thing. But it didn't fully click into my head until this moment that they had fully, properly joined it. Interesting. And are they just getting war score ticks? Which just means we have to find the capital and take that. Which won't be difficult. It's just a lot of little micro areas all kind of revolted in the hinterlands, and that's going to be a lot of time. Novgorod's market is actually losing food. Interesting. Well, they even took the Kaffa market. Okay. Well, not to worry. We'll put it down. Is that where the capital is, actually? No. Interestingly enough, no, that is not where the capital is. And peasant wipe. We are making a good amount of money as well, and I'm hoping to invest a lot more into that. Oh yeah, the 82 ducats. I forgot where that was coming from until now. I am hoping that we'll be able to do a lot of tobacco exports into the rest of Europe from Riga once we have it properly set up. But even if we don't, it's still going to be really funny to just print tobacco out and make the new world pointless. Definitely not working as intended by the devs, and I will not be surprised if at some point they conduct a bit of a tactical nerf on it. Maybe it won't be a huge rapid nerf, but they're definitely going to come in and whack it over the head at some point. I don't think we need more paper manufactories, honestly. I want to actually, I do want to make more. Just because. Something else I've really decided I want to embrace now is having very high aristocracy or plutocracy. Because I've got an ongoing Italy game still, and about 18% of the population are burghers. It's just really driving demand. I love it. But for now, we need to survive the ongoing revolts. Speaking of 285 locations lose 10 prosperity. Or I lose 10 prestige. I just take my prestige. Prestige is a currency at this point. I spend it to get things. That is its purpose. To be spent. Let's actually move 2 of them over here. I need to get through a lot of these forts that I built, no less. So is your capital... Capital's all the way out here, I assume, then. Because I'm not seeing gold anywhere else. Which, you know what? Best way to figure that out is to just click on them for their autonomy map mode. Ah, there it is. So actually, bring one of them back. I couldn't see it because of our everything over and around it was blocking it up. I couldn't. Yes, incorporate the area that we apparently own in Prussia. It's like the edge of Prussia is what we own, though. It's only the very edge of it. The lack of masonry is severely slowing down our development. Riga apparently has enough masonry, though, because it's just building fine. Without any real issues. I was going to say, this one better take the garrison, or they're assaulting it. And in fact, I do want to... Oh, God, it's a bastion. Well, 10,000 men dead, but they seized the bastion, at least. So, you know, that's progress. And thankfully, Georgia has answered our alliance, and... just came in to help out right away. I do want to eventually conquer Georgia just to clean up the map. But they're very low on the scale of conquer goals because they are very helpful overall. That is a lot. We just spent you just casually spend 25,000 ducats to upgrade your markets. Which is going to help a lot of them get just like another 0.5 market access. We also really should start using the modern roads, which we did recently develop, which can't go that far yet because they're very expensive. They're even more expensive than the last ones, let's just put it that way. Like, just to build it to Novgorod from Moscow is going to cost 6,500 ducats. Just for a single strip of road there. They did also change the tech tree a little bit in the sense that some techs were kind of getting moved around. At least I noticed that in one game. I noticed that subservient economy gives half the monthly development now, for example. It used to be a 0.002, now it's 1 instead. I could have sworn humanism was moved, but it might have not moved in our tech tree here since we've already, you know, unlocked it and it didn't move so it wouldn't break anything. That's a possibility. One thing, oh no, centralized governance is here too. I think it didn't move them because of the... because we had already researched it and it would break it if it did. Ah, random Orthodox guy. Lure of New Worlds. Well, tobacco will definitely bring you that lure. It's at minus 21 now. As soon as we've sieged down enough areas, they'll just give in. It'll only be a matter of time now, since we've taken the capital. Alright, what does it look like now if we started to build a road? Okay, you know what? That's actually not as bad. We could actually get one all the way to Kiev. It's still not great. But I think our proximity is going to look a lot better once some of these key highways are built. You know, we could take out loans to mass upgrade the infrastructure as well. I just don't know if that would be a good idea in the long run. It would help, but it probably wouldn't be worth it. Minus 6. Is this any of this enthusiasm? No, it's they have no enthusiasm to keep fighting. They just need to be beaten down a little more, and then they'll give in. You know, I'm kind of glad I didn't upgrade some of these forts now, because we're having to siege our own forts down. Okay, you are essentially done down here, right? Yeah, there's Theodoro to siege. But effectively, this is done. They're just in the hinterland area now, and we're just going to let them die. How are my lovely estates doing? They're all very satisfied with their lives. Absolutely no complaints. Definitely no complaints. If there are any complaints, they will be dealt with. Oh. Oh, their enthusiasm just spiked because they got into a battle somewhere. Maybe, right? I do actually like that, how enthusiasm will spike up to the max if there's an ongoing fight. So if that's a fight that could actually turn things around and would prevent the AI from surrendering, they could still fight it and win. I do kind of like that. It's a very little, small detail that probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But I like it. Heretics must burn. Thanks, game. There we go. Everything's restored. 2.8 million or so pops are now a part of the Tsardom proper once again. After having a temporary loss of affiliation for unknown reasons. Temporary. I swear it was very temporary. It won't happen again. Probably. Let me see. Where is the Urals? All the way over here. Where's Perm? Right there. 16k? 20k? God. It's so expensive. This is what, 65% proximity in Kiev? So we'll wait for that road network to finish in the next year or so, and then we'll see what it looks like. Actually, I do want to get another one all the way to Riga itself. And kind of a bit around it, just because of all the tobacco we plan to make there later. Oh, yes, I can show the market. So, let me... We have a lot of markets, actually. We control... Well, Riga, Novgorod, Moskva. If I actually open it here, that might be a bit easier to see all the different markets. Moscow is gaining some really good money, because what we did is we made a Chile RGO in Moscow. And that is also using Pomor outposts to greatly increase its production. So we're then just letting Moscow export to a bunch of other markets, including our own markets. And those are making lots of trade profit per capacity. We're also importing a lot of iron into Moscow, which is another good example. That's why Moscow's market is making over a 600 trade profit after everything. We're also at 53% crown power, so half of the trade profit goes straight to the crown instead of, you know, the burghers. But there are still things like gold that's being exported, which somewhat recently we were able to get a lot more production going, as well as several cities, or towns, I should say, that we built up specifically to give it trade capacity so it could help export that. And I think that's the main export too, is just, yeah, it's just gold. Honestly, it's not even maxed out. We could definitely get more gold over here. The problem is that there are not a lot of pops. And we would need to develop this area extensively, which now I want to do, except the problem is that some areas like Urbit don't even have the 5,000 pops you need in order to develop it into a town, because that is a requirement. If we go a little more to the south of this area, I am noticing that there's about 10 to 15,000 pops per area. This is fur. We don't want to develop that. And those at least give us what we need. But once you go further north, it just drops very dramatically, and suddenly there's just no one around. I know we do need copper too, and developing over copper might hurt a little. But we need money somewhere. We need our towns to exist somewhere. Kazan, speaking of, just got a lot of its towns done, but there's still a lot more to finish. It's going to look very nice for the control map, though, later on. Speaking of control maps, I just need to build a little over here. I know there's a lot of hundreds here, but there's a lot of, like, high 90s, and I want to make that 100 spread as much as possible. Yeah, there we go. And, of course, we're going to conduct a census whenever we get the opportunity, because more pops is good. We have a lot of pops, actually. And only 40% of them follow our official culture, or are the official culture. Now, minus 5% state satisfaction equilibrium is probably a terrible idea, if we're very honest here. But I'm just going to play into our whole absolutism roleplay aspect here, and we're just going absolutist for another 20% crown power, because why not? Who says we have too much crown power? Certainly not me. Oh, that's a lot of temples. And remember, temples are 5% control once they're built. It's just so much control out here that we're gonna get. So a lot of these will bump up to the high 70s or low 80s. Which is good. Which is more tax base, which is more money. Are we using the assimilate area? I don't remember. We are using it. The Baltic, right, the Baltic. In that case, I would like to get all of this. Muscovite. Because we could do like a small scale simulation in the background too, in one specific area. Try to just get the control out here to be a lot higher before we do all the tobacco. Although we'll probably engage in lots of tobacco anyway. In the game, of course. In game, of course. Specifically in game. We have to specify that. And I know I could just click the mass build button and assign it to maybe the Riga market, but I just wanted to double down and make sure it's all built there. Okay, the right bank of Ukraine's been integrated. Well, the parts of it that we actually own. There's some of it we still don't, but that's going to be okay. Is there just one area here that wasn't integrated? Yeah, there's just one area that wasn't integrated. Actually, we have another empty slot I just noticed. Which I think is actually very good. Because it means we're getting a lot of areas done at once. There's only 2 people who have the potential to rival us as well, which I very much love. It implies most nations just don't have the strength to oppose us at all. Oh, right, I can force the parliament issue. We're autocratic. I don't need parliament's approval. I can just pass it myself. Gosh, don't you love it? Is this just everything, or... Well, I guess that's not really going to say. Oh, yeah, it is most of the area. Still not integrated properly. Which is a part of where the revolts come from, because we have very low control in those areas. So Kiev is now at 74 proximity from 65. It's almost a 9% increase, roughly, because I didn't count the decimals earlier. With modern roads added to it, which is nice. I also did confirm the Vivod government reform we have did used to give 10% proximity cost. It got nerfed to 5% in the beta, which is... That's fair. I understand why they're doing a lot of nerfs to a lot of that, because people are getting some crazy proximity levels before you get to modern roads. Even though modern roads is what should be giving you your better proximity, so... Yeah. People be breaking the game and it's fun. Ah, for us. Maybe not for the devs. Egypt being the naval hegemon is not really that surprising. That is... They literally have a lot of coastline near the start of the game. It is kind of their thing. We do want more prestige, actually. You know, I'm actually going to hard spend... We have so much money, I'm going to hard spend to culture so we have more prestige to make more of those home or outpost positions later. By positions, I mean actually developing tobacco. In fact, we should start doing that for the areas that have 10 or more. We just have to keep in mind that once we do this, we can't upgrade it. We can't upgrade the Pomor outpost there anymore. That's it. It can't be upgraded again. But I think once it hits 10 levels or higher, that's good enough because the Colombian exchange doesn't last forever. The Colombian exchange is a limited time before it's gone. So we need to start utilizing it before it's too late. Or else we're never going to get to use it at all. We'll start by just doing two of the goods so far. And that will introduce tobacco to Riga, which should then allow Riga to hopefully export it from there. We'll see. It might not. It might not export so well, but given how Chile's going, I have full faith that it will export very well. It is a shame that I'm not going to have about 95 control at max where the Chiles are, because that's how the core and proximity work. Because they max out at 95 together if there's no satisfaction issues. But 95% is still very high, and I don't feel like that's much of an issue. I'm just checking our food really quickly here. Yeah, as you can see, we're fine. Everything's green during the little ice age. That means we're fine. In fact, Europe is doing shockingly okay. Really? Are you just importing lots of food? Well, no, actually, Prague makes sense. It has a very big wheat RGO late game. No, they are actually doing rather fine for themselves. I kind of expected to watch the AI just starve in the background, but that's not exactly what's happening. I'm okay with this. I'm just a little surprised that they're not dying. Our tax base has continued to grow. I was going to say decrease, but I'm thinking of a different game. Different game. Are you not employing them because you can't, or you're not employing them because there's not enough masonry demand? Kind of not enough masonry demand, I guess. That's just so much trade capacity. Which I don't even know if we're going to be able to probably use all that trade capacity, but just having it exist will generate a small amount of good demand that we otherwise didn't have for things like paper and cloth, which we want to make lots of anyway. There is a lot of paper on our market now, actually. I would like to export more of it, but I think we need at least one more trade range upgrade to get more. The downside to having your main market be so inland is that you don't get a lot of trade distance. The naval range you get with trade being near the coast for the market is just so good by comparison. Like, Riga definitely gets more since it's right here. Even though it's having to go the long way through the Baltic, it definitely gets more still. That's very nice. Speaking of developments, how is our development going now? 0.0157 for Moscow. That is with the military revolution being the birthplace, but between the proviso, urban development, and subservient economy, we're getting a nice chunk. If we go out to like some random neck of the woods for our locations, they're growing at 0.0069, which isn't too fast, but it isn't too bad either. And we do want lots of areas if they're not over 20 development, but they should be at this point. I've noticed that 20 development and 30 development are two key points in which pops begin to demand goods like fine cloth and paper. Until they have that, they cannot demand either. So it does matter. Oh, wow. We just spent all that gold to develop RGOs in just the Moscow market region. We really are behind on our RGOs, aren't we? Or rather, we've just neglected them like we do with everything else. Just mass neglection. Which isn't really a wise economic tactic, but it's worked out for us, I guess. Speaking of which, where are the armies all located? I need to make sure they've all kind of come back. They have come back, okay. They're all around Moscow, actually, so... You know, don't cause trouble. The army's nearby. We actually have 100% control of Novgorod now, which is very nice. That is with, of course, it being a city and the temple is adding a lot of bonuses. But we're starting to get a little piece of 100 here and 100 there, far away from the capital zone. Which I am a fan of. I don't know if the game's going to be a fan of that in our shenanigans, but that's okay. The shenanigans are for us to enjoy. We haven't gotten the minting office yet, have we? Or have we just not built it? We have not gotten the minting office yet. That's right, because we went for a lot of other activities that we needed. And right now we're doing the research down to our 5% proximity cost that we're still missing, because we wanted to go ahead and get that further developed. Especially because it will help areas like our Ural region have much better proximity. So will modern roads, but... I mean, we could take out loans. They're at 6% interest rate. Which I'm told is very good. Yes, I can't wait to try the funny shenanigans for Victoria 3 when it comes out. I am going to have to kind of try it between Thursday and Friday before the next day off I have on Saturday. Although I'm also doing shenanigans on Frostpunk 2 because that recently had a DLC release, so I have a lot on my plate and work is in the way. But that's okay. You know, work is kind of how I survive because without work I starve. So, yeah, kind of need it. We are already seeing tobacco exports to Moscow. France is actually trying to import some. The Hands are trying to import some. Fantastic. In fact, we're going to take one of our cabinet actions and encourage urbanization at one of the tobacco plants since it's not full yet. I'll take your money, sure. Also because the Pomor outpost is completely depopulated and it would be wise to get those working again. We should probably pour our money into stability at this rate, shouldn't we? No, we have a lot of road development to do. Yes, Frostpunk 2 is very fun. I actually did an attempt to do all 5 tails, which are challenges for anyone who doesn't know in Frostpunk 2. They're challenges. I tried to do all 5 tails at once on Captain difficulty, and I wouldn't say I got close to winning on my first go, but considering how far I got into it, it went better than I expected. So that's something I'm going to try again in the future. Not in the near future, because there's a lot of other things to do, like this game right here. But it is on my list of things to attempt. I don't know where urbanization is. I know it's down here. Can I only do it once? Oh, I forgot urbanization can only be done by a single advisor. I thought I could do that with several. It is pretty strong, so I kind of understand that, but I was also kind of hoping to just do several at once. How are we doing with our core up here in the Baltic? He's gotten almost all of it done. There's still some that are not green yet, but a lot of them are nearing that point. This is almost done too. So our current tobacco is You know, I'm gonna say it. Our supply and demand, our demand is going up by quite a bit. So I think this whole tobacco idea is gonna work out very well. It's just gonna take time to get new staff trained. And I think we're gonna go ahead and do all of the fur and wheat over here like we were thinking. I just don't know if we're gonna be able to do it all in time. Because some areas like this only have 7 Pomor outposts, and I want that to develop more, but there's so few pops here that it might not happen. Just because the areas are really cold. The spice must flow triggering again. I feel like something else is flowing other than spice. Something related to tobacco. Okay, what? Which one has gold? Sweet. So, very expensive, several upgrades we just did, but we managed to get several road networks started to our gold deposits, which... After, say, 2 to 3 years, because, yeah, it's going to take time to build the roads, and it's going to get stopped by winter, we should start getting a lot more control out here. Bonjour, Major. Welcome. Oligarchy has elections now in Victoria 3's news patch? I hope so. That'll be fun. It'll be great if Oligarchy does. I'm going to test it out pretty hard. Oh, the Orthodox Synod. I totally forgot. Totally forgot about this. I am going to test it out, and we're going to see what happens with it. We actually have enough religious influence that I could just canonize someone for fun. Why not? We'll just canonize a saint. Which gives you 12 prestige, and then it gives you even more prestige, which... I'm pretty sure that's a bug. I don't think it's meant to give you prestige twice. But I'm not going to complain, because I have little reason to complain. It's free stuff. You know what? Yeah, that one has 10 fur. We can get a third one going here. Because I think if we get several... tobacco spots going. Oh, can I not build it at that one? I can't. Okay. It's not the right climate, chat. It won't take it. It won't allow it. There we go. It's going to be a third one right there. But I can only upgrade one of them. Not upgrade. I can only encourage the urbanization of one at a time. That's why I'm thinking of getting higher stability so it'll go a bit faster. So it is going to take months to get any of them up. One Proper Variant's latest post, or sorry, latest video on EU5. I haven't seen it yet. I know EU5 has a number of issues, which I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of the par for Paradox. So I was expecting issues when I first played it. I have run into such issues before too, which are sometimes a bit of a gripe, sometimes not so bad. But I'm holding out the confidence that they will continue to make fixes and improve the game and make it better. I think some of the proximity nerfs they've done, that is a tax base spike, are the right thing to do, because it was, admittedly, things like the itinerant court were just pure meta. There was no reason not to take it, unless you weren't a monarchy, in which case you couldn't take it. But when you have laws like the itinerant court that are so obscenely powerful that there's no reason to take anything else, it does diminish the value of the other laws in the game. Decentralized bureaucracy comes to mind for that too, but they did nerf decentralized bureaucracy. I still take it because any amount of increase to prosperity is more pop growth and more development, and development takes an extremely long time. But it's less meta. Right? We need to figure out what potatoes are in the first place. I do understand the pessimism. I can't understand, because I think when you get to the mid to late game, as a lot of countries, you do start to reach that point of, what do I do now? It's a similar issue in Victoria 3, but I think a lot of that is just, you need to set a goal for yourself. What are you going to do? And at least then you have something to strive to. But I also understand that a lot of the mechanics don't quite work as you think they would, or don't work as well as they should, which can be a problem. And I know the AI is always an issue, but I feel like that's an issue in every Paradox game. So that's like beating a dead horse at this point. If I talk about the AI, everyone's already talked about it. I kind of want to get the monthly legitimacy bonus now, just to reduce our costs on it, so we can have more money for roads, but we're making almost 4,000 ducats now. Prestige would be nice, because prestige we're spending a lot of. See, the Ostrog sounds neat, but the problem is that you can only... So it says it can only be built in the capital, and it is a only rural settlement. So I'm like, when would you take this? And it can only be built in, like, the Russia-Ural-Siberian region. So, like, I'm wondering, is this a bug? Is it not meant to be capital only, and that's a bug? Because by the time you get this, your capital's a city. Why would you ever get it? I have not touched Castile specifically, but I know you have a lot of wheat, livestock, lumber. Lumber is great for making various different items. If we look down here of what you can make with it. That is a lot of production methods, actually. Because, like, the pottery and weapon workshops use it. Glass, furniture, dyes. Again, I also mentioned you have a lot of livestock, so it's very easy for you to build up tanneries. Although I haven't played Castile yet, so I don't know if any of that advice is actually good for them, or if it's just terrible, because I haven't played as them. So I would take anything I say regarding Castile with a grain of salt, simply because I don't have the experience for them yet. Ooh, expected cost to court. Is it... I kind of want to upgrade the military again, but I feel like it might be time... Ooh, registered Cossacks. That it might be time to go towards the minting office next. Because we go... Oh, there's Grand Marketplace. Which... Oh, wait. Grand Marketplace actually gives another 0.5 market access? Really? I didn't think it did. I didn't pay attention to this. Really now? Okay, that's actually worth considering. Even if we don't use the, trade capacity yet. Yeah, you would... Well, developing RGOs is kind of for everyone in a nutshell. In fact, there's a lot of RGOs we need to develop that aren't properly developed that would probably help us do better. But it would... You definitely want to look at RGOs that usually have a lot of value. Wool is fantastic for creating regular textiles and fine textiles. Lumber is always in demand, so you really can't go wrong with investing into it. Saffron, which I do see Castile has some. Saffron's a somewhat rarish good in Europe. There are a decent number of RGOs for it, but there are various markets, such as a lot of the German market, that can't make any saffron, so they will tend to import that. Russia doesn't have any. The Nordic countries don't have any, for example. So saffron investment can be a good idea, too. It usually tends to get high demand, although they have no control down here, so I can't show... If I show it here, if they had a lot of control, that's a 35 tax base with 14 saffron. But usually as Castile, you're also going to be very likely going towards the New World and all of that stuff. Let's go for the minting office for now while I'm just talking, so we're not stuck here forever. And great power relations. That's new. Oh. I didn't... great power relations. That's probably an Age of Absolutism and later thing. Great Ming. I can't even see you, but I guess we know each other. Which is funny to me. Ooh, yes. Support for land focus +5. Thank you, game. Oh, I see. Forced parliament can be used anytime. I thought it was just crown issues. But yeah, you don't have to, like, go gung-ho and develop every single RGO ever, but if you do go to production and then goods, it will tell you the RGOs that would currently make you a lot of profit if you develop them, and that does depend on your control and their demand, obviously. I'm gonna slightly discriminate against you because I want to actually make that a town later. Speaking of RGOs, how is tobacco doing? The price, of course, has crashed down to its base price. That's not a surprise. The good news is that we are seeing lots of exports from Riga for it, as expected. And the Riga exports are like 6 to 7 ducats per trade capacity, which is exactly what I was hoping for. How much trade income do we have now from 63 just for selling tobacco to Moscow? I think 1.0.10 is partially fixed the AI not colonizing, because I'm seeing a lot of colonization by Hungary, England, Sweden. We actually don't see a lot of the New World. We have been doing exploration. The issue is just on our end, our exploration range can't reach the New World beyond what we've already seen. So we're just perpetually stuck where we can't really see it. But we are continuing our colonization of Siberia, which is just game, fur, wood. The occasional gold spot is around here. We are probably going to invade some of the neighbors at some point in the Far East just to make the borders look better, and also because why not? I hate how Milan owns a piece next to us. I really don't like that. Oh, you know what? I'm speaking about invading places. We literally have a parliament open right now. I could literally fabricate a CB or two and go to war. Are you still owned by the Jochurids? You are. That is just so weird to me. We could invade and take over more of Finland, and I kind of want to, but there's so few pops up there that I kind of want to invade just the Sultanate itself. Where is your capital now, actually? That's a good question. I do not know. Oh, it's all the way over there. Okay, well, that's a little unexpected. That is a lot of impassable terrain, too, actually. I kind of like that, impassable terrain. We could betray Georgia and then actually do a war against them this time. The problem is that we're not going to get a good CB. Same with Ruthenia, which I do kind of want to just invade. We could invade England. Now, hear me out. We just invade the English. Actually, I think England's dying right now. Oh, yeah, the English are currently in a civil war and are under an anti-English coalition. So you know what? It wouldn't get us a lot of land, but it's going to make the map look better. So we are going to just fabricate a CB. Now, we don't have any ships, chat, because I've neglected the AI or the Navy very massively. So while we can win on land against the Russian or the English, we will die on sea. Yeah, let me show you. So we're still investing to the roads into Siberia. A lot of it is very red because it's not cored yet. It's not even integrated. A lot of this is, actually, I think some of this is integrated. Some of it is integrated, but it has next to no road network actually leading out to it right now. There are some rivers that do help. We are trying to get better roads out there, but not only do they take years to develop, which we're not even done with this section of the highway yet. God, yeah, we're not even done with this section of the highway yet. I don't know what else to say about that. We have a highway that needs to finish, and it ain't gonna be finished for a while. I could have made that issue pass, technically. I just didn't bother. Road upgrades are so nice. That is a lot more blue. We're getting a lot more blue now that we got that proximity reduction. I love it. That is another reason why our tax base is skyrocketing. We've actually surpassed 10,000, and we started this while being over 8,000. So in a very short time, our tax base is starting to balloon. Actually, so is our income. Oh my god, we're at almost 5,000 ducats. Trade is about to be more valuable to us than most taxes. Oh, that's beautiful. I think we need more merchant quarters, chat. We don't even have money for all the merchant quarters that we could build. Hey, you're welcome. I'm happy to try and answer questions and show things off. I do think that leads to me being very distracted and missing some things in the game and messing it up, but I think that's fine because we're ultimately here to have fun, and if we're not having fun, why are we here? I guess we'll invest into a navy at some point. Lundberg might join. Oh no, whatever will I do? Lundberg would join. Actually, where is the capital of these guys? Way out there where I can't reach it to get the better CB. So we'll just declare a war. Oh no, Canada's in the war. We're doomed, chat. So they're gonna invent war crimes. Where's our third army? Oh, it was still arriving. Okay, well, you probably need to guard somewhere near the coast. You know, thank God that the Swedes built a lot of forts on the coast before we took it over. Because Lord knows we're gonna need them now. Although I'm not expecting much resistance from England because they're in a civil war and they're fighting a coalition right now. So, probably not gonna be that bad. I do think what's gonna kill us is the lack of food out here. Although we did bring some food for ourselves. 100% lead output, thank God. We can never get enough of that for our books, no matter how much we make. It's never enough. Let's see. I'm gonna let this keep assimilating until they're all done. Some of them will take longer than others, but it'll bring a lot of stability to the region. I think the third army will just stay in reserve because there's already not enough food up there for two of them. If we bring a third one, it's just over. They'll starve to death. Oh, did Sweden join the war against us? Yeah, Sweden just joined. I don't think Sweden was in the war at the start, because it didn't tell us that Sweden would join. And Sweden's not a subject of anyone, right? No, they have subjects. I mean, they could still be a subject and have subjects, I believe. Well, my point was that they were not in the war at the start and they joined us. Which is fine by me. I'm happy to prolong the suffering for them a little. Just a little, though. Yes, I know the troops are starving. It's called an area that has no food. They're going to starve. We're just going to have to live with it. Need to get our simulation back up. We can at least try to see some of Finland as well from Sweden in that case. I didn't expect us to get both at once. We could probably stop suppressing disease too, because there is no disease right now. I've just been letting that happen in the background because, one, I find it very funny. And two, it's very convenient for just keeping things suppressed and not having to worry about disease. So we're not even investing into disease prevention because why would I? The diseases are being so massively suppressed. But we can go ahead and turn it off for now. Successful bureaucracy. 5% tax efficiency. Don't mind if I do. Someone's got to pay for this war. Because it's a bit of an expensive war. Okay, maybe we should actually take the area that we claimed. I love how we're getting thousands of ducats, and because of how expensive things are in the age of absolutism, it does not feel like more money at all. It just doesn't even feel like more money because of how expensive it is. We'll see how far we can get the blue area. If they had a nerf proximity, we would definitely have a lot more bright green and dark blue areas, but, you know, alas. They have to nerf us as soon as they can. How are we doing? I know we keep checking on it because I just want to. Okay, this is about done. So maybe here next. No, that's not where it is. It's over here. It's way up here. Trying to do the promotions for the laborers so the Pomorabos get back online and we get more tobacco. We're probably going to see tobacco reach a cheap price in Riga, but that's okay. Cheap tobacco is easy to export. The Burghers here are actually exporting almost 20 tobacco on top of all of our exports. I think we're actually at 100% absolutism. Yeah, because of all the events during court and country, we're already at 100% absolutism. We're also at 100% centralization. We're only at 87.5 land, so that is a 1.25 proximity by land that we can still get. But the only primary way to get that, because it's so high up on the scale, the only way we can arguably get that is by events with the parliament. We've already gotten some of those, actually. We would just need to get the rest of them later. See, this should be capturing it on its own. I hope so. Hey, one of the hordes is starting to collapse, so we can get a free claim on them. We might act on that. We might not. We'll see. Okay, I don't know why that hasn't fallen to us yet. But it hasn't. Okay, minting offices are now available. Now, there is reason to build the minting office in towns and cities where we already have 100% control. Because this is like the counting office. It's going to give us crown power. It also will generate demand for gold, silver, copper, tin, which is nice. But ideally, we would use it in areas... I don't think we can build it in rural areas, right? That would be really weird if we could. Pretty sure we can't. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, we can't, of course. That makes sense. Ideally, we build this in areas further away. Like, say, Riga, for example. Or Kiev. Kiev is actually at 100% control now. Well, the areas we would have built this in to increase control are already reaching full control, in which case, I guess you would just build it for more crown power, because why not? What is the expense, actually, on this? In an area that's not being just hyper buffed. If we built a lot of glass, we could make it really cheap. It's already pretty cheap compared to its base. But if you build it in, like, Moscow, it does go up a bit. I am going to build it in Moscow because I'm mad, I guess. But we'll get a few minting offices going. That way we have them built. And probably focus our technology on... Ooh, grand shipyards are nice. We did say we wanted a navy. Probably focus it on a lot of our economic stuff now. Making porcelain would go a long way. Better glass production, too. Cloth and fine cloth. I don't know if we make a lot of that. Do we? We make too much of it, I guess, actually. Or not enough? I think it's the price of wool, isn't it? Wool's probably a bit expensive. We do have low production efficiency, and this is only a tailor guild, not a workshop, which would do better. That's the one thing too, is I can't decide if I want to make more of those or not, because I crash the price every time I mass produce everything. It would use a lot of the fine cloth for production, and does that actually improve its productivity? Because the ratio at right now is really bad for it. It does make the ratio not better. It doesn't make it better. It's still less than a 1-to-1 ratio. But our spinner guilds, we could probably upgrade those several times, actually. I just realized we never really touched on these, huh? We kind of ignored it. And that's not good, because that would be a pure production increase. Yeah, you know what? I think let's take the risk. And we start investing more over here. We go for the textiles and the fine cloth. We would be able to make incense, which is mostly good if we can import pepper. I don't know if we'll be able to import pepper. Probably get porcelain, which wouldn't be hard. We have copper. It'd be a very easy investment. Oh, you know what? You are right. I did not think about that. If we got the sea access, we could actually... We could probably spread our control a little bit better over to Riga. I don't know if it would, because right now it's pathing straight from Moscow, which is one way. But we could also destroy the Riga market and move it to the Novgorod market, but at this point we're kind of letting the markets trade with each other, and that's just generating lots of revenue, as you can see with all the exports of tobacco. I mean, trade is up at 1,600 ducats now. We're making profit off of ourselves. But how about this? We'll go ahead and research the shipyard and the two-decker so we can make at least a good capital ship. And then we start investing into all of this economic technology. Lacquerware, which I might have mispronounced. I actually don't even know what this stuff is. It sounds good. By good, I mean someone will demand it for us. So we'll just add that to our list. Firearms. I guess technically better tools. It's a lot of research that's just going to happen in the background now. Since we've got a lot of... What? There's disease? Where? Influenza? Oh, it's probably in a neighbor. It's not anywhere in actual Russia. So it's not that important. We can ignore it. It's probably kind of important, just, yeah. Oh, wow, this army has gotten a lot weaker since I last saw it. Just instantly stack wiped the army. Hopefully we can stack wipe some more Swedish troops before it's too late. Oh, maybe not that, because they have no morale. Oh, right, you're losing morale because you have no food now. Because there's no food out here. Okay, I see what they did. They made it to where having no food causes your morale to drop very fast. That's definitely a very recent change they've made. But that's fine. I actually think that's good. Although it just means supply lines are more important than before. And trying to fight too far from them is never a good idea. Also, I think it means these areas have no food. Yeah. Novgorod's market is just in shambles. No food at all. Might also be because these areas have no roads, and therefore no roads means there's just nothing getting out here at all. Yeah, oligarchy could be good. Oligarchy's fun in Victoria 3, just in general, depending on what you're going for. But yeah, it looks like they made it to where attrition causes a lot more morale drop and stack wipe. Which I am a fan of, actually, because I feel like right now attrition is not... It's bad morale, or army-wise, but otherwise it just... eh. The fact they've kind of changed that a bit is good. Do they have a lot of war enthusiasm? Not really. They have some, because our armies did die a bit, but not a lot. Oh, hello. Wait. I didn't notice this down here, but Lithuania Minor is actually a Swedish subject, so we can just go raid it. Ignore the revolts that are nearing their potential to happen. We're just gonna pretend those don't exist. They're not. If they're not real to us, they can't happen. That's how revolts work, right? They only happen if you believe in them. Is this using... It's using most of its trade capacity. Not all of it, but it is using most of it at this point. Which is a good thing. That means we can build a lot more, and it'll get used pretty much right away. England wants white peace. That's cute. We're not getting white peace. We're getting land from this one way or another. And if they want to surrender, that just tells me that they know they can't win. Why is that separate piecing? There we go. So we could just take this right now and end it, but I do want to try to take some land from Sweden. They currently have positive war enthusiasm, so maybe... we really should just grow the army, but maybe we raise some levies. Yeah. Just a few. Just enough to scare them into an easy surrender. Ooh, your enthusiasm's still kind of high despite that. I think it's lower now, though, but I'm not sure. What is causing theirs to be high? Oh, their own military strength, right? Got it. I guess Sweden hasn't really mobilized its main army. Oh, see, if I could just take about this much, like, that would be satisfying. That would be a nice border. But until then, we have to work elsewhere. I love how there's just this occasional plague outbreak somewhere. Oh, there actually is an outbreak. It's all the way in Siberia. I mean, I don't care too much about that, but I literally have a button that just makes us immune to disease, so I might as well just kill it and save the couple thousand pops that we can. We don't have to, but we can, so we probably should. Divine right to rule and all that. Something, something. Let's build some new cloth workshops, actually. Not too many, but there are some markets that could use it that I don't think really have any. And a lot of this is just upgrading buildings that already exist. And upgrading buildings that already exist means we're just going to be making buildings that are better in their production. So, yay. Maybe pull you back a little. We're probably not going to take anything from their subject down here, from Sweden's subject. It's just occupying it is going to give us a little more leverage for demands. If I could separately piece out Sweden, that would be nice too, but I'm not going to hold my breath for something like that to happen. Oh, I can do Third Rome. Holy site. Finally. Did Byzantium fall at some point? Okay, there we go. We now have Moscow considered as a holy site, which gives us 30% religious icon power modifier. What is a religious icon? I still do not know. I'm pretty sure... I know it's a type of art. That much I'm aware of. I just don't know, is there a way for us to create it? Is it just... Does it just make itself? Does it do a lot? I don't know. Because I know they're supposed to give a buff to RGO size, and I don't see it here yet, which makes me think... Well, I think it only applies it to the area it's in, the location. Which would make it a bit harder to find if we have one, but I don't know if we have one at all. It's fine, though. We hit the button. Top 5 best buildings in the early game. Temples and libraries are in the top 5 for me. Temples are great because they give you 5% control in towns and cities, so more control is always good. Libraries are great because not only do they help your towns and cities get more promotions per month, they also give you a 5% literacy increase. It's why I tend to go hard on this whole mass urbanization. Ooh. Bohemian marriage. Because you get a lot out of it. You do still want some rural areas. Like in my Italy game, I have some of southern Italy is still rural to focus on food production. But otherwise, it does feel like mass urbanization is the favorite. Because just by building a town, you get 5 control. And then by building a temple with that town, you get another 5 control. So now you've just gained 10 control. And 10 control is more levies, more of the tax base, more crown power. It's just pure benefit. Well, not pure benefit. You do lose RGO size. But I feel like that's worth sacrificing in most instances. Now, I could be very wrong about that. But I feel like it's worth it. Also, I don't know if they're going to add it in the future. I really think... Going back to features, by the way, they really need to add... Actually, is there a feature maybe for just having it automatically marry off most of your people? I don't know if there is, because this is all, what, military stuff, religion, cultural acceptance, states. Yeah, I would like some kind of automation to do most of the marriages in the background. Since, unless you're trying to go for specific royal marriages, the stats that you marry into do not seem to matter that much, to my understanding. Maybe it does matter, and I'm a fool. But to my understanding, it does not seem to matter that much. And it would just make it less of a headache in the mid to late game. Because right now, if I don't go in and start marrying off all of my sons and their sons to people, I'm going to run into an issue where a lot of them just grow old. They never marry. That was a rather old marriage there. And then there's a lot of new characters for the crown that we could have that we don't have because they never married. Which is a small issue that I do not like. Otherwise, very good. Food buys you urbanization. I guess some other buildings that I very much like for the early game. Usually, cloth and fine cloth, as well as paper and books, all tend to do fairly well. Especially if you start to build libraries and universities, you definitely are going to need more paper. Not a want, you will need more paper. Just build some more of these without building too many more workshops. In fact, we're starting to get workshops built in completely different areas now, chat, because a lot of our areas are starting to get up to the 80s and 90s. Even if they don't have a direct modern road, I believe some of them might be changing their direction because they're utilizing modern roads now. Or just certain areas, it is a modern road, because of course it is. It also helps that our proximity cost is really down. I don't know what the Age of Revolutions gives you. Someone showed me once, and I've already forgotten, so that's fantastic. I don't think Age of Revolutions has any proximity reducers, because at this point you have a lot of proximity reduction anyway. But if there is something that reduces proximity cost, we're probably going to take it. Okay, this war is starting to get its, hey, you're going to be forced to end it soon ticker, so we're going to have to moderate our demands a little against Sweden here. Kind of sucks, but I don't want the war to force end us. I know we have 2 more years. Oh, we can get the Decembrist revolution? Interesting. Oh, no, did I miss a piece? I did miss a piece. Oh, well. Yeah, I missed a small piece that England had because I thought it was Swedish. I wasn't paying attention. But I think that's still fine. It does. The map still looks better, which is good. And I can bring these armies down to somewhere better. There's a lot of lumber for iron fish. The exceptionally tall statesman. Another dynamic event to invite another person. The towering of Lermart will distract sessions. Interestingly enough, he does not have anything saying... Well, we'll invite him anyway. And like the other characters, we'll star him. Oh, they're dead. Oh, right, they just died, didn't they? We replaced them. Well, that's fine. Actually, since we've been doing it for all the other ones at this point, would you like a cabinet seat? Of course you would. That's not a question. You're getting a cabinet seat. Sit down. Oh, I see. Like a revolution to just become a republic early. We'll probably stick to the Tsardom just because that's what we've been LARPing as. We're at 55% crown power now, by the way. And is there any... Because we have some stability and we're in the Age of Absolutism. Is there any privileges we want to revoke? Because max... wow, sorry, excuse me. Religious administration, we probably don't need that much anymore. Unless we want to get even more communalism, I guess. Because... the stability investment it gives is nice, but we're kind of at the point where I could just hard invest into stability and still make almost 4,000 ducats. So we could revoke that to get more power for ourselves. Technically, we could revoke tax exemption. We just have that on because it was an easy way to make them happy. I'm only considering it because they're so extremely happy, chat. I could revoke a privilege and they would stay at 100% still. Although everyone's getting a bit happier because of crown power, which isn't necessarily meaning they like us. It's just they don't have a point. There's a gun to their head. I actually would not mind more plutocracy. Well, I guess, no, we went aristocracy, didn't we? Right, aristocracy. I guess an elite council then if we really wanted to. Or anything that gave, like, discipline, cabinet efficiency. I guess there is discipline here and quality. I don't know. I just want the little ice age to end so I can change our government reform. Moscow's making almost 10,000 food surplus. Moscow, the market, the area that we've heavily urbanized, chat, in its lower half area that has most of the people, is making almost 10,000 food in October. God, I love traditionalism. In terms of the economics here. It's also because of all the wheat RGOs, I suppose. But Moscow itself is making 2,700 food before consumption. That is very nice. Is this also upgraded? It is to upgrade it specifically. I mean, I would not mind upgrading it. It does add fiber crop as its production method, though. I mean, it's not too bad. Why not? Let's upgrade them all. That'll make more burgers exist, too, anyway. Which is arguably good. Is that at least 10,000 more? 12,000 more. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah. More burgers is more demand for goods. For things like fine cloth. We'll take it. It's also going to be a very long time before Moscow completely finishes that production. Because that, even though it had... Oh, right, the construction centers. Hang on. We never really invested into construction centers, chat, because, well, we had so many towns. I'm going to go ahead and invest into some, just because. Really, really, it is a just because button click. Speaking of which, I guess we'll have you police Riga for now. Just because. Yeah, we're at 155 demand for tobacco now, chat. But because a lot of that's exports, the effective demand is only 81, which is actually great for exports because it means it's very cheap to export it. Now, the profit per capacity has kind of fallen, but that is primarily because a lot of these markets have seen the price drop down. The price is still high. It's just not at the ceiling anymore because we're actually providing. Oh, that's so many counting houses that we still don't have that I wasn't even aware of. Let's support the state, which is going to give us crown power temporarily. And of course, these are probably all counting houses for... That is a lot of counting houses. Oh my god. I can't even assign it all because we don't have money, but that just assigned 50 new counting houses, and that's not even all of them. Definitely not near all of them. But we're not going to have enough masonry for all of it anyway, so I guess it's fine. Where's the third tobacco area? There it is. That way we can develop that one next. Oh, hey, we can build a 15th tobacco spot here because there's enough pops now. Fantastic. These also have a lot of ducats. If we had more control, we'd be getting more money from them, but considering the distance from the capital, the fact we're getting over 80% control is pretty good. Does help that the area is cored, of course. Now, is all of this cored is the question. Not Riga. Riga is going to be a bit longer because there's a lot of Baltic German there. But at that point, I would just take assimilate area and change that to assimilate pops of our culture. Because focusing it in one location is better than the whole area, since the area is already done. Actually, you could start doing assimilate area instead because you're already done with your task. Which, who did I just replace? Okay, I accidentally assigned someone else to that job, but that's whatever. We can get several areas going at once instead, I don't mind. Assimilate pots of our culture, Muscovite. Try to get some of this area going. But yeah, I want to see how much crown power we can get, how high the population is, and I want to try to reach the other end of Siberia. before our game ends. I want to try. Whether we actually do is a completely different story. But I have confidence that we can pull it off. Okay, Riga's doing pretty good. Got more Pomor outposts to us. That is so many Pomor outposts. My god. It's not even all of them. It's very fun though. Are some of the roads have actually finished to our little gold areas finally, chat. They're actually getting up to almost to about 70% control. So that's pretty good. Still gonna be a long time before these roads are ever finished. Maybe we really do switch to the transportation code once we know we don't need food anymore. Honestly, I think we don't need food anymore. I think I could switch off it. I want to see what the December output looks like. But I think we make so much food with the recently upgraded RGOs. I mean, Novgorod goes a bit negative, but that's not hard to resolve. Like, we could come down here and just make more fish. It's got a lot of livestock that was pointed out before that we never upgraded. It's got some wheat RGOs that can be upgraded too. Although some of that is not actually in its territory. And I think just let one more tick go, upgrade the beeswax for more food, and then we'll switch it off. Yep, okay. I do want peasant land inheritance for the 10% tax efficiency, because then we would just be squeezing out even more money. Which would help our construction. But I'm somewhat leaning towards transportation code to make the roads a little cheaper. It would only be 10%, but that would add up over time. Licensing of the press would also... I would like more mercantilism, actually, because of the trade maintenance. Trade maintenance is good. Oh, man, there's a lot of options down here. I forgot about universal serfdom. That gives us 33% crown power. Production, quota bureaus, recognition. There's so much stuff down here to take. There's actually a bit too much, including our special ones on top of it all. 10% cabinet efficiency, that is good, but we can't really use that. We can use it, it's just there's a lot more stuff we need to invest in. Give me a minute to think on all this, because I might do production quota bureaus, just for the 10% raw material. Then again, 2.5 production efficiency is not bad. 33, we were talking about crown power too, and getting more crown power is good. Because 33% is a nice bonus to the near 19 to 20,000 power we're getting from pops before modifiers. But I feel like I need to invest into something that gives us more money. Or makes it cheaper to build. Then again, if we get more legitimacy... You know what? I might actually do the legitimacy one. Yeah, why not? Because we're spending several hundred ducats to maintain the cost of court. But that several hundred ducats is only because a lot of our legitimacy is already being maintained. Our actual investment into it is only 0.21. Yeah, you know what? I want to make it to where we're not even spending anything to maintain it. That sounds like that'd be fun. That would be a lot of fun. So let's do that. Alright, new textiles just unlocked. New textiles just dropped, you could say. As awful as that sounds. Okay, these are all bad. Textiles. 3.92, really? Let's include Moscow, because this would just be upgrades. Let's just do 13k then, because apparently upgrading them is going to make a lot of money. Or at least more than their current counterparts do. Yep, that's another integration done. Which is good. I actually need to start assigning one of them up into Finland, because there's a lot of Finland that needs to start being integrated so it's not completely on fire. We just need it to be only partially on fire. And we could stop accepting certain cultures probably. Mongolian, I think we still can't even tolerate, even though tolerating it would go a long way to coring areas. It would help, but it's not going to happen, I don't think. At the rate we're going, we'll be done with integrating soon. It's being able to integrate areas is helping us catch up a lot on areas that we never got integrated because we just had too much land and not enough time to integrate. Way too much land. We could invest into more stability and make our stability grow faster. I'm somewhat tempted to do that. Let's see. A former strategist mercenary seeking employment with the Russian army. Francois the blank moves to the Russian Tsardom. Is that because he's already here? He demonstrates a natural talent for entertaining the masses, noble and pleb alike, which may come in handy. Sure, except he's currently in the void and isn't actually here, but oh well. We'll keep an eye on him anyway and see if he survives. Definitely a weird situation, though. Oh, Bohemia's rivalable again, for now. How nice. That won't last. Oh, right, we did get a claim on the Horde, didn't we? We could go to war for that. I just don't know if we want to. We could. Where is my regions? They technically own a bit of Western Siberia, but it's not... Honestly, it's not that much. Although the tribe of Manchu I definitely want to wage war on because I don't like how they're splitting us away from all the gold. So that one, I think we're actually going to save for our next war. Also, how are we doing on exploration? I know we have a lot of the ocean, but we're not doing much else there. Oh, new charters at least. Can we not even explore out here? Damn, okay. I guess back to using spies. And we'll just have to infiltrate a lot of the dynasties down here for that. Oh, I don't even know their capital. I can't even infiltrate it. Can you? Oh, Delhi still exists. I'm surprised. Sometimes they just die. Well, what little bit of it that we do know. Maybe they have died. They're just a shell of their former selves now at this point, which is very possible. So all of this is going to need dye now, which is... interesting. At least we have Kiev controlled then, because it does have access to dye. Although whether that's being built in a building or not, I'm actually unsure. It is actually heavily built in buildings. Which is an interesting decision they've made. But sure. We can actually upgrade those. We might as well then, because we're about to use a lot of them. A lot of dye. Tax base is over 11k now. I think it just explodes from here at this point, where it just keeps climbing. Yeah, I'm not too surprised that we're using that. What about fine cloth? If I can type correctly. Now manufacturing 6.37. There's no way it would make that much. I mean, I guess depending on the market, it could make a lot actually. Oh, yeah, if it's outside Moscow, it can make a lot. Thanks, game. That's probably because we've already made too much in various areas. But I'll take it. That's still pretty good for us. It's just all the more reason to get out into Kazan and build a lot of roads. Modern roads, ideally. Probably should build a 4th army with the amount of money we're making now, too. At some point. Oh, we spend so little to invest into the cost of court now. We actually would need to spend a lot each month. Our investment is just really low because we have a lot of sustain. Which I'm very happy about, because it makes it very cheap to maintain. Trade's over 1,700 ducats right now. With the highest, of course, being selling gold to ourselves. Because who doesn't love selling gold? In fact, we can upgrade the gold RGO. I've been kind of just... neglecting it because I wasn't sure if I wanted to build a town or city here, but at this point I think it is better to just keep exporting the gold to ourselves since it is making us a lot of money. So wait, you're... oh right, because you don't have the Pomor outpost, but you do. That's why you make a lot more ducats. That makes sense. That's right. Georgia, the 5th rebellion against Georgia. As before, it's not that big of a rebellion. They can handle it on their own. They don't need us. If they did need us, that'd probably be a concern, but yeah, they'll be fine. Wonder if we can actually make more books. I know, we make way too many books as it is. We don't have enough lead, but what if we made more books? Actually, looking at this, we are importing books into Moscow, so... You know, it might not be a bad idea to upgrade them. But we're going to upgrade the RGOs. 40,000 gold just on RGOs. Since there's a lot of very undeveloped ones that haven't even been touched since the start of the game. That should improve our tax base a bit further, especially now that we have lots of control. And getting more manufactories up will also give us a few more burgers. They only make about 5% of the population, but considering how vast and expansive we are, I'm not that surprised by it. Oh, we have pearls all the way in northern Finland. Along the coast. That's pretty good. Went from no demand. Oh, wait, that's not good. Wait, so when it told us this area would make a lot of money, it's because it wasn't making any fine cloth. But now it just went from making no fine cloth to making an absurd amount of fine cloth. So the price could just collapse now. I don't know if this is going to go well then. The merchant quarter should be using some actually, right? No, it doesn't. I'm thinking of a different building. Well, I don't know. Maybe Kazan can export them then? Not that I think there's a lot of areas that would actually take that. So we may have built a bunch in Kazan that doesn't do anything. It's not developed enough. It's actually a lot. Yeah. The areas that it said would make a lot of ducats is because it had basically no demand. The price is just collapsing now over there. We don't have enough demand for fine cloth at all. Unless you go to Moscow, I guess, but oh well. Hey, welcome, Tengri. Extend our regards to the Bohemians. I mean, sure, why not? We rivaled them and everything, but I guess we can pretend to be friends. For 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, no more. Alright, in that case, let's focus on getting more libraries, too. There's actually a lot. I did forget, actually. There are a lot of libraries to build in places like Kazan. Which would generate a few more burgers and would probably help us out a tad. Not that many, but I want more of them because they tend to have more demand than laborers and peasants, which is nice. But also getting a lot of those built is going to help our literacy get closer to 70. Since more of them will have the 5% capacity to reach it. It is still growing, but it's growing pretty slowly. Alright, George is done with the war, which is nice, so we can stop worrying about it. Moscow lacks weaponry. What? Wait, I'm sorry. What do you mean you lack weaponry? How is that happening? How is that a thing? How many weapons do you need? For what? The barracks mostly, but apparently the nobles too. I mean, we can build a weapon workshop for now. Which I guess we'll just make a lot of those in that case. There is obviously a better set of weapons we can unlock that we are planning to eventually unlock. I'm actually going to take that off for the moment, just in case we don't do it. But dang, do we need weapons, apparently. Absolutist court here will be nice, since the estates will gain only half the power from cabinet positions. Speaking of which, I don't know if we have a crown head of cabinet. Oh, we already have a head of cabinet, but yeah, it's this guy because he was lowering our proximity cost. They all did just lose some of their clout, though, for cabinet positions. Which is going to be this modifier here at the bottom, so it's only 1.25% is what they get now. Per position. That is not too bad. It is less power for them, at least. But it's also because we're going down to stock exchange for more market attraction. Because, hey, if we steal people's locations, they're in our market, now they have to trade for that stuff. I don't think it helps us out that much. I just think it's funny. Okay, interesting. So we stopped doing our cultivation chat, our agricultural cultivation. And now we actually have several markets that no longer make enough food that are at risk of starving. Really? Okay, I guess we'll just put it back on then and wait for the little ice age to end. Because apparently 20% makes that big of a difference. That it single-handedly decides whether areas will live or starve. Because now all these areas are red. Or yellow. I mean, it does go back to green once we're no longer in the ice or the winter time. Novgorod does kind of suffer still, though, even with the new RGO upgrades. It is green now, but it's lost a lot of its food and is starting to get food price upgrades. So we're just going to switch back to agricultural cultivation. And we're just going to wait until it's the year 1715. Because otherwise, we're just running a slight risk of starvation, and that's just unnecessary. There's no need to be taking that risk when we could just sit on it. I am going to also just hard invest in stability to get our stability back, since we just lost a bunch of it from my own shenanigans. Beautiful Russian Tsardom. No idea why these aren't becoming our color. They should be, because we control everything around them, but they're not, so... Oh well. They just don't like us, I guess. There's not enough masonry in the Kazan market to build this. Oh, I guess it is all being used to build markets or libraries right now. Technically, it was used to build a bunch of temples, too. Those are already done, though. Which is presenting a nice control map. That is more areas than 100. Oh, are they building minting offices for us? I love the clergy. I mean, they're building a minting office, I should say. Influenza's back, and it's killing someone somewhere. I don't know where, though. I guess the encourage urbanization guy's done with his job right now, so we can just stop that influenza then in its tracks. Right, build the warehouses before winter comes. Speaking of which, there's actually some market warehouses we could probably build still. Yeah, in Kaffa and the other one. They're not going to do much, but they're very cheap. They give us a tiny bit of capacity, so... Trade capacity, that is. It's just one of those why nots. We're over 2,000 in trade now. We're actually selling over 107 masonry in Kazan. Kazan's actually having to import masonry from elsewhere, which I assume is from the Moscow market. Because that's where most of our masonry is made. And then, of course, we'll get a stock exchange, too, because why not? Gotta make sure our markets can steal more stuff from other markets. And by that, I mean locations. Okay, that's better. Increase our controls. Nice. Found... University. Hang on. Because with that, we could squeeze in about 4 to 5 more innovation points, which is good. Force Parliament issue, fabricate CB. Honestly, I just want to invade Ruthenia more. Get more of the amber trade under our direct control. And because it's got a good proximity point to Moscow. The only issue is... See, their capital's all the way over here, but we don't even border it. That's a little annoying. Oh well. Go ahead and just start assembling the army then. Maybe also assign a few members from the crown to it too. Oh, that was a research one. I wasn't paying attention. Oh well. It'll be fine. Did we get 56% crown power now, or are we almost there? We're almost there. 55.93. It's still pretty good. Counting houses. There we go. We're building a lot of counting houses now, including in the area that doesn't have any masonry, but that's okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's more crown power for us when they're done. 564 Pomer outposts have been built at this point. That is very amusing and funny. How about we build more of them for no apparent reason? We do have to start doing more of those tobacco switches, though. How is tobacco doing, actually? Because I guess we don't want to make too much. Oh, it's fine. It's just basically an export at this point. I love it. We just lost 12 stability after finally getting back to 12 stability. It's great. I love it. And Georgia's asking for aid again with the Ottomans involved. So I guess we'll send an army down there, hopefully before winter hits. Winter will probably hit, though. Alright, let's go ahead and spread more tobacco to the Riga area. Because some areas reached their capacity on Pomer outposts for now. So we'll go ahead and just start investing into them. It will take time for them to get the urbanization necessary, but it's a good step. Get all the way to Viborg. And then just upgrade more roads. Whatever roads fancy. Working out the best. Yeah, there we go. Novgorod's food prices are coming back down, so it'll start getting its pop growth back. That was kind of the reason why I wanted to keep it as cheap food, because if it's not cheap, they don't get their pop growth anymore. I got the 96 innovative, which is pretty good. And we're getting the tiniest bit of sliver of control out in eastern Siberia, but it's still very bad. It's just less bad by comparison to how it was before. Which isn't really an improvement, it's just there. Yep, tobacco prices coming down kind of sucks, but it also means we're dominating the trade because it's dropping because of us. And in the end, we are still making more money now than we were before anyway, so who cares? Some new metropolitan to rule over to the city. I guess we'll just pay the money to hire him. I don't know what the difference here will be, but sure. Even though he was moving to us either way. Bohemian gold is great. We should attack there, right? Oh, of course, our army didn't make it through the pass before winter hit, so it's going to take longer to get over here. Actually, the Ottomans have a very big army. How much of that is levies? Curious. It's over 100,000 men. Hard to say. I think a lot of these are levies with some regulars mixed in. Yeah, levies and regulars mixed in. So how about we let that finish what's currently going, and then we grab hunters so we can upgrade to a new unit. Yeah. That way our units are upgraded to something a bit better. We could actually go for army movement speed too. That would be nice. Okay, they can finally move because it's finally May. Synod of 1681. 10 more research because why not? Oh, Tsar's dead. Long live the Tsar. Can't wait for that to happen again in 5 years because they're all getting old. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Speaking of deaths, Cabinet is starting to enter that phase again where everyone gets old and has to pass away very abruptly. Oh, their army is just gone already. Fantastic. I think, you know what, Chad? Bulgaria and Serbia are paying us 25 ducats a month, so we at least have that going for us from them. They're also, because we have the union existing, we're getting 10% cabinet efficiency, which is the primary reason why we've kept the union around. Otherwise, we'd just wipe them out. But there's no need to do that in this case. The 11th rebellion against Georgia. These people don't like you, Georgia. You really should reconsider your options here. Because they do not like you. Not in the bit. Artificial intelligence is lagging a bit behind. Only a bit. Only a bit. Alright, let's go take out some Ottomans. Ooh, yeah, we're definitely taking the occasional casualties higher than them, but we are also fighting in bad terrain. And that usually does not help. Porcelain manufactory. Honestly, I've never invested into this before, so I don't know how good or bad it will be. So what I'm going to do is just kind of build one in each market to start generating demand without going overboard and just collapsing the price. Not in every single market, but in enough markets to where it should just exist around. Yeah, the AI will eventually get better. I hope. Oh, are we the attacker again in this one too? We are. -2 to our dice rolls is not fun. Even though we're taking more casualties, we are winning the battles though, so that's good. Just keep throwing men at the problem and it might eventually work itself out. That's how we do it, right? We're exporting as far as Paris for tobacco. I love it. Maybe even further depending on the market in question. Yep, and cabinet member's gone again. Oh, just push the corpse out a window, put a new guy in charge, and get back to work. Yeah, the poor Ottomans, they managed to get Constantinople, which isn't even their capital, I'd like to mention. But evidently Egypt tore into their southern half and they never quite recovered. Which is fine by me, it makes them easier to fight because they're not as strong. But it still kind of sucks for them, I'd say. Kiev turning into a cultural center for all Russian people to witness. Gabriel the Archangel for almost 12k. I mean, sure, why not? It's just more masterpieces for us to use. I don't think it'll do too much, but it's nice to have. And we've only lost 500,000 people to disease throughout the entire game. Ooh. Gonna have to take out 2 loans, chat, because I just got offered 5 research points, and I can't say no to research points. Yeah, the markets suffer a lot in the early game because of just really high trade maintenance costs. In fact, our Moscow market has over 800 unused trade capacity, which I find to be very funny. It probably needs another Chile RGO. Because the amount of chili we export is equal to the amount we produce. They can't export more than they can produce, which is worth noting. So we might actually transform. Yeah, let's transform another RGO into chili. Sorry, my top bar has way too much stuff on it, and I've been trying to keep it clear, but every time I clear it, it comes back, which is slightly annoying. But there's nothing I can do about that. No longer at war with the Ottomans? Good, I can go beat up the Ruthuni. I can go beat up someone else. I'm gonna pretend that was okay. Oh, right, we can also do printing manufactories now, chat. Let's, invest. I'm actually gonna take out another loan really quickly here, because I want to get a few of those built in the Moscow region. I know it's technically, overbuilt and expensive as a result, but we're just upgrading buildings, which means we're just making them better. Technically. Anyway, given enough time, this third wheat RGO should go very well. Currently available, building for Q. Yeah, it should be fine. The province is named Romanov too, I love it. Oh, heavens bless us. What does the Tsar get? A naval trait. This is useless. I'll take it, but it's useless to me, because he's not gonna go on a boat anytime soon. Okay, there we go. That's what I was waiting on before we did the war, is to actually upgrade to the hunters. Which does make them look a bit different. I very much like that. They do, obviously, they don't have as good, they take more morale damage and more strength damage done. I'm just kind of doing the first upgrade we gain access to, if I'm honest with you here. Because it means more manpower is deployed and all that. Ooh, we can ban a publication. And finally max out Absolutism. I thought we had that maxed out. I guess something knocked it down by 5 and I wasn't paying attention. Which is very likely. It's very likely I messed it up. Oh, yes. Yes. The earthquake in Istanbul, aka Constantinople, it will eventually happen. I believe you also get a fire there eventually. You know what? Let's get Tame Steppe real quick, just because that's 5% food production. Could technically go for closed fields for more food production, because if we grabbed that, we wouldn't need to make as much food production elsewhere. Our geo size is good too. You know what? Yeah, let's go down that path next. As soon as we get the step one done, because it's very cheap. I love how it's mainly just infantry we have on the border with the occasional cavalryman somewhere. That's just how it works over here. We'll wait for the third army to get on the border and then we'll march in. Although I really need a fourth army for more sieging. Yeah, the earthquakes only happen in zones that actually have it. I think that's under geopolitics, geography. Dangers, yeah. Yeah, because if you look here, there's no earthquake threat for Russia at all. There's no earthquake threat at all up here. In fact, a lot of Europe doesn't have any severe dangers. But if you're playing in, you know, say, Greece, you're going to have a fun time. Eventually, something's getting messed up by an earthquake. Not a question of if, it's a question of when. Very fun, I assure you. Very fun. Well, I love how all of our money disappears the second we need to boost our legitimacy at all. Because we're just hard invest into it. It's very amusing. Okay, they don't have any allies, which is good. And I assume they're going to bow to any threat I make. Yeah, that's to be expected. We don't border their capital anymore because we took the capital in the last war. Nope, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way and march on in. Actually, target the forts specifically, because if it is what I think it is... Yeah, I was going to say their forts aren't fully manned, I bet. So we are going to just immediately assault them, because they'll break instantly. Or almost instantly. I have so many soldiers in these armies now that I can sacrifice some of them anyway. At no real risk or problem. And they've lost so much territory now that I doubt their armies are going to be big enough to actually fight us off. Yeah, we can take these so fast now. Like, by the time they've started to gather up their armies in certain areas, chat, we've already seized 6 forts. A lot of their border forts have already fallen. Western Greenland is finally known to us thanks to Poland. Thanks, Poland. We'll use this information wisely and definitely not use it to our own advantage. The Great Soviet Offensive. Pretty much, I am literally just throwing bodies at the forts and they're falling. I mean, look, if I have to pay 600 lives to get one fort very fast, I'm not the greatest at math, but I think that's just worth it. I think in our current circumstance, very valuable. Good payoff. I see Georgia's invading the Sultanate as well, which is fantastic for us. Because it means they can't even raise an army to come fight us. Not that their armies are any threat, mind you. It's just nice that they can't even lift a finger to come help their subject. It would be nicer for me if they weren't a subject, but they've just never broke free despite how weak the Sultanate and the Horde got. But, oh well, whatever. We'll just... Oh, look at that! A regular army with actual cannons. And most of their regulars are dead because they're heavily outnumbered. Yeah, that was a full regular army, though, chat. They were just massively outnumbered. Where are you from, my friend? Oh, just, you know... way over in the west. Well, we are going to say community justice because we want more communalism, even though it's going to cost us 7 stability, which... we're still hard spending on, actually, and I probably should stop hard spending on it now that we're in a better position. really quickly, assimilate Lithuania. How is that doing? Where are we at on that? Mostly done? Are we mostly done with integration? Kind of. There are some areas that should still be integrated so that the revolts are less likely. Also, because we're about to have new areas to integrate once we're done with this war. Probably should get their capital here in a bit, which we will. I'm just trying to seize as many forts as I can in a short amount of time before winter hits. Because these forts are not upgraded, and that makes sense. We've been beating them up in war after war that they have not had the financial capability to fully recover and do better. So it does make sense to me that they're actually struggling to beat us back. I don't remember the riot part in the game. That could be a problem, but that might be... Oh, I guess if it's like one of those dynamic historical events for Constantinople, I could see it. Yeah, I could see that. There's not enough paper in one of our Siberian markets. I am very amused by this. In fact, we should... I was going to say, I think they make some paper because they're surrounded by wood. They actually have some manufactories that we can build there for them. And we'll go ahead and drop our stability investment down to, I don't know, 0.3. That way we can focus on paying off our debt. 0.32 is close enough. Because debt hurts crown power, and I don't need the money I don't need the money anymore. I need the crown power. Well, you always need crown power. You're never going to not need it. So we're at, what, 20% now after all those conquests? I mean, it was relatively quick conquest, to be fair. Where is a lot of that amber trade? Over here? Because I do want that. It's like all of this right here, basically. You know, they're not as... Oh, I see. Their enthusiasm is dead in some of this territory. Why is some of this territory so cheap, actually? I know it's cheap because we're in the age of absolutism, but why else? Military hegemon, because they have poor control. I see. They have poor control in the area. Okay, belligerency, it makes sense. Divine right to conquest, power predict. Okay, so it's because I thought as the age went on, control mattered less for taking areas. No, it's the opposite. Low control will make things even cheaper. So areas that just can't get good control become very easy to take. Wow, I mean, these are really easy to take. That is scary. But yeah, the second we entered an area that was better control, they got more expensive. Okay, we might be able to seize half of their nation at this point, which is going to upset a lot of people, but I feel like... I mean, we can preempt that again by just buffing relations with some of the big nations here. France hates us, but that's nothing new. Like, that really is nothing new. Pretty sure they've always hated us. The moment they learned what we were, they already hated us just for existing. Just like I know some people hate them for being French. Are you... That better not be what I think it is. No, it's not. Okay, I thought they were making a market in Kaffa, and I was like, why? You're single tile. Don't do this to me. Or single location, as it would be properly said. Oh, I accidentally clicked on their capital at some point. Weird. Yeah, that would be a good amount of stuff to take. I probably don't take the capital itself. That way, the capital is what we border, so the next war we can get the better war goal. Make it cheaper. Actually, is a fort over here that we didn't seize that I should seize. That would make this easier. Yeah, all their forts being the weak fort is really easy. I mean, yes, I have lost... Oh, actually, does this even count losses? No, it doesn't. I was going to say, I feel like losing only 1,100 of all the attacks, all the assaults we're doing isn't right. And yeah, it isn't right. It doesn't count those, which I find a little strange because they're technically dying as a direct result of the war, but I don't know. Who am I to judge it? Wait, what is happening? What? Oh, shoot. Chat, wasn't paying attention to the warning. We have an outbreak of smallpox that in the last month just killed 112,000 people. Uh-oh, we were not paying attention to that at all. Where is our emergency button? Disease resistance, go! And gone. Okay, smallpox outbreak is over. 57,000 people still died because of it. But with one click of a button, we've banned smallpox from the game until we decide to let it back in. It's so funny how that just works to me. If we were paying attention, we could have stopped it before it killed a lot of people. But we weren't paying attention, so it killed a lot of people. That's a lot of European nations that join against us. But that is a lot of territory we get. Actually, you know what? I could forego some of this in favor of... Yeah. I was going to say, there should be a little bit of territory we can take from the Sultanate here. And there is. Is there any... Oh, wait. I know what I can do here. Hang on. Release? No. Oh, is it not considered... I see. I can make them release all Russian slaves. That would be good. Maybe we can get some of them back. I doubt we'll get a lot back, but maybe we could. Humiliate would be funny, but it's kind of pointless for us. I think we go with that much for now. It's a good amount of territory still. It's a nice shift of the map. Actually looks a little smooth, too, if you zoom out, which is nice. At least in the area that we annexed. Plus, we take a bit more of that. Man, I knew the Tsar wasn't going to last long, but he's already dead. Like, that... Wait. So he won a war and then immediately died. He was just so ecstatic about winning that war, chat, that he died from happiness. That's what I'm going to say. He passed away from joy. It was just too much joy for his heart. He couldn't handle it. Thank God we have plenty of crowd members to assign to the army, because the men who serve in our army don't last long, it seems. They always end up vanishing at one point or another. Even solution? No, reputation isn't everything. And of course, join the Hungarian order for more administration. Now, a lot of them are going to join coalitions against us, and that's fine. France joining is actually a bit of a scary proposition. I mean, we could beat France, don't get me wrong. It's just, that's a lot of people to fight at once. Which could be a bit painful. Oh, and cabinet member's dead again. But yeah, I just kind of glanced up and saw we had lost 500,000 pops and then realized an illness was spreading. That was kind of funny, though. And it does further prove how our ability to just nuke all viruses and plague from the face of the earth is just very silly. And we should not be allowed to do that. In my opinion, it's way too strong. And I mentioned this in the last stream, too. I think this cabinet action is way too strong, and its base needs to be dropped from 20 to 10 at least. Like, at a minimum, it needs to be dropped by that much. Maybe even more, maybe down to 5%, because it's just very powerful. Because it's a nationwide boost. And even if it wasn't nationwide, even if it was just for one area, you could still use it to vaporize anything in that area and then just keep switching it out every month or so. Just gonna let it upgrade the roads, which is gonna lag the game a little because that's how it does it, I guess. But that's fine. Oh, so much blue, it's spreading out. We love blue. In this case, the game at least. How much chili demand is from pups? I don't know, we're exporting 90 to Kazan apparently, though. Which I'm wondering, is Kazan then exporting? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're then exporting it. They're daisy chaining it. I don't mind. That's still more money for me regardless. Tobacco is selling so well, though. So very well. You don't even have enough room to do more exports, even if you wanted to. That's fine. So some of our new printing manufactories have built. They're finished. And they're making like 6 ducats per level. It's so good. Support state, maybe? Nah, integration control, just to get it done and over with faster. Yes, land focus. Thank you, nobility. Do love the nobility for that. I know I don't need their support to pass any of this. I'm just doing it to get various effects that we're even looking for, such as land. Because that 5% shift on land is going to be good. In fact, if we go all the way out here to our gold province in Siberia, just to watch the proximity shift from the land going up, thanks to the distance. Oh, it already did the effect. There it is. Not too much, actually. Not this time, at least. How much gold are you exporting now? Probably too much. Yep, it is a lot. Moscow actually has several hundred points of trade capacity, which makes me think I need to make something like furniture that can be exported, but I don't know what would serve as a good export. Is this because we're building or just because it's demand? We're actually exporting paper. Oh, let's get more paper then. It's building it outside of the Moscow market, but I don't mind that at all. The other markets could use some investment. Versailles's done. And because each integration we do is just going to get us more tax base. Our tax base is at about 13,000 now. It did average out to that and then drop back down a bit, which could be for any number of reasons, including just trade fluctuations or prices falling. So something as simple as that would cause an adjustment. Okay, we need to get more tobacco going. Because I know there's some areas I can't do it in, so this one, are you done? You actually can build more Pomer outposts, so... Which I just realized, I want to build more of those RGOs, the tobacco RGOs, but we're about to get the upgrade to 10% RGO size, which will allow us to build more Pomer outposts. Well, at least our third Chile one is doing very nicely. It'll still take years for it to finish building, but once it's done, it's a level 16 Chile RGO with 13 outposts boosting it at 429%. Those are honestly ridiculous, and I love it. Give me just a minute. I forgot the lights again. We'll just let this go for now. Okay, there we go. Poland joined the coalition, I saw, but we also discovered Western Gobi. We actually know what Western Africa kind of looks like now. It's a mess. What also is a mess is probably our colonization policy, because there is more to do. Honestly, we barely control the area out here. It's just fur and wild game. We don't have much of a way to export it. We don't even control the market hub right now, actually. But at least we're the ones who own it. Some of it, at least. That's how we get our name to spread and look good. Which means I have to invade these guys to own some of those neutral zones. Did they just liberate this? They did, yeah, okay. That's why it's there. And I was going to say, that wasn't there before. We're making almost 6,000 ducats a month, and we're still spending it all. We're still finding ways to spend it all, at least. You know, all of our pops are above 50% satisfaction while at max, either at max taxation or being spared it for various reasons. Honestly, we could think about taxing the clergy finally. But we'll probably just not tax them at all. So close to 56 crown power, and it's just not happening. It will soon if we build more than minting offices or counting houses. 4 more wheat levels in Moscow. Just 4 more for Moscow on its own. That is funny. 4 more outposts are actually now our second biggest construction. I very much enjoy that. Okay, some of them didn't really go up in level. That's fine. We can work with that. How much fur do we... Oh my god. We export almost 300 fur, chat, and we still have way too much of it. The price is still falling. No, I'd rather upset the nobility just because. You know, gotta keep them on their toes and everything. What part of this is not integrated? All of it? Half of it. The good news is that a lot of this is still Ruthenian, but some of it is Polesian, which isn't as great for us. As well, okay, a lot less of this is Ruthenian than I thought. Huh. Of course, our literacy has fallen to 66% because we've taken over areas that did not have as much literacy. Which, you know, is great for us. I love that. That's why we gotta build more libraries. It'll recover in due time. In due time. Okay, where do I want you to integrate next? Probably right there, just so that gets integrated. Or cord. Then I think all of Lithuania is done, right? Or is that mostly done? Mostly done. It's just kind of one area that isn't majority yet. It will eventually get there, though. It will eventually get there. So, there's just so much stuff that needs to be cored still. Like, if we wanted to core it, we'd have to get more cultures to be accepted, but some of them we can't even do that for because they're too small to begin with anyway. Others we arguably could, but they just are so expensive to accept at all. Well, it's probably fine how we have it now. I can't wait for the year 1700 to roll around. 1715, actually, that's when this ends. The War of Religions continues its standoff with no changes. The Reformation ends in 13 to 14 years. And that's the only way it's going to end, I guess. Well, at least they enjoy their staring contest that much. In that case, since we know we don't need the Palmer outpost built in a lot of these areas, so we'll replace you next. And we have enough to do a second one. Probably this one right here, right? No, it's already been replaced with tobacco. I have to kind of like hunt them down now. That's at 10. We could replace this one. This doesn't even have any built, which is wild. Oh, wait. Are you just not in the area to have it built, maybe? Interesting. All right, then. That's still fine. 16 fish. Hang on, Chad. I gotta look at something here. There's a few areas where I actually can't build... Oh, because those are towns and cities. I see. Never mind. I'm an idiot. These are areas that are already upgraded to towns and cities before we acquired them. And so, yeah. Can't happen. Oh, well, that's fine. At least we took a look. Anyway, I'm going to just start converting several of them over to tobacco now because that was the plan to begin with. They've got 10 or more outposts, so we're just going to make it happen. There is... I tried to use the control map mode to find Moscow, but we're getting so much blue on the map now that's actually getting harder to find Moscow specifically through that. Which is kind of funny, actually. Does mean our control is getting that good, though. There's still some areas that don't have the best road connections, which I think is just, again, them adding or changing locations. Which, if they did that again, I'm surprised it has not broken our save. I'm surprised it didn't break our save the first time it happened, actually. That was kind of a miracle that it didn't break our save then. Because it very much could have, and that would have just been it. But I'm also very happy that I didn't. I didn't want it to just end 3 episodes ago. That would have really been sad. Try to get some roads to the towns out there. Trying to be at least a little strategic with where we build them. Although, we'll see. Actually, this area needs to be changed. What? Special barracks are built to house the expanding toy army? Oh. For 20,000 gold. Oh, it's thanks to Francois, too. So even though he's in the void, he's... Wait. How are you teaching the young crown prince if you're not in Russia, but you're in the void? Why are you... Where are you? Can you come out of the void and speak to us, please? It's scary. Oh well, I'm sure he's enjoying his time there. And if he's able to tutor the heir as well, then so be it, I suppose. Oh, I forgot we can always appoint as heir too. Not that we've needed to. With the succession law we have now, it kind of just handles itself. which is very nice. Very happy about that. We've also built all those counting houses now, which is good, because now the minting office gets to take all of our money instead. Oh, sorry, this is still the counting house menu. I don't know why I get confused by that, but I do. I'm actually going to build a few counting houses out here in the hinterlands just to get more near the bluish line for fun. Oh yeah, the stud farms. I forgot about those. Because who doesn't love having even more horses? That is a lot of horse farms we could have, actually. Which is crazy to me, but I love it. It's only going to build a few per level. But I think that's a good start. Because I know, even though it's not going to make too much each, we have a lot of domestic demand for just nobles. It's like the biggest demand from nobles is just horses. They're obsessed with horses. They need to have horses. Which I guess I understand, given that's the main method of travel in this era. And many of the previous eras, actually. So it is kind of their way of getting around. Arguably the only real way of getting around. Right, there we go. More roads. But yeah, 100% control is nice because we're getting everything from it. Well, almost everything. It does depend on how much tax we're actually collecting from our pops too, but there's no need to nitpick too hard about that one. I really want to turn this fish one. I find it so funny how much fish it's making, and it would actually collapse. It would skyrocket fish prices if we lost it. That's just how much fish it makes now. Is anyone doing something unnecessary at this point? Not really. But I need someone to do urbanization right now. Because Yaroslav is starting to see a big decline. Just because the chili that we have there is depriving these outposts of workers massively. And there's a huge supply-demand imbalance with chili now in our market. Which is fine. I'm glad that there is, actually, since it means we can make lots of money out of it with ease. But it is something we kind of need to fix. I also just noticed Kerba has 88 ducats in tax base if you're counting only the amount we control. 94 without it. It did just switch a bit here. Because of just not only the fish, but then the level 17 charcoal kiln. Which we're actually about to unlock research that will allow us to not only upgrade this, but it will give us a new variant that can be built in towns and cities. The charcoal burner, which we just got. Because yes, thankfully that one can be built in towns and cities. I don't know if I need to make more coal, but yeah. There's a bit of a, all those weapon workshops we built, actually, we have a bit of an imbalance. We kind of need more coal. Yeah, so let's just throw 33,000 ducats at charcoal buildings, because apparently we have a big coal demand need. So going down to get the coal as well was a good choice. I'm actually going to grab the 10% construction speed next, because we're just constantly building. Speaking of building, I really should build that shipyard that we mentioned a while ago. I don't know if I want to build too many of those, though. There are grand shipyards is what we can build. I mean, we have the coastline. We might as well, right? We might as well. No, I'd rather spend the 5 legitimacy and just not take out the loan. Thank you very much, game. Thank you. I appreciate it, game. Thank you. Good. So now we can use all that excess wood to burn up even more coal. Or make more coal. Because we still have like 100 surplus in the Moscow market alone. And don't forget, we could always make even more lumber. Like, we haven't maxed out the RGOs. There's a building you can build in towns and cities that makes lumber as well. There's a godload of universities that aren't built that I should get around to. Not that we need the institution growth or the cultural influence from it. It would just make more paper and book demand. The Observations of James Bruce. I feel like I actually recognize that name. The literary works may prove beneficial in the future establishment of knowledge institutes. Sure. Why not, Mr. Bruce? Come on over. He's only 19. Man, you've gone on a journey already, haven't you? What are your 90 in administration and military? So you could definitely replace... Ah, right. He's 96. He's even better at it. Never mind. Probably have him replace the guy that's... Oh, but he's amazing in the military, though. And a good diplomat. So you're actually getting a lot of good characters now. So it's hard to replace people. But I guess we'll replace a noble. Someone who's about the same in stats. Just make the nobles a tad weaker, technically. They're not a big threat or anything. I'm just being mean to them for no reason. Except to be mean to them. That's the reason, really. Yeah, there we go. The minting offices down here are actually starting to push some areas to just about or at 100% control. Man, we don't even have railroads yet. Railroads are just going to make this even better. Except for the rural pockets that aren't towns and cities, because there's no way to get that higher unless we get something that just gives us max control straight up. Yep, more disease is starting to show up. It's actually not a concern where it is right now, though, so we are going to ignore it for the moment. For the moment. But probably keep a close eye on it. Yeah, it's gone. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. In fact, maybe I should invest into more bridges. Oh, right. We have a lot of bridges we can build now because of all the new roads, but also all the new areas we took. Although, unfortunately, despite having all the filters cleared, it will not mass build bridges in areas that just don't have the laborers or the potential to have laborers to do it due to the population size. But it's like, I want that road, I want that bridge to exist. If there's ever an opportunity, I want that bridge to exist so it can later be funded. If this is just measles, I can ignore it. The Imperial Guard. Gain access to the Imperial Guard advance. I am not saying that full word. Ah, okay. I remember I pointed this out in our previous stream. How when it was saying here is that you have to unlock the advance, it's because you have to do it by event. And the event is what will unlock it. So now we can actually get it. So whatever complaining I did before, it was because we had to get an event for it. And we just had to be patient and wait. And there's no reason not to do it. 10% crown power, more military tactics. It's just good. There's nothing bad about it at all. Alright, still measles? Don't care then. Look, unless it's something that could kill lots of pops very fast, I don't really need to worry about it. Now, if it does kill lots of pops very fast, I should be notified at once, because that would be a problem then. How is Moscow's trade doing? Is it still a huge surplus? It is, yeah. A lot of the other areas don't have a surplus, and I'm wondering if I should just hard focus on them more for construction. Which is possible to do, I've just not been using it correctly, but if I wanted to, it's... You can find it here and just all invest into that. There we go, it's all in Kazan. Riga, there we go, that's all in Riga. Only Riga. Probably should do that more. It does help focus the investments a bit into areas where it could probably be better used. Novgorod's another good example of this, actually. So let's actually do Novgorod really quickly. Just for more merchant headquarters so they can get more trade going. Because building up more in Moscow is kind of pointless right now since it's got such a high excess in trade capacity that's not being used. We could use it manually, but then that's more stuff we have to sit here and do ourselves. Instead of letting the game do it for us. You know, that's more micro-clicking that we get to sit here and do and not progress at all to the next age. I want to at least get to the era of revolution, the age of revolutions before we end. Just because I know the game gets slower as you go on. It's like any other Paradox game. More numbers are existing simultaneously, so everything gets slower. Oh, you know, we could cut spending to a lot of things and save even more money. I'm not saying we should, it's just an observation. What is our... You know, I am curious, actually. What is our trade maintenance cost now at? It is at minus 35%. That is nice. I will say one reason to go capital economy that I would have liked to do is the bank ledgers now gives minus 20% trade maintenance, so it does make your trade even better. But I think traditional has been very good for us. Not only do we have a lot of extra food because of it and extra RGO size. More events are triggering. Oh, good. Mercantilism. It also is giving us that 25% pop capacity, which isn't much on its own, but having more room for the pops does help pop growth a bit. But what's really helped is the fact we're getting 0.05 from our techs. I think it's 0.025, and they just don't have the extra decimal showing, but I haven't done the math and therefore can't prove it. But, yeah, no, actually looking at quick math here, it probably is just 0.02, that they nerfed it by more than half, which I could see them doing. And I guess to be fair, looking at what our population is now, even though we have done a lot of conquering too, it is kind of big. But we can still outgrow them despite that, to some extent. We also could go on another massive urbanization spree. I'm just trying to not subjugate you guys too much to that, with it paused. Because it... Ooh, that was a lot of cores we just got. It does take time to click through it all. And I know much of that is in, like, Moscow's market still. But right now, I could probably just let it kind of play in the background. And although this is going to disrupt some of our RGOs, especially food crop RGOs, we're doing really well on food production, and we're through most of the little ice age at this point that I think will be fine. Oh, wait, that's fish. We have a rule, don't do it on fish, because we can use the Pomer outpost on it. The Columbian exchange also ends a bit soon, too, which is a little unfortunate that it will eventually end. But I think we've put it to very good use. Where's that sand deposit, actually? I don't really need the sand anymore. We can upgrade that one at this point. We can make a lot of sand on our own. Could try to make a lot of cities instead of just leaving them at towns, but I don't know. Just letting the game play as well, so again, we're not stuck in one spot forever. 1.0.4, I think it's because that's before they started doing the opt-in beta and made notable changes to the game. Because I think some of the changes brought some bugs with it, so, you know, pros and cons. But I'm personally having fun on the beta build. There are bugs that cause problems, but I'm having my fun overall, and as long as I'm having fun, I think that's what matters. Speaking of fun, we should max out innovation here and get that last 0.4%, 0.3% or so literacy that we're missing, which will be very nice. Let's... Oh, we're still locked to the market? Yeah, that makes more sense now. There we go, 10% crown power. The risks of trade. I am not giving you 42,000 ducats. I'd rather you get upset and then just recover. If they were on the verge of, like, going to revolts, yeah, I'd give them the money, but right now I would not give them the money at all. Let's get integration and legitimacy. I didn't think we need more integration speed, but here we are. I need more integration speed. Do we want a naval doctrine? Oh, one of the naval doctrines gives you trade range. Gives you free trade, though, but I can withstand that. We could handle that. The absolute overhaul of governance. Okay, what is this? A fresh start grants access to the absolutism government reform. 33% crown power. Okay. The nobles are infuriated by the blatant disregard for their privileges and entitlement. Yeah, no, give me. Well, as soon as the little ice age is no longer a problem, we might just switch to that. It might not be a problem anymore, actually, since we can upgrade a lot of RGOs for more food production, which, by the way, really quickly here, I am just going to spend 74,000 ducats on RGO upgrades. It never ends. The investments never end. But I'm thinking with all of those RGOs done, the little ice age is probably at the point where it's no longer a threat. The 10% food production tech we got does mitigate it further. And the RGOs all growing in size mitigates it further. Was Moldavia not integrated, or is it just new territory? It's just new territory that we got. Oh, the map's just full of upgrading RGOs now. I love it. Let's see. Yeah, no, I'm keeping my absolutism. You can continue to complain to us. Oh, man, they're not going to give me a land focus this time? Okay, well. Oh, the new Tsar is well connected. I love that one. It's rare, but you can get research from it. I've mentioned that before. Okay. Innovation did reach 100. I think it reached it a month before that it actually ended, so I didn't need to keep doing it. But innovation is now maxed out, which I am very happy about. Oh, hey, wait. That's an actual icon. Where is this? Finished locally known icon, the icon of James the Harmonious in Kiev. Because are the icons actually doing anything, or are they just not doing anything? Because allegedly, the icons under Orthodoxy are supposed to be increasing RGO size, but I don't think they actually do that. There was a technology, I think it's back in the age of the Renaissance, that mentions this. Yeah, religious icons, how it modifies the icon's power. And it says here, an icon gives the benefits of the following location, plus 10% maximum RGO size and minus 20 unrest. We now know that Kiev just made a local icon, but I don't know if that actually counts as an icon, or if there's a different kind of icon it's talking about. I hope there's not a different icon it's talking about, because that'll get very confusing very fast. Because that's monument, that's an icon, this is... Yeah, Gabriel the Angel's an icon, so that should be having an effect here. But I'm pretty certain it's not. Yeah, there's no icon benefit here for unrest. And... because this is majority Orthodox too, right? Yeah, this is completely Orthodox. Just to make... doing RGO size as well by 10%. But there's nothing here. So, yeah, it looks like right now... unless there's something I'm missing, religious icons aren't working as they're meant to for the Orthodoxy. And there wasn't anything in any of these that we passed that mentioned icons themselves. So, yeah. Is there anything here we would want to change? We could enact accept the mask, since the clergy are pretty happy. That would be a 10-point swing, but heretics would be less discriminated. They're pretty discriminated as it is. No, you know what? We're over 90% Orthodox. There's no reason to go accepting other religions when we're already this strong. That sounds terrible out of context. More area integration for Siberia, because that area is just on fire with no integration whatsoever. Even when integrated, the satisfaction is still awful. Culture map, sure, it is. Culture map is still an absolute mess, because culture is kind of the last thing we've worked on. Although the game has been very, very slowly converting people. I do mean like 2 pops per location, because we haven't had anything increase the base value. But Riga, like the Baltics, is becoming a lot more Muscovite. There's a lot of like little cultures we need to integrate further. Some of them are just accepted, which made this map easier, but we're slowly getting there. Every time it looks like we can start focusing on it, we get more land. The beard token. The beard tax? We gain beard tax for 3 years. Monthly gold 5. No beards, yes. The furry-faced men of Russia cling to their beliefs by simply paying the tax. You can attempt another ban. Let all chins roam free gives you 10 towards conciliatory. Yeah, we did spread it a fair bit, the Muscovite culture. I don't want traditionalists, so we're not taking the beard tokens. Attempt another ban, I guess, is an option we can pick because it keeps our innovation. We could move towards conciliatory, but belligerency has kind of been our thing, so I think we'll just attempt another ban. And presumably the ban just fails. I'm going to assume it fails, because we'll have no input beyond that. Or maybe something will happen later, who knows? I doubt something will happen, but you never know. Let's make more books, because it says it'll make a lot of money. Oh, they actually joined the coalition. How big is that coalition now? I'm curious. France hasn't joined it. They're happy. Okay, that's fine. We can take on that kind of coalition without any issue. It's not a threat. It's an annoyance, but it's not a threat. We actually probably want to make a 4th army just so we have more troops covering various points of land. Actually, one thing I will do... I almost clicked that wrong. We're just going to get more supply carts so our armies can last longer without supplies. Try to, at least. Maybe buy us more than a month of time. 20% speed integration. So our area integration should finish a tad faster now. It still takes time, but it'll be a bit faster. We wanted to sate our curiosity on that a bit. Yeah, it's not too bad. Another 20% to it. Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to revolt. I'm not really paying attention to the revolts at this point because they're such tiny little revolts that they barely matter, and we just put them down again. Oh, another synod. Is there any of these others we really want to do? Not really, because they took away the proximity one that we were going to utilize. We could use 5% cabinet efficiency, but that's not a lot. The 0.1 monthly prosperity we could just start leaning on. Clerical proceedings is just what? Either tolerance or tax efficiency. And then you can get legitimacy, prestige, stability, which you don't need. Yeah, I feel like the 10% research is just the best one to take here. It helps you get ahead of people. I keep debating it because I keep thinking, oh, you know, maybe I'm not right. Maybe there's something good about it, and then not really. I love that. If you're looking at the select the province to increase control in, there's a bunch of provinces that we can't use this in now because their control is extremely high. It's too high for us to use. It's actually great. Is that what the requirement is? It has to be less than 95%. That's amazing. So all of that is 95% or higher, which is really good. And I don't think we need to make more charcoal burners. I think the price just hasn't fallen down enough yet. Yeah, we've collapsed the price of coal. We went from having a shortage to having a surplus. Honestly, we could probably export coal too, but I don't know if they want to do that. We're actually exporting almost 70 weapons to London. That's really funny. I don't know if we should be arming the English, but, you know what? Sure, why not? Knock yourselves out. These buildings aren't really operating that well, are they? No, there's just too much of a surplus. Not enough demand. Purification. Do I need methods? We probably don't need it that much right now. Let's get more universities instead. Just like everywhere. Just more universities. Because why not? Oh, I just remembered we have 2 cabinet slots open now. Oh, I can double click that. That's good to know. It's not as many areas to integrate in Siberia, but it still helps to have them integrated. We're coming for you, Lithuania. We're good enough to get a minus 20% army tradition trait. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but sure. Why not? Suggested import. If this is a suggested import for profit, why aren't they doing it? Is it because they don't have the... Same thing here. It's like a suggested export for profit. If you can do it, just do it. Unless you're already exporting to the point where it actually won't work. Which I assume is the actual case. Yeah, supply and exports are near equal. We need to make more of these. And honestly, the amount of fur... We have 1,000 supply of fur in the Moscow market. Literally more fur than we know what to do with. That's not okay. Spread New World good. Not tobacco. I need chili. We never found potatoes, I guess. Potatoes. Nope, we'll just make 2 more chili RGOs then and start upgrading them. How much is this RGO making? It's 1.94. Wait, did your Pomer output? Oh my god, I just realized the Pomer outputs for this aren't even filled. I thought it was producing at max efficiency, chat. It wasn't even started on its Pomer outpost efficiency. It was still filling up. Because it fills those last due to our first come, first serve econ law. Which apparently is okay, because immediately the demand for chili spiked even harder the second we started making more. So, fantastic. The tax base just jumped from 84 to 194. Oh my god. I'm certain that they're gonna come in and nerf it to where you either can't change it, or more likely the Pomer outposts just shut down. But until they do, this is funny. Hopefully, I kind of hope they don't change it, though. I hope they keep it because it's really funny to me. Even if it's probably not working as they intended for it to. Oh, it's 251 now because I think the price of chili went back up. No, it did go up and now it's going back down. I am watching the demand fluctuate too because the supply is fluctuating a bit. But that's because the RGOs were making a lot and then they collapsed. Back down to level 1. Oh, it's so much chili. 0.1 monthly legitimacy. How much are we spending to maintain our legitimacy now? Alright, 690 gold is a lot, but of that, we're spending to sustain 0.27. Right, we had a temporary modifier that was benefiting it. That one's gone now. At least we partially replaced it. 5 loyalty of subjects in the age where they have less loyalty. I mean, I guess it's something, isn't it? Marketplace at this point, because it would be good to grab for upgrades, but it is expensive. War score cost, star forts, those are all good for the military, which we might grab next. Just for our sieges. How many of the techs have we done? 50 of them? We've gotten, okay, we're almost halfway done with the techs, including special techs. 20% wine output. I don't think we really make a lot of wine. Maybe we do. I haven't paid attention. That wasn't really on the scale of issues that I was wanting to address. Would not make a lot of money with guns, but I assume that's because we make way too many guns. Could make more barracks, though. And that would increase the demand of guns. Okay, do I research this and find out what it does? Because capital only makes me think that researching this is a waste of time. I'm going to research it because I'm morbidly curious if it is actually capital restricted or if this is it has to be on a river too. It seems like it doesn't make any sense to me, but I don't feel like I can keep bashing it until I actually unlock it and determine what it does. Oh, that's to pay off a loan. I thought we were taking out a loan. I was startled for a moment. I was like, why are we taking out a loan? I didn't understand. Why are you missing 1 for employment? Where are you missing 1 for employment? In the masonry? Oh, because it doesn't have enough money. I see. That's fair. What disease is this? Influenza? Influenza. That's no fun. I guess we'll just hit the influenza be gone button. And there we go. Already gone. Well, it's gone for our side. Obviously, the areas that still have to deal with it still have to deal with it. That's just how that works. How's Lithuania's integration going? It's mostly finished at this point. We honestly could move it somewhere else. And I'm thinking maybe somewhere up here. It is the far north, though. We probably don't need it there. It really is just coming down to what area do we want to make more green next. And I kind of want this area because it does have a lot of towns and roads being invested into. Yeah, get Kazan integrated next because that does have towns, doesn't it? Yeah. For areas that can be developed too. A lot of fur areas, actually. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, I wish I could just shift-click build towns as I go into them. But that's probably never going to happen. Alright, let's destroy our agriculture industry some more, even though we need things like wool. Because I just feel confident in our capabilities. So confident, in fact, that I have to just demolish all of our agriculture sector. For no apparent reason. Although some of these aren't even fully developed, which is probably on purpose. The beeswax is going to suffer, though, but oh well. So do the horses, but that's why we can build more of the stud farms then. Which will partially alleviate it. Partially. Let's see, game iron. Honestly, we can make a lot of iron with these smelters at this point. I actually don't know if we need those. Seeing a lot of these areas. Seeing a lot of areas that say that they're promoting pops, but they're not actually promoting. I wonder if that's a new bug for the beta, where the promotions aren't fully working as intended. I'm just guessing based on the little information I'm seeing. I could be very wrong, though. There we go. Supply and demand for chili is pretty balanced out now. Really, because why not? Okay, so what? 3 for each army? Which might make them last in sieges before they start starving again. You need to get all the way back over here. Why are you so far away compared to the other two? I know it's because I put them there, but I'm going to question it regardless. Just because I put them there doesn't mean it was a good idea. Is Lubeck making more money then? Because I'm seeing more money. Yeah, the 273. They're definitely getting new buildings built. So, Ostrog, I assume I can't build you anywhere. I see. Okay, so it is a bit buggy on its description because when you look at the building requirements, chat, it says capital only, rule, and building requirements. I interpreted this to mean that it could only be built in the capital and nowhere else. That apparently is not true. I gotta stop locking that. The Ostrog can actually be built in any rural location that is in Russia, Ural, or the one in Siberia as well, belonging to an East Slavic group. Which means we can get plus 10 max control and minus 10 local proximity cost too. So I would, what, have 5% less max control if I made a lot of towns in a rule? Oh, God. That's going to mess with my brain now, the math on that. But let's just start building them. If we replace an area with a town or city, and it does replace the Ostrog, which I'm definitely butchering the pronunciation of, we'll lose proximity, but we're going to gain... I'll see if it's a town, it's the same control, actually. Shoot, that's really messing with my head. I actually don't know how to consider that. I actually genuinely don't know how to consider that. It'll help all of our Pomor outpost areas, though. Because we're not going to upgrade those at all. Maybe I'm thinking way too hard on this and should just stop thinking. That might be better. It'd probably be better to just not think on it. And they only take lumber to build, too. Good thing we have plenty of lumber to go around. Yeah, in that case, oh, that's right. It has a restriction that it needs to be a river, too. So, not every rural location can benefit from it anyway. That's fine. That works for me. I think we can get off agricultural cultivation now because our food production has been very reliably high and stable. I do want to go back to licensing of the printing press, but we did unlock absolutism, which I probably should have just typed in, but eh. Yeah, plus 33% crown power. The obligation to heed the advice of any council has been abolished. Why not? It's a Russian thing. Let's just do it. Gives us 3.3 right away, but it'll be another 30 as it gets integrated. Probably help us get close to 60 crown power at that rate. Not too close, but close enough. A few more minting offices, because why not? Now that we can build a lot of them because they're so expensive. But sure, we'll build what we can. Probably be better to be investing in roads, though. Also need to... No cabinet rights. Noble marry. Just marry a noble, please. Because this is another thing, too, is I gotta start marrying them all off individually. If I don't, then a lot of characters don't get created that could have been created, that could have been used by us. See, now I'm second-guessing building all of these towns on the river. But the idea was to later upgrade them into cities to get Pomor out, to get Pound Lock canals, but we never got around to that because of financial issues, and we could do it now, and I'm just being stubborn and not doing it. Unpopular tax collectors. Well, you're just gonna have to deal with it. They're here to stay. And for good reason. That is gonna really help the Siberian area, though. Especially the proximity cost reduction. It's because a lot of these areas don't even have enough pops to be made into towns to begin with anyway. And they probably will never be made into towns for our entire playthrough. Other areas, they will probably eventually be deconstructed, and that's just gonna be how it is. They are gonna have to train up new soldiers to occupy them, though, which is gonna take time. But, oh well. Why can this not get it, or did it just not build it? Interesting. Why can't that have it? It can, it's just the filter. Okay, well, thanks, game. Thanks, game. Alright, let's get more urbanization going. Ideally in the area where we just got some of those outposts built in Yaroslav. That way we can get them filled faster and just see the effect. Because the extra control there is going to be very nice. It's actually a good arguable reason to just hard spend into stability, because our stability is not high anymore. It is going to eat up a lot of our money, but high stability would get us more promotion speed, which would partially resolve the issues. But also, I'm assuming we're going to get events later that just cause problems, because of course we will. That's how problems exist. Iron Foundry. We are going to just throw ducats at that and let that build. I don't think we need that many tools, but you know what? I'm going to crash the price just because I have the power to do so. Look, we're an absolutist monarch. We do it because we can, not because it's smart. There's a difference. Oh yeah, we wanted to group all these up now. So what is your food situation like? It's still 1 month capacity. Some of them are at 2 months. It's just because they're above the supply limit. So I guess we could split them up if we really had to. I just don't want to have to. Court in Moscow is the birthplace of innovation. Oh, it's just a free positive event. Fantastic. Thank you, game. I am pleased. Yeah, so it's making places like Romanov full controlled, even though the rural areas. That's really good. So we can actually benefit from that Chile location completely. A lot of them don't have access to rivers, but a lot of them do, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that turns out. For a lot of other areas, though, it's going to be a very long time before they actually have enough soldiers to work them. Soldiers also eat a lot more food, so that's a little concerning. But looking at our markets, they're stable. Yeah, it's stable. We're fine. We're not going to starve on food. We can just keep growing. Moscow's got 54 wheat RGO size now. Very nice. Could upgrade the areas around Moscow to be towns or cities, I guess. Towns, yeah, like they're not already towns. God. They're all sitting on rivers, and upgrading everything around Moscow would be good. Because then that's pound lock canals we can build to spread elsewhere. And that will kind of, well, until there's no river anymore, and I have to go purely by portrait at this point because, you know, the river map mode doesn't exist in the game anymore. So we're purely based off of river map mode, or river portraits, I mean. That, and with them bordering each other, and I'm just going to try to use that to the best of my ability. Which is so far working. Gets us all the way to Novgorod over here. The eastern Novgorod. Then there's more river to build on after that. Which we partially built on at some point. My thought process here is to just spend our money right now to upgrade. Oh, I can't even upgrade some of these. They don't have 30,000 pops. Well, that already canned some of the idea. Oh, and you have fur, so I can't even upgrade you anyway. And I think you have fur too. No, you have stone. It has stone. We just ignored it the whole time. But yeah, we can upgrade some of these areas to town or cities. We've been doing towns so much, I'm just used to saying towns now. That'll actually push a lot of the 98, 97 areas to 100 without the minting office, so that's pretty cool. Does mean I'm kind of upgrading some town areas out of order because I'm upgrading the areas that don't have the river. Honestly, we make so much money, I could just keep the game going and just keep upgrading to cities. Until we obviously run out of money, but, well. Oh well. If we do. If we do, we do. Well, I guess we should actually act on our research, though, shouldn't we? I guess it'd be good to grab all these, too. Just better upgrades, more armor, or more weapons and all that. There's Moscow. Yeah, go ahead and conduct a census. Just kind of force the parliament issue too while we're at it. We could go for another war, actually. I might do that. Since we're almost done, so we haven't really converted hop areas, so, you know, it's a win and a loss in its own ways. Because there's a lot of areas we still want to do simulations in that we never get the time to do. A nice chunk of blue right there. Oh, right, that's still upgrading Chile, isn't it? So, of course, it's not ready yet. But I'm not gonna leave the urbanization decree there while it's just trying to figure it out. We could try to slowly get a lot of them upgraded with the encourage urbanization decree. I wish I could use it in several areas considering how much we need, but oh well, I guess we're not getting that anytime soon. Oh no, -5 support in the Duma. Whatever will we do? It's not like I've just autocrated my way into where it doesn't matter and I just rule it anyway. Oh wait, that is what we did. Guess it doesn't matter then. Oh yeah, a lot of these areas in Ukraine too that we took are below 30,000 as well, so we can't even upgrade them on their river. Oh, that's fine. We can still upgrade a lot of towns to cities anyway. Did find one river line that's leading towards Crimea. As much as I'd love the 33,000 gold, upsetting the nobles even more. I know I said we'd bully them now and then. We don't need to bully them that excessively. Just now and then. You know, just a small difference now and then. So the patches of green that aren't blue make me want to build towns there, but we don't want to build towns there because of the outposts. But I really want to. Alright, let's upgrade these to cities then. It's gonna mess with my brain later when I try to figure out what is and isn't something I should upgrade, but it's good for now. Also, anything around lakes too that isn't one of the things we want to preserve would be very good to upgrade. Since they can also build the Poundlock Canal. If it's just a lake, it doesn't even need to be a river. But rivers are just the most common one if you don't have a lot of coastline. Let's have you assimilate pop somewhere. Ideally an area that's yeah, right there, that would do. Just to get another 15 down there. We'll focus on some of our urbanization efforts. We're building so many cities now along rivers and some areas near rivers. I don't think it'll do too much for our proximity cost on its own, but those areas will have more control regardless, at least. And that in of itself is good for us. You know, if I upgrade all of these, I can somewhat connect it, actually, because they all have 30,000 pops at least, since they've just been safe and stable for so many decades, up to the point of several centuries. They actually have a lot of pops, which is good for us. I know there's no river out in these areas, but we're going to upgrade them anyway, even though they're 100% control. Maybe it's because they are 100% control that we need to hard invest into it to make sure they stay that way. Including the others out here. You know, if I just stay on the map mode, I can... Oh, we actually spent a lot of money. Okay, never mind. Pottery manufactory is unlocked. This is putting, what, 470 it says, so I'm pretty sure it does laborers then soldiers because it does it by hierarchy that way. So it prioritizes the economy. No, weirdly enough, no one got promoted there. I have no idea if that's working or not. Weird. Alright, well, it'll solve itself eventually, I'm sure. Could at least do it in the area near the gold deposits, given their importance. And we got called into another rebellion, but these rebellions are so weak that Georgia can handle it on their own. They really don't need us down there at all. We just eat all their food and then leave. That's all we do. And if that sounds mean, it's because that would be mean. So we're not going to go down there. That way they keep their food. Oh, sorry. That's supposed to be a region. So I'm trying to see... I want to do it by area that's not integrated. Or that's not cored. These are all mostly cored. Because I know out here with the gold, some of it is cored and some of it is not. And I want to go ahead and get those done. For example, this, yeah, that iron and gold right there is not cored. So converting that would be a good idea. Especially since they don't have many pops, it won't be too long. Yeah, the Burghers are building modern roads, which is nice. Not too many modern roads. Actually, they're building a fair number of modern roads. You know, considering they're broke all the time. Oh, wait, are they making just enough ducats that after it takes it away, they can build roads anyway? That doesn't sound like that makes sense, but that's what it looks like. Because we have more roads being built now. Yeah, they're just building modern roads. That's great, chat. The Burghers are just slowly building modern roads. It's not quick, but they are doing it. I love that. There we go. Some more modern roads from us, too. Not too many, but it's going to help. And soon, more pound lock canals will help. In some directions, not all directions. Just let the spies go. We're not going to really utilize them here for a long while. I have so many tabs here now that we can use that. I'm just having to shrink instead. Another bright side about the cities, too, is that they'll just allow you to have 5 more of every building level just by existing as a city. They also will give you more burghers, clerics, and nobles, which is very good. Same with soldiers and laborers, actually. But what I'm really focused on is like those burghers, clerics, and all that. Since they'll make demand of more goods. So I do want more cities to exist. Because more goods is more things. That's a lot of cities we're building, wow. And that's a lot of areas that could still be towns. That's the crazy thing. It feels like we've built so many towns. And there's still a godload of towns to go. This is why I need just like a point and click button that just does it in a whole region when I have enough money. There's just way too many to invest in. And that's why we had to just tone it down to investing in like lines and stuff that help us propagate control to particular areas. Because there's too much to do. 45% of the population now follow the culture, which is nice. Not great results, but not terrible results. Just results. And how are these chili RGOs doing? All 3 of them are at 100% control now. And the fish RGO is too. Fish RGO is also seeing a drop in price because our fish production is just insanely through the roof. In fact, I can build another outpost here. Chili has also gotten cheapish in price relative to its base total. But demand is still exceeding supply, which is good. That means we're getting a lot of exports out of it. Trade income is actually at almost 3K now. Gold is still in the top 2, but then you get tobacco and chili everywhere. It's actually trying to make more trade routes for it. Whether it will succeed is a different story. Let's go ahead and get more tobacco going then, because it seems like tobacco is kind of scaled up. I think these two... Those just... Oh, you just can't make it there. It's just not good. Then this fish spot then in that case, since the other fish spots are immune. You couldn't even do it here anyway because it was a town, and I could have, it's fine, it's whatever. We want more tobacco regardless. The northern Baltic is meant to be a tobacco farm anyway, but there's some areas I can't change it from. So the ones that we can, we just will. Even though they're towns, we'll just do it anyway. Oh, that was actually Novgorod. Whoops. So it's technically broken containment from Riga. Uh-oh. Not that that's a problem. Having a bit more is not going to kill us. Figuratively. We'll probably have to expand it in more areas anyway, because it's... Oh, wow. It's just exports. Wait, so our effective demand is 193, but our actual demand is 379, but most of the demand is trade. Oh, that's great. I love that. Ooh, this one's not even working right because it doesn't have enough workers yet. Fantastic. There's even more tobacco we can print. Technically, if I wanted to be very insane, I could try to convert as much of the Baltic RGOs into tobacco, regardless of what they are. But as I mentioned, that would be if I'm insane, and I'm not that insane. A bit, but not that much. That being said, if we want to get more tobacco or, say, more chili, we should probably do our last Pomer outpost investments before the events end. Although I want to try to keep it restricted to Moscow's market only, since we're making very good profit on trading it with ourselves. And we have plenty of market capacity there for the market to export more of it. According to estate enrichment, trade income is now 2.63% of the tax base, which I think is great. Oh no, our amazing administrator died. Well, we'll just replace him with another guy that's young, make him head of cabinet, and move on. Which I think is about the same, 8.36%. That sounds about the same as it was before. I could be a bit wrong on that, but I think it's close enough. Enough to where we don't need to worry about it. And we have currently 11 pound lot canals built. But with all the new cities and maybe territories taken, we can now build another 52. And that's not even all the cities done. God, that's not even all the cities done. And pound lot canals work exactly like bridges. They will reduce the proximity cost by 5% through it to other areas. So we very much want those. Wherever we can get them. Let's go ahead and get more pop culture simulation done. Oh yeah, Kazan is what we were doing, and it didn't... Oh, it is still going. I just need to speed it up in Kazan itself. Which, by the way, Kazan is actually at its population capacity point, chat, so... This town itself, so we actually do want to upgrade it to a city. And arguably just upgrade the areas around its cities, too. Partially because a lot of them are next to rivers. Partially because it will help them get more trade capacity, since they'll be able to sustain more buildings. Especially since a lot of them actually can have cities. It's the most invigorating gameplay you could ever see. Because, in the end, the line will go up because of this. And the line going up is why we want to play. But that, and I just think it's absolutely hilarious that I can do all this mass urbanization and get away with it. Technically, most of our locations are still rural, so it's not necessarily mass urbanization. But it is still a lot of urbanization that we're doing. Considering that does drop food production everywhere, and we're in the Little Ice Age. And apparently we don't care. At least not enough. Private fortunes are not our concern. We keep our money and you get demoted to a peasant because, you know, that's just how it works. Sorry. I don't make the rules. I mean, I'm an absolutist monarch, so I definitely make the rules, but I don't make the rules. Oh, seeing all these cities be developed is nice. We basically have a line of cities from Moscow to Novgorod. which is silly, and I love it. Actually, these are all on a river, so at least some of them are, so we should develop it. I can't. Half of them don't have pops. Smallpox is back. An outbreak in the Baltics. So, time to turn on. I'm going to be honest with you, chat. We probably would be at several million pops less. Because I'm not investing into hospitals since we can just make ourselves immune to disease. If it wasn't making us immune, we'd probably have several million pops that are dead. But because disease is pretty much a thing of the past, which is weird to say here, it kind of doesn't matter as much to us. Like, we just don't care. It's whatever to us. Is this a good cabinet? Oh, he is really good. He's got pretty high stats overall. I'd like to keep him. Alright, time to do another round of canals. Because more cities just finished. So that's going to bring us another 18. And that is going to help even far away locations. Because as long as they're going through areas with a pound lock canal, like this one here. And I'll leave it on the screen for a few seconds for people to actually see if they're curious. It is going to help areas even into Siberia that don't have a river. Because it's just cheaper to get the control through those locations. Oh, bubonic plague. Uh-oh. One thing we actually cannot fully resist is the bubonic plague. In most cases. It just reached our borders. In fact, are you the best administrator for this job? You're at 75 points. Given the emerging circumstances, I am replacing you with someone who is of better skill. So it gives us 61% disease resistance. Because the Black Death is no joke. We probably should build more hospitals, honestly, just so we don't have to worry about it if I miss it again. Also, hospitals do generate demand for things like paper, books, tools, which we all build. But areas do need to have enough development to actually have hospitals. We actually just spent 30,000 on hospitals, my god. They need to have 25 development, so we have a lot of towns that actually can't even get a hospital because it's not developed enough, which is sad. But thankfully, I'm gonna wait for the next tick, actually, before I open my mouth. Okay. Thankfully, it looks like the bubonic plague is not moving that well into our territory. There are areas, even with the investment, that don't have full resistance to it, so it is going to snipe some locations. But it looks like a lot of our locations have full immunity while we have that cabinet action going. Which means that this Black Death is going to only harm a few locations for us. In fact, what is it doing at the moment? It's killed it. It just broke out, actually. So it broke out in this region here on our border. Do I care about that market? I kind of care. It's one of our Siberian markets, but it's not my market. In the sense that I don't control it. Someone else controls it. I can't wait for the AI to learn how to use the Columbian Exchange. Right now, it doesn't use the Columbian Exchange at all. And to be honest, I think the reason why it doesn't is because it would just destroy itself, replacing every RGO possible without considering the consequences. I'm very certain that is exactly what would happen, and that's why the AI can't use it. Go to war against them. First another rebellion. Yeah, so the areas that don't have full resistance are getting hit by the Black Death. We are going to see pops die. The good news is that a lot of areas near them have almost complete immunity thanks to the cabinet action. Yeah, with the lack of hospitals and medical schools, if this hit us without us having the cabinet, it probably kills millions of people. It probably kills millions. Only reason I haven't spammed medical schools out is because I know we can heavily resist it with the cabinet action. But that being said, medical schools, while being expensive, would be really helpful. Also, I should at least build one in Moscow if I haven't already. Have we not built one in Moscow? I actually don't know where Moscow is right now. Yeah, we have. I was gonna say, I should build one in Moscow at least, so we get the three years to character life expectancy. Just so all of our characters live longer. And have a better chance to be replaced by another good character because they lived long enough. That would be nice. Well, I'm glad it has its own death counter so I can know how many people have died because of my incompetence. Although a lot of the areas it's starting to ravage are rural areas, so I guess it's fine. What does the medical school use? I'm pretty sure it uses books too, right? No, it does use paper and cloth. Glass too, which makes some sense. The Ecumenidia system. Batter of native populations can serve to us. Oh, is this for like the colonial regions? I see. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay. Not really something I need to worry or care about then. But I do need to start establishing more charters for more colonization. Because I think we are starting to get to our edge point. Also, totally forgot we were going to do our spy network stuff and never really panned that out. I think they even got caught, and I never utilized them. So we'll try to actually utilize them next. Are you actually losing? You're actually losing the war. Oh, I see, because those guys are in the war with you. Okay. Which is ironic they're against you. At least I think they gave them freedom. Production stifled for 10 years or 2.5. Honestly, I'd rather take 2.5% inflation and just cut minting than let my production efficiency die. Because I can stomach getting less money from minting. That's not going to impact our inputs and outputs at all. It's not going to hurt our financial situation that much. South of India. Yeah, we're seeing a lot more of the world now, which is nice. Ooh, gems. Fruit, gold. There's a lot of gold down here. That is a lot of gold, RGOs. Wow. I was going to say the Viceroy here must be swimming in gold, except their control is terrible, so maybe not. Oh yeah, it's like it's trying to worm its way into anywhere that doesn't have full resistance. Ugh. How awful. Well, at least our control map mode is just, it's getting wider, but it's got like this weird instance where it's going around a number of areas. I find it funny at least. Yeah, cities take years to build. And of course, like any good economy, we have shortages in masonry again. Of course, the thing is that I'm then going to build so much masonry that we don't have enough masonry for anywhere. So instead of spending all the money, let's just restrict it and only build like half of them. So it's still going to make a lot, but it's not going to be a complete crash. Probably. And our stability is over 50, so at this point I feel like we can just cut most spending to it. Once stability is over 50, I don't feel much of a reason to keep investing into it. You could keep investing into it and get more out of it, but 50 is a pretty good number for most events. Yeah, it's killed 216,000, chat, and 50,000 of those are R-pops. And that's while having a cabinet that's greatly reducing its ability to spread anywhere. Yeah, I would have had to invest hard into medical schools, if not for this cabinet action. Probably should still invest into them anyway, but yeah. Right, there's more counting houses now, isn't there? Well, potentials. Let's actually just buff the 52-year-old Tsar a bit, why don't we? Support for outward. Aristocratic support, sure. Burger mansions, and then that's it. And then we'll just force the issue. I didn't need to give them that seat, but I just felt like it. I wasn't paying attention. I just clicked without thinking. I could say I did it on purpose, but that wouldn't be true. That just wouldn't be true. What does the War College give? Monthly manpower of capital. And if capital, 5% army morale. Okay, so that's just good to build in the capital then. I'd say let's rush all the way down to that and get the war score cost too. Supply limit, reinforcement speed, that's all good. Upgrading the cavalry, royal mortars. It's all very good stuff. It's a this is a moderate outbreak too of Black Death. You know, for anyone wondering just how bad it is. Oh, I was wondering why these provinces were having issues with starving. I kept hearing it go off. Yeah, it's because the army's eating all the food. That's what that is. Alright, I guess we should help Georgia out a bit. But yeah, so that cabinet action for disease stays on until this Black Death vanishes, because right now, some of our more rural areas are being ravaged by it into towns and then starting into some cities, which are currently building hospitals, actually. Which will give them a nice 5... It's 5% disease resistance from them, right? Or is it 10? I think it's 5. Yeah, it's 10. It's the life expectancy is 5. And that will be... And that disease resistance is straight up 10% resistance to all diseases. So the 96 there for the Black Death would go to 100. And then, of course, there are other areas that need hospitals, but we can't build them because they lack development. Some of them actually reached the development recently. Oh, I guess it's 20, not 25. 25 is certain. Or what's also possible, and I think this is what actually happened, chat. All the cities being built made it to where there was no masonry. And so no masonry meant no construction. And it wouldn't let me build it. And I didn't consider this at all. Russian Tsardom, massive in scale. Not so great in size, perhaps. Oh, you wanna know what? I think the reason why some of our road areas networks keep changing too is because when things like pound lock canals begin to exist in various locations, it starts to make those paths better than the paths it's already utilizing. And now it's trying to get built in on those new paths where it's better, because I am seeing that change again near Moscow after we built all of those pound lock canals, which I don't mind too much. At least it means there's technically a better route now. It does throw me off a little, but I'll take it. Better than not getting better routes, I guess. Oh, that doesn't even have a road. Well, to Moscow. Map, control map. Even if we take in the areas that aren't near 100, we've got a lot of areas that are like 60s to 70s. Just needs better roads and actual integration. I don't think we're ever going to get everything cored by the time this ends. But we're getting a lot of the core, economically wealthy areas cored, and that's probably for the best. Right, because this area just technically has less chili. Technically. We have a lot of different areas. I think the areas that are about 90% assimilated, I could probably click it off from. But the problem is, I don't remember where they are exactly. Because and proper, I know that one. Yeah, because clicking that doesn't work. Okay. I can find some of them at least, and then just slowly click around, I suppose. It just takes time. I don't want to spend time, but I have to. If I want to get any of it done. Oh, right. Still starving at our own pops. Probably should stop doing that. I can't help it. The poor pops just have to starve. Can I not do this because it's a rebellion? We're not war with we're not the war leader. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So it's just pure help then. Fair enough. So Novgorod does kind of go yellow again. I assume that's because of all the areas it's occupying. But the amount of food it actually consumes in the winter months is very low relative to its total. Or at least how sunk it is into the negative. So we can kind of ignore it. Which is good. Also, I should get around to building some ships. Really, I'm never going to get to that point, am I? The 2-decker's almost 700 ducats, and I decided to jump straight to it. Oh, tin's expensive. Right, yeah, that's good. Yay, I love that. I love expensive tin. Oh, there we go. We've got a bunch of Clerics being made. Oh, the 2-decker Clerics specifically. Oh no, I did actually click Cleric. Oops. Huh. You know what? I'll let 30 of them build still. I meant to be building the 2-deckers because those are technically way more advanced than the Clerics. But we can let some of the Clerics be built too. Because these are very expensive, yeah. They can just work together. Or research. Because that's not broken. Hang on. Oh, base is 25. I misread that very badly. I thought something broke on the research, but it's fine. It's working as intended. Don't worry. God, we're still further off from the Age of Revolutions than I feel. The game's definitely slowed down a bit performance-wise, but also all the pausing we're doing to build everything. Which I feel like is just almost an inevitability. We're eventually going to do it, because we have to, in order to focus. But we're making over 7,000 ducats after expenses, which is very good. That's even with 1,000 in building maintenance costs. There's 47 in Moscow that can be upgraded. I don't even think we have enough money to upgrade them all. Ah, we do. Would you look at that? We do. Fantastic. I know, enough trade to use all of its capacity. But it did state that the Grand Marketplace gives more market access than the building we're already using. So upgrading that is going to improve market access for a lot of these areas, which is then going to improve their production. Which probably isn't going to help as much as I'm hoping it will, but it'll at least be better than nothing. I don't know. Right, there's nothing to incorporate. Incorporate. I'm thinking in Victoria terms now. Try to make this look a little better. You can see where the cities are by the map, by just where the blue stretches out into weird places from everything else. There we go. Another set of pound lock canals are being built. Almost 100,000 Russians have died to the Black Death. Good news is that it looks like it's burning out. Since it can't spread that much, it'll burn out pretty soon here and we'll be done with it. More chili. That's in the Moscow market, 19 first. We can build more outposts here, though, so you probably want to finish that really quickly first. 14, 15, and 16. Ooh, this would be a nice, another spot of them. One of them's even at 100% control, which is even better. And how much? Yeah, we could spare 3 more fur. Where are we on chili, though? I mean, we could crash the price of chili anyway, right? I mean, we already have crashed the price of chili. I think it's just we mainly export it. And we can't export anymore because we don't have enough demand. It's mostly exports to ourselves, which is fine because, as I've already stressed multiple times, we're making money off ourselves. Yeah, let's do it. Chile, Russia. We'll do it in these 3. So I've got enough prestige for it. There we go. I don't know where this snow chili is coming from, but it works. It just works. Kind of wish we had more tobacco in Riga than we ended up planting, but some of the areas were not as viable as I'd hoped, because it doesn't permit them to be done. But it's still plenty of tobacco. We're making almost 400 tobacco over here. We're exporting a lot of it at a very cheap price. I don't know if that's enough for our needs, though. Like, is Moscow getting enough tobacco, or is it still expensive? Chili is actually one of its greatest needs. No coca, no tea. The lacquerware we probably want to start building because there is a lot of demand for it. 55? That cannot be right. How much does it cost to build just one? 800? Okay, in that case, just build as many as you can. I assume they don't produce a lot either, right? And that, obviously, once we start making it, the price is going to just crash. It's 2 per building. We have a lot of demand for it, so it will work, yeah. Yeah, we can let him go. He's not that good. I can preserve it, the stability. Legitimacy, whatever you want to call it. You know, investing all into that masonry turns out to have paid off, chat, because in the end, we always just burn through a bunch of it. So investing into producing a lot of it is pretty worthwhile. I mean, yes, once the price crashes, they go into hibernation and don't work for a while, but, you know, it's fine. Don't need to worry about that. Maybe I have to worry about the fact that people are dying in the background, though. Oh, wow, that guy's 83. It's not who we're going to appoint, but dude's old. Oh, I see, I see. You're... yeah, okay. I'm having to find my grandsons now and... can I even marry you? No, you can't even marry. Okay. I guess it's too far down the chain. How much longer is that one gonna last? We want to stay spiritualist, so I guess burn it. Yeah. Burn it to the ground. Okay, the bubonic plague's finally burnt out, but we're gonna give it another month. You know, just to make sure. Also, the war ended and the pops are starving now in the area, so I really should pull them out. More colonization's finished too, so it's time for more colonial charters. And our spies are up enough to where we should be able to steal some maps. Try to ideally get more for Siberia. But I have to, like, watch the map and see if I see any flickers. Oh, I see a few now, yep. Find the one I want to. There we go. Let's see, you're not at 40 yet. You are, though. There's just so many maps to steal still. Okay, yeah, there's like Lower Amur and Sakhalin. So we are kind of reaching the coastline for eastern Siberia. And at the rate we're going, we'll reach it before this ends. Which is fantastic. Because that was one of the goals. Manchu have joined the coalition against Russia. Well, I like you guys too. That does mean if we ever go into a war against the coalition, we're basically on a massive two-front scale war, which is a little concerning. Concerning enough that I'd like to build some bastions in new areas. Partially to protect the colonies, primarily so that anyone who does go to war against us is going to have a hard time just walking through it. Because as it stands right now, there's a lot of areas they could just waltz right through. Because they're just not protected well enough. And we aren't above our fort limit, so there's no reason not to build these. Third Navy is suffering attrition. Oh, there's a storm front. Yeah, that's normal. Happens. We actually do have some maritime presence thanks to our coastline already, which is nice. You're building these one at a time. I chose the worst place for the two-decker. At least we have one two-decker ready to go. Well, I'm happy that you are willing to watch the other videos despite being 4 videos behind with how long they are. I will not blame you in the slightest if you skip around the streams just to see any important or actually entertaining bits. Because they are long, so I would not blame anyone if they skipped around most of them. I would understand. I just do whatever is fun for you guys. Did I bring the other armies over? No, I guess I didn't click on them when I thought I did. I swear I clicked on them, but evidently I didn't. Yeah, the lacquerware manufactories are bringing the price down pretty hard. We actually are making enough that we're starting to export some. The burgers demand a lot, though. Wow. Oh, God. I need to build this in my Italian game. My Italian game where 15% of the population are burgers. We have almost 6% of our population is burgers, though, thanks to building all the extra towns and then building all the cities, because those both provide more burgers at both levels. Speaking of which, I am just going to arbitrarily build more cities now because I want to make the economy go up, even if it means we all starve later. Don't worry about the starvation. It's normal here. Well, not really. We haven't had a famine in decades, which is unusual. Actually, we haven't had a famine in a very long time that wasn't war-induced. And I think it really is the only famines we had have all been war-induced famines, so... That's good for us, probably. I just need a macro clicker where I can just click on each location. Please, Paradox, give it to me. If a mod comes out that gives me that, that's probably the one mod I would use for the game. It's probably the one mod I would just turn on and use all the time. Even though I play Ironman mode as well. Nobles can screw... Right? Let the nobles die. I do try to talk about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. In the hopes that it helps people understand what I'm doing, or at least give them an idea. And maybe they learn something from it, and that's very helpful. Sometimes it's not helpful at all. I like to make guide videos too, as well. But I've been holding off on making any more guide videos for EU5 until I feel more confident in understanding it. Also, whenever their updates start to slow, so things will be more stable. Because right now, they've changed a lot of things of proximity in the current beta. Then again, you could teach the basics of proximity regardless, which I did make a video on. And that does at least help you. As long as you understand the basics, it's a lot easier to have fun with the game because it's no longer murdering your head. Send food relief, because that seems to be our best option usually. So how much is this going for export anyway? We're exporting what? Stockholm, Bursa, Pest. Oh, we have some good range on that. 8 ducats from Moscow to Pest. 8 ducats in trade capacity right now, as long as the price doesn't change there. I could destroy the price by spamming these like we've done with everything else. And I kind of want to. Build it and they will come. That's kind of been how the channel's been. And it's also why I do have ads on the channel, in the sense that you watch a video and then you get to watch the video and then the video ends. Oh god, I built those all in just Moscow by mistake. Actually, that might be a good idea. Let's let that happen. Let that happen. I try to not have mid-roll ads in any of my videos. I think some videos might still have mid-roll ads because I missed them. But I have tried to not have any mid-roll ads play in videos, and that's why they don't play during the stream either. Because you already watched a video, you already watched an ad, you came to watch and have fun, and it's kind of fun first, monetization second. If I could make enough money from YouTube to where I didn't need a job, that'd be great. I don't think that's going to happen, though, so I just do this for fun instead. If I do make money, fantastic, because I can use it. One video I want to make, actually, for a guide video is how production efficiency and trade efficiency... Not trade. Production and tax efficiency, how those two work. Because I do think those are a little important. We have one location revolt going on right now. I do think those are both important to know. Because tax efficiency is literally just getting more money out of the taxes that already exist. And trade efficiency is a pure output increase to what your buildings are making. So, as an example here, the cloth paper in the paper workshop with 27% production efficiency, instead of being the 0.1 lumber to a 1.1 ratio with the paper, you're actually getting a bit more paper out of it than you otherwise would. If I loaded up the Italy video, the Italy game, which I should use for the video, it will make a lot more sense. Really high production efficiency basically increases the output without affecting the input, which is what makes it really useful and what makes capital economies so viable, especially if you're going to be building lots of buildings, which you eventually will, but getting more pop capacity and more RGO size is arguably just as good too. Well, you're actually getting RGO output, not RGO size, unless you invest into land, which is why I invest into land. But RGO output is still good, too. Hey, more cores. And the revolt's dead. Yeah, I think all of this, God, what is this called? I'm gonna mispronounce it here, but this lacquerware, the manufacturers that we're making... First off, it's consumed all of our masonry. which is funny. Second, I do not think the price is going to hold. I don't think we're going to be able to export enough to keep the price up. The price has actually been falling all the way to 3.89, and I think it's only going to crash harder. But if the rest of Europe doesn't make any of it, we could monopolize the trade, and Moscow has several hundred points of trade capacity still. Now, obviously, once we export enough, the prices there are going to fall too, but the effective supply won't be too high. Honestly, this might replace Chile as our top export after enough time passes and it stabilizes. Yeah, it's already in the top 10 for trades, which is great. Again, it won't hold, but man, is it making money. Let me see if there's any counting houses we can build next. And make that all markets, because we did build more towns. So, yeah, there's the counting houses done. And we have 75,000 in ducats, so probably minting as well. Because that will consume all of our money and not even get most of it done. But that is building another 53. It's actually going to double the amount that exists. And a lot of that is, I believe, being built in areas that already have full control. I think it's prioritizing areas with full control, because that's going to have all the crown power already. Which I don't mind too much, honestly. It's still crown power. Between that and the counting houses, we should be able to squeeze up to 60% crown power at that rate, especially if we revoke some privileges. I do think I will go ahead, actually, and revoke the privilege that buffs our levies, because we don't use our levies anymore. We're at 77 aristocracy. I don't really need more. Only nobility as leaders. That's right. I did dislike that one because it's upsetting all the other ones. Let's revoke that one. And then we'll wait because now our nobles hate us and want to kill us. In the game, of course. Just trying to think of ways to revoke it and weaken them without weakening things too much. That did push us to 58.6 crown power, though, so we're squeezing out a bit more for ourselves. We could invest in the Opera House next. 5% unrest reduction is nice. It does use lacquerware, which we are now building, chat, so I think we will invest into that. That would be very helpful. More explorations. Just ignore them, chat. They just want attention. I mean, we're the ones sending them out, so I hope they're going out and doing well. And then I guess research the royal mortar and the wagon train. Oh, we lost a ship. Wait, really? I mean, I know we've been suffering attrition, but are we suffering indefinite attrition here? Really? Is it just because it's too cold? Can you not keep ships exploring in this area then? Is it just too cold for them? Oh, I can upgrade the Clerics into two-deckers. Fantastic. I guess it's too cold and you slowly lose your ships. Huh. That makes sense if I think about it, but I didn't really consider it as a mechanic in the game. Because I didn't think it'd be there. Tax exemption, that's fun. You're funny. That's not happening. There will be no tax exemptions. 5% support lost in the Duma. Well, I'll just force the parliament issue then. Problem solved. They had their chance to pass it, and they didn't, so now we're going to pass it by force. Yeah, we now have a surplus of lacquerware, actually. The price is starting to collapse. But the price collapsing means we can also mass export it, and that's exactly what's happening. Moscow is starting to use up all of its trade capacity. It only has 100 nexus now, down from 400. To export it to a bunch of places in Europe. I cannot reach some of them still. But I think that's just how it is. For a lot of these areas, their price is going to fall a lot too. So it's very profitable right now, but the price is going to fall until it reaches that equilibrium. Because we're producing so much of it, we can sell so much of it. But I think that's okay. Actually, it might not be okay. Some of them are starting to no longer make a profit. Dye is apparently very expensive. Oh, because we're importing a lot of dye. The effective supply is really bad, I see. So, what you're saying is I need to make some more dye domestically with dye works. Ah, there we go. That'll solve it. I'm sure there will be no repercussions to needing a lot of alum suddenly out of nowhere. It actually uses wood mainly, but alum is not in high supply to begin with. So, yeah, that could backfire later. Because that is one of the goods that can only be made by RGO, and we have none in Russia. For all of our expansion, we have absolutely none in Russia. We have to import it. Good news is that there should be a decent amount to import still. Like, yeah, if I go to Hungary, for example, they have a surplus of almost 22 that could just be imported. Once we bring dye prices back down, it should be fine. Or the dye will collapse next, and yeah, we'll have fun with that. We technically have a large surplus, but because most of that surplus is imported, the effective supply is not reducing the price as much as it could. Because it's not the exact same as demand. It's a little interesting, and that is another part of trade that actually goes into its effectiveness. It's also why I'm happy to keep our tobacco in just Riga, because once tobacco gets very cheap and Riga exports it, the effective demand in those areas won't be equal to what we're actually exporting, which will help keep it stable in price eventually and allow those exports to just keep going. Because if we see here, the effective demand of tobacco in Riga is 220, despite the demand being 431. All things tick while I pull up tobacco. So we pull up tobacco in Moscow. For the price, the effective supply is only 50. The effective demand is also only 74, because it's actually exporting some. But what this means is the price is actually above its base price, despite supply and demand being equal. Which is definitely one of those little tidbits that helps you with trading goods. I also feel like importing products and exporting products sometimes is good and sometimes does not work. I'm still figuring some of that out. How expensive are these opera buildings? 3,200 base. Oh, they're basically... Oh my god, wait, they're big. We'll build some for now to help our satisfaction, but they're basically minting offices with how expensive they are. Which is kind of scary to think about. That they're that expensive. Speaking of which, we got some more pound lock canals to build later. Alright, so on a scale of 1 to destroyed, how badly are we going to mess up our dye prices? Our alum price is definitely going to skyrocket, but we're going to go from basically no alum demand to demanding it, so... Yeah, and we're immediately importing some from past and other locations. That's not surprising. It's what I expected it to happen. All of our imports for dye are going to collapse, I can tell you that right now, because our effective supply is skyrocketed. Our effective supply is now 260. Yeah, it's going to... The trade for us is going to collapse. The thing is, though, is that alum is going to be constantly imported. The effective supply is not going to be able to keep up, I don't think. In fact, we're probably going to have some of these dye makers shut down because there's probably not going to be enough. But this will help the lacquer where manufacturers maintain full employment, since the dye price is going to collapse pretty fast and go below the price of lacquerware, which is exactly what we want to have happen. Because the effective demand for it is still too low. That being said, the lacquerware being cheap makes it easy to export. Maybe we can start exporting dye. Oh. Is that a revolt or second rebellion against Russia? It is a revolt, but where? Oh. I'm not even paying attention to our revolts anymore. I know I've mentioned that before, but like, I really didn't even pay attention to this one happening. They've been getting increasingly weaker as we successfully incorporate more areas or integrate more of them. And over time, we're starting to get some areas assimilated finally. In fact, let's move one of those assimilation areas over to Crimea to stabilize it. And where is kind of our big area? That's Kazan, right? Yeah, that's what we've been doing. Looks like it's finally gotten majority in all of that. Let's take assimilate area. And we'll kind of move it over here into Zaporizhia and just start slowly integrating this area too. Yeah. Or coring it. Because that's where some of the revolts are still happening or threatening to happen, such as the Mongolians. So getting all of that cored would help a lot. It'd also make the map look nicer. A lot of these 60s would become 70s to 80s. Which is definitely good. What's our crown power at now? Still 58, but 58.85. So, yeah, it's getting up there. I don't think the clergy, with all the literacy research we have now, I don't think the clergy need a bonus to their literacy. Yeah, in Moscow, they're at 115. What about a rural location? An area where they're not going to have access. Yeah, even in the rural locations, chat, they're at 105%. They don't need religious literacy rights anymore. So we could revoke that. It's 25% power. I could just revoke the tax exemption, though, and that's 100. But I do want to maintain spiritualists. We still wouldn't tax them. This is just weakening them all so we can have more crown power. I guess we'll revoke that, yeah. I'm trying to consider these before the Age of Absolutism ends, and then I am going to bribe them to get some of that research back, because they got very upset by that. Rightfully so, they're no longer exempt from taxes, even though we're not going to tax them. But the thing is that we could tax them now, and that's what they don't like. We could tax them. And they don't want that. I don't think anyone wants that, but, you know, someone's got to pay up. No, I don't need you, Georgia. It's fine. Wait, where else is your revolt? Or are we sieging it right now? Oh, we're sieging it. I just saw my army standing there and thought they had already done the job. No, they weren't even finished. There's a shortage of lumber in Moscow. That cannot be right. A shortage of lumber in Moscow. Lacquerware manufacturers are using 302. The dye works are using almost 300. Oh no. I just took our massive surplus of lumber and actually cratered it. I actually managed to crater it. Good thing there's a lot of wood RGOs we haven't invested into yet. But also, if we really needed to, we could build lots of lumber mills. And in fact, I think we'll do exactly that, chat. A lot of just level 1 or 2 lumber mills everywhere. Which don't have good production efficiency. They'll make tools into wood, and we do have a surplus of tools. We haven't even built the iron tools that much yet. Of course, if one had extremely high production efficiency, the amount you get from this is definitely different. Why don't we station you here, actually, just in case there's another revolt. Making over 9,000 ducats per week now, chat. And our tax base was temporarily almost at 23,000. That's when we had all that lacquerware made and the price was still really high. And then, as you may know, the price crashed and obviously it wasn't making as much anymore. Because I decided to make way too much. Which I think is fine. Because we're just exporting a lot of it now and the price is actually starting to balance out. Meanwhile, dye prices are still falling. Except wood is now very expensive. Well, how expensive is it? 1.74 price. It is climbing up to only 1.8, so I guess I didn't need to make that much more wood. But, you know, wood is really cheap. It's easy to mass produce for where we are. We may as well ensure that it's not an issue ever. Because why would you ever want it to be an issue? And now we can invest into more fine cloth because now there's more demand for it, which I assume is because we have more pops and more burgers and all that and whatnot. Because there are some like this one that's actually making over 6 ducats. The price has gotten above 5. Which I'm not too certain as to why. Oh, we've been importing from places like Novgorod. Okay. I see. Novgorod probably has a surplus, a big surplus by comparison. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it doesn't have as many towns and cities as Moscow does, and well, it did get a lot of new cities, didn't it? Yep, absolutism. I know we're already maxed out on absolutism, but the alternative tends to reduce your absolutism in favor of liberalism, and we're not doing liberalism here, so... Yeah, we're not doing that. I am testing out going liberalism instead of absolutism in my Italian game as well. I've noticed you get one event during the Age of Absolutism that I believe is caused by liberalism, where sometimes your estates will just cause 20 plus 20% enrichment for 5 to 10 years, which sucks because when the enrichment is above 0... Oh, Georgia-Ottoman War. Did they start this? Yes, they started this and they expect us to handle it for them. I guess we can send someone down there for target practice. Anyway, I think absolutism is definitely better in the long run for the player. But the estate satisfaction you get is good. Because happy estates don't cause problems. Usually. They usually don't cause problems. They sometimes do. That's fruit. We'll actually go ahead and build over it now. There's actually a lot of RGOs out here we could build over. That we haven't. Some of them are kind of maxed out, and so that's going to hurt. But some of them aren't maxed out. And so it won't hurt as much. Plus, the little ice age ends in about 7-ish years. 7 to 8 years. I don't know if it's going to be the second it's the year or not. We'll say 8 years, just to be safe. Yeah, let's get more cities here. Why not? I know a lot of these areas are already maxed out in control, but, you know, it's just more higher tier pops. I have a lot of money to spend as well. So, just why not? Plus, when they're cities, they can build one more building as if they have another construction center, but it doesn't actually take a slot. That doesn't have enough people. I'm just clicking on nothing. Another downside, too, is... Oh, yeah, Kursk is almost capped out on pops. It really needs to become a city, then. I was going to say, another downside that we're having is that a lot of our areas do not have pops to become cities. So we're kind of reaching our limit there. But then that just means we can make more rural locations into towns. Some of those rural locations actually have enough to become cities, funnily enough. I should have read that development of Ironworking 1. I just clicked through it because I thought it was a regular event. Although it was probably nothing special. That has fish. Don't develop it. We're even developing some of the areas we took from Rothunia. Of course, we're developing them. We own them. We're just developing it more. What is the control pathway you have? Because I'm pretty sure your control pathway is partially based on river. Yep, it is. Because immediately the first one I clicked on that was a rural location is by river. It does. The river does end in one spot and then it has to start in another one, but that's okay. I know it's weird to have this line of towns going down here, but I'm just trying to do it for the connections. Regardless of what they have, because I know there's not a lot of fish or fur down here, so... There is a fish spot, though. Funnily enough, there is a fish spot. But yeah, at this point, I'm just kind of spending the money and building these wherever. Just to develop us more and have even higher tax base and just snowball. Kind of to a somewhat ridiculous degree, I'd argue. But I don't mind. I find it fun. I'm also someone who micromanages his economy in Victoria 3, so of course I'd find this fun. Oh, I can't wait for these little Ice Age events to be over. The Ice Age is finally gone. You know, Riga could use more towns. Now that the little Ice Age is kind of coming to an end, even though it's going to hurt the lumber here a bit. Oh, no, that's tobacco. Don't do that. I forgot tobacco has our little building now. That was almost a very big mistake. Okay, anyway. Fiber crops, anyone? Fur, maybe. Some of these RGOs aren't full of their laborers yet anyway, so we're not going to lose too much of that if we develop them now. Yep. Forgot to let time tick. I panicked from nearly destroying our tobacco supply. The winter of 1708. We gain great frost for 2 years decaying. 25 stability lost. Cool. How bad is this? Bad enough that all of Russia's markets are losing food. Good thing we have a lot of towns and cities to store food in because, that hurts. The only good news is that it's a decaying modifier, which means as time passes, it will get weaker. The problem is that until that passes, it's going to hurt. Here's hoping Moscow doesn't starve. Chat, Moscow might starve. Oh, no. I also forgot about our ongoing war with the Ottomans. I wasn't really paying attention. Not that I needed to pay much attention, I guess. Any market in Russia is less than 30% of food capacity. Because I might need to enforce rationing policies once it allows me. So it has like one big last smack into your face. And yeah, all of Europe is in a food deficit right now. Oh yeah, the colonies are too. In the Americas. It's a decaying modifier, so the next year should pass better. But yeah, I don't... Short of heavy supply, I don't think you can avoid going into a deficit there. So we are going to enforce rationing policies in Moscow's market to try to avoid starvation. I just lost 38,000 pops. Why did I just lose 38,000 pops? Is that just from being soldiers? Why did we suddenly lose thousands of pops? I actually have no idea why. I doubt the rationing policy killed them. That'd be weird because it didn't say anything. But yeah, our food prices are just going to go up right now. Yeah, Moscow's run out of food now. And other provinces are at risk of starving. So our food prices are going to skyrocket now. Yeah, no, we just lost pops again. Where... See, we're losing pops, but it's not telling me why. I know it's not from starvation, because these provinces still have... Oh, wait, is it? Oh, it's the Great Frost. Okay, it's just the Great Frost itself is killing pops. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Does that technically fall under dangers, or is that just current weather? Neither. I don't even know how to look at this then. But the good news is that as it's decaying, our food production should be recovering. Yeah, because Great Frost was called... Oh, wow. It's recovering from what looks like to be minus 100. Because it's been almost half the time. Jeez. Oh, ugh, no wonders our... Yeah, no wonders all of our food production ran dry. We got a minus 100% productivity modifier everywhere. Of course we're going to have starvation. Of course we're going to have provinces that are at risk of starvation then. Like, we literally have a minus 100% modifier to our food production. Why can Moscow get 6 more wheat RGOs? I'm not complaining. I'm just confused as to why I can get 6 more. Oh, icon. It's working. Okay, I don't... Okay, chat. I don't know why, but icon is now working and is now actually giving us an RGO increase of 14% in Moscow. It hasn't been working this whole time, and I know we've had an icon here because we've had... This one just got created in 1708, but we had another one in 1699, and we had icons as far back as 1674. Never happened. We had an icon of Lucas the Greater in 1691, but it only now happened, or at least we only now noticed it. I don't know. We've had icons in Kiev before. We noticed them, and it was still not doing anything. It is doing something now. I'm wondering if maybe it's just been... No, it's not doing anything here. See, I don't know what triggers it. Okay, look, everyone is going to starve soon, but we have another dynamic event with 4 options, actually. Let's see, we breach on current events for 10 years, gives you peace offer, negotiation power, and diplomacy importance modifier. It also makes our ruler a scholar. Could limit it to military achievements, retool strategic guide. We do not need no silly paper. We'll just do the historical option. The journalistic ambitions of the Tsar ensures Russia is up to date with worldly dramas. You mean like how all of Russia is going to starve because it can't make any food due to the Great Frost? The good news is that it is actually making food again during the summer, and the Great Frost is down to about 33%. Wait, is it applying the modifier twice? That cannot be, I'm sorry, hang on, that cannot be right. It is not applying the modifier twice. Is it applying it twice to Moscow? Because it's here twice. I think it is. There's too many numbers for me to do the math. And then we have short harvest there too, which is painful. So we're just getting debuffed into the ground. Wait. Wait, so we're gonna build the Sukharev Tower in Moscow. And get this, chat. It's in Moscow, which has no coast. But it's going to give us an increased 50% increase to sailors, 10% increase to maritime presence, and monthly tradition, while also causing the location itself to gain sailors. I find that to be very funny. It is because it's a school, but I just found it funny. Oh, but I could get the 7 point. Oh, I could. No. The top floor is designed to James Bruce, who sets up an astronomical observatory with a stellar view. Oh, James Bruce is involved. Oh, yeah, I guess he's right there, isn't he? I'll just do the befitting ambition. We'll let it be built. It's a unique building we can't build otherwise. As much as I want our missing points into land. So we are going to just see our pop grow slow even more, though. But, oh well. Now that the Great Frosty buff is about 75% of the way over, and we've actually upgraded the wheat RGOs in Moscow to make more food, Moscow's own market should at least survive. It's just that a lot of the areas need to recuperate their food and actually store it. In other news, chat, I just checked. We're making 11,500 ducats now. Oh, we're selling food now. It's because we're selling food because the rest of Europe is trying to recover. And they're buying all the food. That's where all that extra money is coming from. So at least we're getting that money back that we spent on the food. Oh, right, the Ottomans. I keep forgetting. Look, they're just not that important to me to worry about right now, you know? Tokat, I see. I probably should be concerned. I'm just not that concerned. But yeah, no, let's go. Let's help them a bit. See some areas. I would love, actually, even though Constantinople has just been suffering all game, I'd love to get Constantinople. Just Russian ambitions and all that. What is blocking you from moving around anyway? I see a lot of forts. Is it that fort? It might be that fort. Oh, yeah, because that fort is closer than I thought it was. And there's that there. We can't reach that one, because I guess you got trapped back here. It's a little confusing with the zone of control. I'm just doing what I can to understand it. Yeah, okay, there we go. We're in winter again, but Moscow's market isn't starving for food now. The food is getting expensive, which might be a part of the profit for it. But it will recover. Yeah, the lacquerware is still in the top 3 now. Then Chile is. Oh my god, the profits. The ducats. The Architect General. Oh, he's arrived in Neva. That's where St. Petersburg was made. So, the rapid construction of the settlement necessitates the compulsion drafting of peasants from all over Russia. Scores of drafted peasants die as a result of the harsh working conditions. Yeah, let's just do it. Why not? Even though we're going to lose several thousand pops. The Great Frost took many more than that, so, you know. It can't be any worse than what we already lost. And you know what? A lot of these forts aren't upgraded, so I'm just going to throw the men at it. Just knock them out. Ah, there we go. I can move north again now. I love how we finally got done integrating areas, and now we're simulating areas. It'll take time, but at least we're getting there. Although some areas are already integrated enough, or assimilated enough that they've become incorporated, or cord. I'm getting confused between 2 different games that have 2 different ways of saying that, and it's really messing with my head. Time for 50% crown power until the wow, Parliament ends. I should have eaten something else before I played. I ate earlier, but evidently I didn't eat enough. Invite foreign cleric. Is the synod next year? It is next year. June of next year. Okay, we're getting a lot of pops again. I think the Great Frost is over now. Yeah, it's over. It's gone. The negative's not here anymore. So that was a little scary. It made it look like we might starve. And of course, we're still recovering from it. So some of the food stores are still very much down in the dumps. We'll go ahead and just spend what was about 150 to 160,000 ducats on expanding all the RGOs. That should help. Could have spent that on roads, but I've got 100k still. So let's just spend that on modern road upgrades, which is going to lag the game a little until it finishes. And there we go. How is Crimea doing now that it's incorporated? It's actually got some high control potential. Oh, this isn't even incorporated yet. It's still integrated. I know I should be saying cores instead so I don't confuse people. It's just I'm switching between too many different words, and that's probably the most confusing part. We did get another upgrade for cannons. I think we got the upgrade for cavalry too. Nope, just cannons for now. That's fine. Alright, let's keep marching. I mean, you know, if we just keep capturing along the coastline, they can't stop us because we can just feed off the land. Upgrading the cannons is nice just because it doesn't add that many more troops, but their stats should be a bit better, which is good for them. Defeat is only a defeat if the army believes it. I guess that works. Yeah, wow, we're selling like 2,000 food. It's hard to tell where exactly, but I assume this is a lot of just market exports. Like, a lot of the food exports we're doing, I assume, is what it is. And that's what it's counting. I'm gonna miss making all that money in 5 years, but I'll enjoy it while it lasts. There we go. The Tsar got 3 more points into all his abilities, even though he's getting older. He'll be fine. And then your best son... You got an expensive education, right? No, it's administrative. I wasn't paying attention. Uh-oh. But his second son got the expensive education. Okay. I see. We misclicked pretty hard there. That's alright. I wonder if they rebuilt the Theodosian walls or not. Did they rebuild the walls? They did rebuild the Theodosian walls. So it's actually got some fortifications to back it up. Okay, we do need to just take Izmit immediately because I need access to the city's food storage. Because we have no food. Our food stores last a solid month before it's gone. There's a lot of coins around here. And then, because their fleet's not here, march over to Constantinople. And realize we are slowly losing food. Can we... Oh, see, it's 2,000. An assault would probably fail. Oh, we don't have our cannons anymore. I guess we gotta try then. Nope. Only killed about half the garrison and lost most of our troops. Oh, it was worth a shot. That's an actual good fortification they have, and I lost all my cannon anyway, so we do need to just kind of pull back. I don't know where their Ottoman army is, actually. Oh, it's dead. They have 4,600 men left in the field. That's why we don't see it, chat. It's dead. A fine explanation. Oh, yeah. How is the new Chile doing? I know we haven't started making a lot there yet. Oh, no. The Pomer outposts are mostly operational. We are at supply and demand capacity. My God, that's scary. Sounds like I need to make more Chile. There are a few areas where it would work. It's just the Pomer outposts can be built there, so we might want to do those first. And then build it. Hey, wagon trains. Now we can maybe store enough food to survive more than a month in a war. Probably not, but we can hope. You know, I'll grab army initiative. We're starting to reach technological points where it's just not as important. We'll just kind of grab various military technologies. Supply cost limit would actually be good. Or supply limit and expected cost to court. Those would both be good. I read one and then the other. Tax base has not reached its peak yet, but it is doing very nice. Lacquerware and dye works are both over 6 now on what they'd make again, but I feel like that's in other markets and not the actual market it's in. Yeah. Because the price there is not as high, but that's okay. We're purposefully doing this to then rely on exports to just make money off it. Moscow's market has actually used up all of its capacity for trade, which means we have a golden opportunity for more trade. So why don't we spend 132,000 ducats to make a bunch of grand marketplaces that cost way too much money? I say that, but I'm still going to build them. And at least each one is going to be another 0.5% market access compared to before. Definitely better than nothing. How much blue do we have now? We have a lot of blue. Ugh. Very good. 63 wheat in... 63 wheat in Moscow just sounds crazy. The city can easily feed its whole marketplace if it needed to. With the food productivity at almost 200%, which we can actually get if we just upgrade irrigation. Can it store 1 million people finally? It can store 1 million people now, if it ever gets enough. Execute the troublemakers and move on. Oh, game lagged a little there. I also realized we're missing the Synod again. So, 10% to research and move on. Yep. Thankfully, a lot of the RGOs upgrading should give us good exports too, or at least just increase our minimum tax base a bit. Oh, there we go. They just jumped up to 200. Although that's because some routes are not exactly going to be profitable anymore. Chile is still our best export in the end. Which, honestly, at this point doesn't even surprise me. It just makes sense. There we go. I got it to highlight the market itself. There's not too many other fur areas to replace it down here. Did we get any territory out of that? I assume not. No. That's fine. We got a good experiment out of it. And they're immediately building a bunch of ships. Honestly, we might just stay allied to Georgia at this rate. They're the one ally that never stabs us in the back. Also, because I might anger the rest of Europe soon with a war in a few years. So, there's that. Well, we'll see. Hey, one of the armies can actually hold up to 4 food if it's not above its supply limit. That's nice. Oh, wait, that wasn't with the new wagons fully restored. Yeah, one of them's at 2 if they're over their supply. One's at 6 if they're not over supply. So, it's getting better. The peasants are even investing into a charcoal burner. How nice. Trade is actually now 3.21% of our trade income versus tax base. Which is great because it means trade is growing, but it, you know, trade is growing. Are we exporting weapons by any chance? I mean, this is in Riga, so that's not really a good way to find out. I need to dig into the numbers here. Do we export any of these? No, we don't. Because I don't want to make too many of these then. It's kind of... Oh, you know what? It's doing a bit in every market, so we can just upgrade. We can just mass upgrade then. Because it's kind of doing a bit to each market, although it might crash some of it. That's just an excuse to build more barracks then. Or actually, in this case, regimental camps, since we unlocked them. Because if we have a major war that burns through manpower fast, we're going to regret not having these. At least a couple of them. Oh, it literally just built a couple of them. Okay, thanks, game. I'm glad they're very expensive. Oh, wait, are these for rural locations? I think they might be for... Oh, they're the upgrade to training fields. I see. Okay. I never really made the connection there. I wasn't paying attention to its requirements. But that actually makes sense. Oh my god. With all the chili and lacquerware exports now, Moscow's trade profit is 3,600 ducats before it's then cut up between us and the estates. We are at 61% crown power as well, so we got over 60% crown power as we had hoped. Although that is what happens when you start revoking privileges from the masses. I love how the commoners don't even have 1% at this point. They still have their salt tax exemption because I never took it off. Technically, I probably should take it off to get more tax off of them, but at this point, 52%, we're flooded with money. See, I don't know if I need to revoke it. Maybe they can stay exempt. You know, for now, until they get uppity and start a revolt. If they revolt, then we'll just revoke it. And that'll be like their punishment. Yeah, there we go. We have a fine punishment now as well. Oh, that's a lot of temples we can build. Which makes sense. We built all those new towns in the other markets and then never got around to actually, you know, investing into them. But this is good. That's going to help literacy. Which is back up at 70% following our conquests and integrations. Well, I get a lot of these up too, actually. I wish, like, double-clicking here... Oh, can I click this, maybe? There we go. Okay, that solves one problem I was having. Hey, over half the population is now Muscovite, which is definitely a good start. A good start. I actually know where Zaporizhia is, so I don't really need to look at that. Right, because you're simulating all of that area, which is partially done. Let's go down here next, then. All right, we're getting more cores in Siberia, too. Wait, why did that become a core? Oh, I guess it just coincidentally through migration ticked upwards. Well, that's fine by me. It gives us a little bit of control out here in an area that has no proximity. Like, literally no proximity, because there's not even a road. The gateway to the west. Ah, the town of Neva. You know, where St. Petersburg is. So, oh, yeah, the decision here. Oh. Neva will become our new capital? Ooh, several events may trigger once Neva is designated the capital of Russia. Shoot. I don't want to move the capital from Russia because that's where all of our road networks are set up. But, God, I'll do it. I'll do it because I want to see what the events are. Oh, God, I don't want to know what our control is going to become like now. It's moved us further away from Siberia. I hate that. Not to mention all the road networks it's probably not appropriately connected to. Ugh. I have to like micro-invest so much quickly here. And make sure it's connected to our actual market capital. I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I don't think this was a good idea, and I guarantee you I'm probably going to revert it and just put it back in Moscow. But I should give it a try, because who knows? Who knows? Yeah, because it's, what, Moscow's going to fall to 82% proximity. If we go all the way out into Siberia, it's, oh god, the fall rate is not good. I mean, with the army present, their control stays, but that's because their proximity capital hasn't really recalculated yet. Oh, you know what? There you go. Oh, wait, what? The Prikazi government reform and any associated cabinet actions become unavailable? But the Collegium government reform is what we get. Oh. You see, I don't know if I like that, actually, because we have the whole disease resistance. It gives us a new government reform, which I guess we could replace with this one that gives us 2.5 proximity cost, but then we lose the Kazeni, and the Kazeni is currently giving us 8.33 proximity cost reduction. This doesn't... See, this doesn't seem worth it. Why would I give up 8.3 proximity cost for 2.5? Yeah, it frees up a cabinet slot, but I have 8 cabinet slots. I don't care if I'm using one there. It does knock me away. Steps are taken to enhance the administrator of St. Petersburg in line with the governing Senate policy. Yeah, I'm not throwing it out the window. I can't do that. It's too good of what we have right now. I have to go ahistorical on that one. I'm going to move the army out of Moscow to get a better idea of what its control map looks like. Because I know we've got areas that are going to start slipping downwards. Yeah, there are some areas that are at 100 that are going to slip to 85. This does mean the mints that we can make over there would be more beneficial, though. So it's not a complete, you know, collapse or loss. Although finding Moscow is a little harder now, I guess, isn't it? Moscow is still staying at 100. It is kind of violently shifting. Oh, it does? You know what it does do, though, Chad? It does put us closer to our tobacco plantations. So there is that. Not that it's connected correctly road-wise. God, moving the capital just seems like a terrible idea. But hopefully it gives us other better events than what it just tried to offer. But I can already feel our tax base shrinking without even looking at it. Well, it's actually up right now. Well, that's nice. Yeah, some of these areas are not... Oh, I guess this one doesn't have a temple yet, so it's just going to build the temple and then it's solved. So what, with the mint, it can actually sustain it if satisfaction's high? So like, well, that's 30, 90. Yeah, with the mint, 60 proximity is enough if satisfaction is maxed out. So I guess that actually means we could build a lot of mints out here and still be at 100, but get more hundreds out over here. The issue is just everything further west is going to suffer and drop. And we're talking like a good 8 to 10% proximity, which is not great. But maybe the minting offices save the day. They're very expensive, though, so it's going to take a very long time to get any of them anywhere. And that could just go to roads. At least it's named St. Petersburg now, though, even though it's only a town. We'll see if any other events fire, even with us taking an ahistorical option. That wasn't what they had historically done. Because I'm not giving up the Priskazi reform. It's too good. Not only because of the 50% government efficiency, but the cabinet action it allows us to do gives us more proximity cost reduction than the government reform would. And then the disease resistance one is so overpowered, it makes disease a non-issue. There was another bubonic plague outbreak that killed 46,000 people, didn't touch us. We've lost less than 1 million people to disease in total because of that reform. It's just nuked disease out of existence. Yeah, if we get mints built up in these towns surrounding Moscow, they'll either go back to 100 or be just below 100. And if we get railways, it should be fine then. The issue is just some of the initial roads we're trying to build are problematic because of, well, you know, the whole winter thing. Tends to be an issue. Personally, I think it would have been better to keep it in Moscow, but I want to see what other events fire. And so far, the damage to our tax base isn't too terrible. Kiev is actually staying at 100 as well because of the state-controlled metropolitan bonus, which is nice. The others, not so much. But hey, at least the Baltics are more easily controlled. Oh yeah, because those are probably just going out through maritime presence. Well, with maritime presence, you can maintain the absolute cold. I'm gonna say, where's... Yeah, probably just station it here to deal with the pirates. Try to deal with the pirates. Yeah, I would say I would take that historical option if it didn't remove the government cabinet actions that we're already using. Because removing those, there's just no point in removing those. For us. They're better to have than to not have. Georgia Gaines insulted us. Well, we're literally allies, so I don't really think that's going to matter much in the end. Yeah, there we go. Some of them got the new mints built, and they're going back up to 100, so... At least some of the core territory will remain intact. Others are going to drop down to the 90s, but Once we get railways, we can boost that, if we can afford railways. Might not even be able to afford them. Also takes a long time to build these roads. I know there's ways to reduce the timer, but we'd have to give something else up for that. Oh well. Time to build another highway over towards the Great Siberian area because we just butchered it. Yeah, looking into a lot of our Siberian provinces, they're losing a good... It's like a good 16 to 20% control due to distance with how far it is, which is not great. So you're going to see this is going to become a lot of a darker red. This is going to become more blue. And then this is going to just be an absolute mix mash of everything in between. Of course, if we get minting offices everywhere, it'll be more blue again, but it's just going to be a really long time before those are all ready. We only have 115 of them built for reference. I'm going to try to manually build a lot of them around the Moscow area. That way the control gets back up. And whatever tax base we're losing there, we regain. It does mean our Chile tax base is going to suffer a bit too. Because not all of them are going to be fully controlled anymore, but oh well. I'm fine if it sits at 90% or higher still. We'll still get a lot of money from that and the trade. Yeah, oh, that's not great. I wonder if there's an automatic setting you'd have to set up. Because during the winter, they just suffer attrition here, it looks like. Makes sense as to why they do, but, you know, it kind of sucks for us. Oh, God, the lack of roads. It's like, this is our capital region now. Doesn't feel right. It's not the same. I miss Moscow. I know we could go back. I'm just complaining to complain. I guess we build up the area around it, too. So, welcome to the early development of Sweden, I guess. Into some initial areas. I know it's going to hurt some RGOs, but oh well. We have to take our discontent out on something, you see. And the RGOs are it. This time. Plus, I need my bright blue connections in a lot of areas again, just to feel better. Unless it makes fur or fish, of course. That's a part of our rule to not mess with those. Lumber, though, yeah, that's free game. Horses, free game, livestock, you know it. Oh yeah, did we ever build more Poundlock canals? I keep wanting to say Panlock canal for some reason. I have no idea why. Yep, there it is. More Poundlock canals. That should help the issue out a little bit. No, there are not lost. There is, however, lots of fur, fish, chili, and tobacco because of what we've been doing. Especially if I go find one of them here. There's that one, but I want... Where is it? Here it is. The one that can be upgraded to 16, that's producing way too much tobacco. God, if we had full control here, these potential tax bases would be over 100. At least it renamed it to St. Petersburg, though. I am happy about that, because that's what I've been calling it, since that's what I knew it by. But I guess we now know it by its older name, too. Which is somewhat beneficial. Our roadmap is still looking bad, but it's looking kind of less bad. Oh, 60,000 ducats to upgrades. And we're broke. As usual. Yeah, there we go. We've gotten some of the full control in the Moscow area back. It's not as expansive as it was before, but this is mitigating the pain. It's still going to hurt for Kazan and other regions, but we're just going to take it as another part of the challenge and deal with it. Oh yeah, once that road's done, it should be good to go. How is control all the way down here then? It's falling to 76. You're falling all the way to 55. You can actually be upgraded to a city. You've got way too many people as it is. Are you suffering attrition because you're starving, or are you suffering attrition because it's cold? You're suffering attrition because it's cold. And the doggos come to say hello. Hi, doggo. What you doing? What you doing? Panama Canal should actually help us a bit here. Oh. Oh. Right. So, chat, I totally forgot. Because our capital has moved, the Parliament, Garden, Supreme Court, and Court have all been destroyed. Every single one of them has all been destroyed, so we're actually missing 30% crown power. I totally forgot that moving would do this. So, yeah, we need to... So we actually lost 5% proximity cost reduction as well. That's why it's dropping so hard. Increase area control. How big is that? Well, that's not bad. So we need to do urbanization on the capital. I know it's going to be before those are done, but yeah, that's not great. Actually, don't do urbanization. Use the soldiers as workforce. Okay, that's not working. Oh, shoot, do we not have access to it? Are we not the military hegemon anymore? No, Bohemia is by a few thousand. Okay. I can fix that. And trust me, I'm going to fix that. 10, 20, 30. Yes, we're going to be just a little particular about how we built the army. How did you know? I don't know why when you go to the recruitment window, it always, for whatever reason, it always pulls you to your capital. Like that. I don't know why. I have absolutely no idea as to why. It's fine, I guess, but I feel like it's unnecessarily jarring. For no real reason. Let's increase our control, get some counting houses for just a cheap price. And then that will allow us to use the soldiers to get a 33% construction speed bonus in the capital, which has no construction center. I miss Moscow. I know I said it, but I have to say it again. This isn't even a city. And we did mention we wanted a larger army again at some point. Guess we just got it. There we go. Actually, this army might have been made bigger than the others. Oops. Oh, well. Oh, no, right. They're 60 to 70,000 now. I was thinking it was like 40,000. You know, we could field even more troops. That barely broke the bank. But we probably won't. In favor of just having more money to spend elsewhere. At will. Okay, now I've got to go to your sons and marry them off to someone else. So your sons will have sons, and their sons can have sons. And yada, yada, yada. That way, when this Tsar passes, the next generation's already ready to take it up. I'd love this too. St. Petersburg can't be a city, but some of the areas around it have enough to be a city. That's funny. A lot of them do, actually. What is our burger power at? 10%. Right, anyway, let's go ahead and use that now. Should be near the bottom. Yeah, soldiers of workforce, there it is. It's a 33% construction speed boost, so we can get through this a bit faster. The construction centers will help a little bit, too. That's why we're building them, so we can get several things at once. Oh yeah, once we... I'm definitely feeling the tick speed being slower as well, by the way. Once the Supreme Court's back up, we should be able to partially recover our lost proximity. For some of them, it's just the distance is much further now too, which obviously sucks. But for a lot of it, they're getting about a almost 90% proximity cost reduction. If we can get the Supreme Court back, that's 95. That is going to make a difference pretty fast. Other areas are higher, but that's just because, you know, mountains, hills. Not much we can do about that. Yeah, our cabinet efficiency's fallen below 120 as well. Another obvious example that we lost something important. Okay, there we go. The Royal Garden has started, so at least something's getting built. The end of the Little Ice Age. We look towards warmer days little by little. So that's nice. Little Ice Age is over. People will stop starving. Well, unless they weren't starving to begin with. Like ours. For the most part. So a lot of the areas that are at 99, 98, when the Supreme Court's built back up, it should become 100 again. So this will look a lot better in due time. So let's get the next round of counting houses built up. Because I know we had a lot of new towns that we built. Same goes for the temples and obviously the libraries. If I can spell library correctly. Yep, there we go. All that's being built at once now. Yeah, sure. You know what? I've got the money. Give it to the people for once. Maybe they'll stop complaining for 5 years. Probably not, but we can hope. Oh, we're Panama now, thanks to the papacy. How funny. Moscow may not be our capital, but it has a surplus of almost 3,000 food. That's kind of silly. But I love how silly it is. There's actually a shortage of paper. Surprised. A little surprised, not too surprised. Why are these not producing? Very cheap, very cheap. Oh, okay, so if you're upgrading level 1, like the spinner guilds, it does upgrade them straight to your best variants, the textile manufacturing in this case. That's good. I hadn't tested that yet, so I didn't know if it worked as an upgrade like that or not. I am glad to see it does work like that. It does upgrade to the best available method immediately, instead of just making you go up the chain twice and being a pain. Because that's what I feared it was going to be. Thankfully, that is not the case. What is the case is I'm about to make way too many books again. But I gotta. The price has managed to recover too much. I've got to crash it. Yeah, so books require locations to be above 30 development for any demand to even exist. Thankfully, a lot of our locations are above 30, but we have locations that are below 32, so any pops there can't demand books at all. So the clergy and the nobles here don't demand books. Ah, measles. How fun. I assure you, measles are anything but fun. Yeah, it was those unique government buildings that got destroyed that hurt us. Thankfully, things like the Kremlin are still standing because they weren't listed under the government section. They were more of like a special soldier building that can only be built by event. So we didn't lose those, thankfully. Also, since this is our capital, we really should make sure it's fortified by a bastion already. It is, okay. Because, you know, having the capital fall would be a really big pain. Actually, in saying that, we might want to double fortify the area now. Just because this is really close. And I am noticing some areas where they could just kind of slip in and seize the capital. Or siege it right away. So we're just going to fortify a lot of those areas really quick. The Supreme Court got pushed back. Oh, is this construction sector even being used right now? No, it has no one working it. Okay, let's do urbanization then. I thought it was working, but again, first come, first serve means the buildings built last get employed last. Yep, Little Ice Age ended, so we've got no food issues. We did switch our privilege at some point to absolutism, so we're not on the food-producing privilege anymore. Actually, in saying that, we could revoke nobility-controlled serfdom because we no longer need the food reduction from it. So we might as well do that, because they'll still be above 50% satisfaction on their equilibrium after that. They are going to be pretty mad for a bit, though. But that's fine. They're also the strongest estate by power. So having them drop in power at all is good. They just lost 1.56. We're back up to 60% before our buildings are even finished. So that's pretty good. 638. That is a lot of promotion. Oh, we don't even have enough oh, God. Chat, we don't even have enough peasants here to promote people. So I literally have to build a whole new capital and encourage migration to it and everything. Okay. I don't know why the Tsar thought this was a good idea, but okay. At least the migrations may include people who actually have the qualifications. And the first set was 660, so we'll just build it up to a city, I guess. And that'll be everyone on the Novgorod market. Which isn't too many people, but it's bringing in laborers, so I'll take it. As long as it's several hundred per tick, we should be fine. Yeah, there we go. It's starting to build the construction sector as well now, because I see 2 bars moving on the left. Literally having to build a whole new capital over here because the Tsar wanted to reposition it from Moscow. What's funny to me is that basically it got moved from Moscow to St. Petersburg, and it's going to get moved back from St. Petersburg to Moscow in the far future. If history follows its course, but obviously history has not followed a course at all here. Speaking of which, of following courses, really should continue those charters. I keep forgetting to do them. Because we're so close to the sea access over there. Yeah, I take our prestige. It was dropping anyway. Parliament's up next, I see. Is this including nobles? Is it bringing in nobles too? It is bringing in nobles, so that's good. Speaking of which, though, areas like Novgorod will have lots of nobles since they're a dynastic seat, too. Which is nice. Also means Moscow will still have a lot of nobles. Despite losing its buildings, it will still have a lot of nobles because the dynastic seat's providing 100. You started a war against Ming and what? Expected me to handle it for you? No. No. I mean, yes, there are some people over there I want to attack, but I'm not doing it for you. Yeah, it also has over the 300,000 people, so that's, yeah, you're right. So that's causing the modifier here. Base value for every location, but that's also modifying with the numbers that exist, like the 40 from Dynastic Seat. You're not wrong. It will do that. Also, oh, what's happening? Influenza. Oh, we can probably ignore that. It's not anywhere near anything important. That being said, something I also have to note is, so castles, chat, give you plus 20 nobles, but when you upgrade it to a bastion, you no longer get any nobles from it. There's just no more nobles. Died as soldiers. I don't... Oh, right. Winter attrition. Can't help it. Always have to just start dropping dead. Guess just bring them back to the Moscow region. It's fully controlled now anyway, so who cares? Yeah, and I love how Moscow's almost 1 million pops and now it's not our capital. Ay, ay, ay. We could upgrade to the Star Fort, but I don't feel much of a need to do that right now. Oh, that's the trade company. We could upgrade the trade company, actually, couldn't we? That might be something worth considering. I don't think it would be of great benefit. It's just one of those, hey, you could do it. You know what? We need more liquor. Beer, glass, maybe wine. At least beer and glass. at the very minimum. We've got over 5,000 profit from trade now. Which, I don't think it's the most out of... No, it is actually more than a singular tax now. Probably has been for a bit. Yeah, we actually had gazillions of lumber. And I have to use the word had... because we built a godload of dye works, they spiked the lumber demand, and now instead of having a massive surplus of lumber, we're actually importing several hundred lumber points. Yeah, and that's after building a lot of, oh, do we not have tools? Oh. Yeah, we never did resolve the tool issue afterwards from that, huh? Let's do that. We never did resolve that issue. There's actually a lot of tool guilds that need to be upgraded. Oh, wait. Tool guilds to iron foundry will turn them from burghers to laborers. I don't know if I like that, actually, because burghers demand goods more than laborers do in most cases. And in some cases, there are goods that only burghers can demand that laborers don't. And just as an example, chat, if we go to, is it books? Yeah, for example, books are demanded by burghers, but laborers aren't. The lacquerware is demanded by burghers, paper is. Laborers will demand cloth, but at a fraction of the level that burghers do. So I actually don't know if I like tool workshops getting what I would argue is a downgrade from burghers to laborers. Our temples are actually not operating at full efficiency because of the shortage. 40,000 gold. Ah, no, they're too upset. I gotta get the estate satisfaction. So that's kind of why getting more burghers, and by extension more clerics and laborers, is arguably good. Because each 1,000 of them tends to demand more of the same good than other pops. But, on the other hand, making more tools out of iron is a good thing. It's a higher production value. We'll get more tax base out of it. Because this is, what, tools from 1 iron and some coal? Whereas, if I can find the other one here, I had it, now it's gone. There it is. Whereas the current method they're using is 0.75 iron for 1 tool, so, yeah. We're sacrificing something to gain something else, basically. Are we in a tool furniture surplus? In some areas, yes. In some areas, no. So I guess, yeah, we'll just dump into furniture too while we're at it and realize... wait, we need tools to make tools. That's great. I mean, oh, yes. Market villages would help. Except you can only build those in areas that are not towns, and we have actually urbanized a lot as Russia. Actually, I'm going to be honest with you. There would be more urban maps here if I wasn't streaming, because I would just sit here and start clicking to upgrade everything. If there was a macro button to upgrade rural locations to towns by the province, I would do it. I'm not kidding. I would do it. I know it reduces our geo size. I would still do it. And in fact, I'm doing it right now just to prove a point. What point? I don't know. But a lot of these food RGOs we technically don't need. We've survived the little ice age. The saltpeter we can make more of. The horses we might need more of, but that's what the stud farm's for. Yeah, that's what the next upgrade is always better. I'm just harping about losing burghers and replacing them with laborers. Because burghers demand more goods than laborers do. At the exact same number of pops. Also, the Columbian Exchange ends soon, so if we're going to convert anything to it, now is arguably the time to do it. Oh, you can have another Pomer outpost. I can't ignore that. Okay, upgrade these quickly then. Okay, that one we can do. I just have to find the right one, because if I don't, and I blink, I'm going to forget. There we go. More chili, because I have way too much fur as it is. Yeah, that's true. In the east, that would actually help, because there's, like, almost nothing out there. You are not wrong, good sir. In fact, it looks like they've built a lot themselves. This area actually can't build any, because there's no masonry. You know what? 40,000 ducats to the market farms. Is this wise? No. Are we doing it? Yes. It's gonna kill the masonry demand, but oh well. Not masonry demand, masonry supply. I'm getting a little tired. It's okay. Yeah, there we go. It's starting to slowly stretch out. Have we finished the Supreme Court yet? No, it is literally the last building up. St. Petersburg can also be made into a city now, which we're definitely going to do once we have masonry again. There's currently no masonry. Courtesy of us. Yeah, there we go. We're not importing tools anymore. We're actually exporting tools now, which is what it should be, in my opinion. And as usual, the tax base is doing the up-down dance as prices skyrocket and drop. Right? I can dump so much into the RGOs and still not max it all. Like, here, 36,000 gold. All gone. Or ducats, all gone into RGOs. Just gone. Still not maxed out. Some of these RGOs don't even have enough people employed to them yet. That's just how bad it is. We're making almost 11,000 ducats while max spending on everything. So arguably, we could be making even more ducats right now for more investment if I just dropped our spending. But I'm not gonna. Because I like to gloat to the fact that we can spend lots of money and still have a lot left over. That is a lot of coal demand. Oh, is it because of all the new tool workshops? Yeah. Yep. How about 10,000 to that then, which is actually kind of expensive because of what they are. These actually cost a lot. They're 800 ducats at a base. But they have a good coal to wood ratio. Or sorry, wood to coal ratio. It's positive. Yikes. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. I think a lot of these areas that are simulating should be done by now, right? Or at least close to done. If you could just bring me over to it, thank you. Yeah. That way we can just move them somewhere else. Zaporizhia should be done at this point, right? Let's see. I think it almost is. Oh, there it is, way up there. Yeah, it's done, okay. So, a new area, then. And we're just moving a lot of our little assimilation points now. To try to assimilate more areas to make them cores. Which will help the control that we've lost. Actually, yeah, the cabinet actions that we're doing right now, the Kazeni, we would keep. Because it's based on a specific reform we've already unlocked. Now, I don't know if you keep that if you go from monarchy to republic. That would be an entirely different test on its own. We'd also have to go to 95% plutocracy. And we're very aristocratic right now. Form Circassia, tier 1. Oh, I didn't even know this was a formable nation. That's cool. Tribal elections, skilled horsemen, fortified towns. Oh, wow, it gives you town-city rights cost reduction. Grand Princedom. That's not bad. I mean, it's a tier 1, so I'm not expecting that much out of its potential formables, or potential advances, but that's not bad. But yeah, Merchant Republic would go hard here at the amount of trade we're doing. And this trade, what's really funny here, though, and I have to point this out, the chilies that we're selling, we're producing an insane amount with Pomor outposts that are meant to only be used for fish and fur. That is what makes this exceptionally funny. Is that that's only meant for fish and fur, and we're using it for chili and tobacco. In fact, we're about to do a level 18 one right now, because this ends soon. There we go. Of course, we have to rebuild the whole thing, but it'll be worth it. There's actually another one I can do right now, right here. We're trying to keep it restricted to just the Moscow market. That way it has a monopoly on its production, and therefore it can sell it to our other markets for an insane price. Because of how effective supply and demand works. So that's why we're doing it, for anyone who's wondering. Sponsor an opera house. Well, I'm glad they have taste. Yeah, expand modern road network. Maybe we can get some roads out here with a cheaper cost. Oh, I want my 10 innovation back that we lost. I really want that back. These roads are still prohibitively expensive, mind you, but At least a temporary 20% cost reduction makes it a little less expensive. I can stop clicking on every little bubble in my way. What we really want to do is try to connect to a lot of the little areas that we're not connected to anymore thanks to our capital change. And by extension, a lot of the areas that I know have a lot more pops, like the Ukraine region. Obviously, we want to get out to Siberia, too, to get more benefit from there, but more of our pops are over here in the west than they are in the east, which is worth considering. I could just click the other button, but that's just an upgrade everything that currently exists button. That wouldn't make new roads. And new roads is what we need. Let's just let the time ticker. That way we're getting closer, because I want to get to the Age of Revolutions before we end this. And the game being slower is not helping. Let's check a bit. Like, let me bring this down to just Chile. That is all of our trade routes for Chile. A lot of it is our own, like Novgorod, Kiev, Kaffa, Kazan. But Sarai is not ours. Astrakhan is actually ours, isn't it? No, it isn't. But things like Kiev might also then be exporting that Chile to other markets. And it is, so what's happening is Moscow is exporting Chile to Kiev. And then Kiev is actually exporting that to a lot of other places like Prague, Bursa is exporting it down here. It's not at as good of a profitability, but it's making more money off of it, which is good. I guess we could export... Oh, yeah, we could export porcelain, couldn't we? Didn't even consider that. And then Riga is kind of our center for tobacco production, for most tobacco production. So it operates the same way as Moscow with Chile, but it has access to more markets since it's by the sea. Which, of course, has led to a lot of trade profit per capacity. And that, in turn, is leading to this. And the lacquerware we're making is also just nutty because the AI is not making any in Europe. Let's see. Access state-controlled church. Possible government reform. Okay. Strict censorship policy. Okay. The Holy Synod enforces strict censorship on all publications. You know what? Sure. Usurp the title for ourselves. More aristocrats. In fact, since that is going to generate more aristocrats, our current aristocracy is what? A number of nobility is 9,214. I want to monitor it here because we just got 10 aristocracy. Which means now we just gained about almost 1,000 more nobles now get to exist in Moscow, chat. And that just happened for every single town and city that can have them. Not by 1,000, but it's going to generate more nobles, which does give them some more power, but it also means more demand. So what we're going to do here, chat, we're going to take absolutism and we're actually going to change it to state-controlled church, because once state-controlled church is fully implemented, it's going to give us a +1 to possible government reform. So in the end, we'll be up 10 crown power. But we're going to have to suffer with less crown power temporarily. Also, the Supreme Court's done, so we got some of our... Yeah, there it is. We have a lot more blue again on the map. We got 5% proximity cost back. Which is actually... Oh, yes. Areas like Siberia are going back up to the 80s for their gold spot. This is like a good 10-point swing is what we're seeing here for control in a lot of areas. In areas even further are getting as much as 12. The area around Kiev, for example, is starting to get close to 100 again. In fact, I just saw 2 blue spots pop up. So that's very good. We're starting to get our control back. So this might actually work out. This might work out for us. Or it might fail horribly. Who knows? Of course, what won't fail is more cities, which are technically cheaper than the minting office if we think about it. So... maybe investing into more cities first is a better idea, if we can. And then just turning those cities into just better places. Because a lot of areas are over 30,000 still, and that also means more of the higher tier pops that demand goods. And more good demand is good, because it means we can sell things like chili, tobacco, fur, Lacquerware, porcelain. Honestly, the list is endless. Well, the list is the extent of goods that exist in the game, really. And I am once again asking for a macro clicker for town and city upgrades. I harp on it too much now, but I'm gonna be... I need it. I have so many areas that aren't upgraded because I can't be bothered to click through every single area. I think they are, actually. Because Kazan is getting chilly. And then it's exporting that out to the other areas, which might... Well, actually, that's exporting gold because it doesn't have a lot of capacity for itself. But areas like, what, Esfahan are getting it. It's just because they have to daisy chain it a lot to get it anywhere, and eventually it's going to run out of value. But also, I think this area doesn't have too many towns in it, because, again, some areas don't have the pops to even found a town. Some have fur, so we're trying to avoid it. And then I cannot be asked to mass upgrade every single tiny rural location while streaming, because you will all get bored out of your minds over time. It will happen. But also, I'm pretty sure we're not even done building the grand marketplaces. Like, we're nowhere near the cap. Let's actually go Kazan specifically and mass upgrade that so it can... Yeah, it's nowhere near done. Yeah, China would definitely be a great place to be selling it all. It takes time to get it out there. We could upgrade a second area or try to, but the Pomor outposts aren't as developed, speaking of which. Just because we can. That's just going to build a bunch in random areas, but, you know, oh well. They'll exist. God, I could turn Kerba into into a new chili spot, but it makes the vast super majority of our fish in Moscow's market that it would kind of hurt to lose it. That being said, I've noticed it's not really making more, even though we're making a lot of fish from it, it's not making more food. It's still only 140 food because that's what you get for 28 fish RGOs. So that kind of weakens my interest in holding it. Okay, it's just influenza. It's fine. It's just influenza. I think we keep attracting pops to St. Petersburg until it has at least 100,000. Also, I should upgrade it to a city now because all the Supreme Court stuff is done. And... oh, no, that's actually kind of it. Also, the RGO here is fish, so I guess we could use it to make more food, or we can change it to, like, something else. I don't know. We only have access to chili and tobacco. That's all we know. We don't know the other goods, and we couldn't even use chocolate anyway because it doesn't grow well up here. So, go figure. Oh, good. These areas got more people. And some of them have rivers, too, so that's more pound lock canals that we can build, chat. If they're next to a lake or the coastline, that also works. We actually don't need that much sand now. We can make a lot of sand ourselves. Lumber, livestock. Oh yeah, I also learned the Ostrogs are not restricted to just your capital. It's probably just a bad tooltip is what I would say. Which happens. It won't build in a lot of areas because they don't even have the peasants to upgrade to actually get the soldiers that they would need. So what, I'd have to get it... oh man, not even this market has enough range. I'd have to get it really far over there to border it at all. Because, you know, things like the Panama Canal doesn't exist and they won't exist for a very long time. Which is another small issue we're having. 1737. Wow, we might... at the rate we're going, we might barely get to the Age of Revolutions. The game has definitely slowed down on us. But we're also doing a lot of constant upgrading, which is probably slowing us down too. Not that I mind. It's just allowing our tax base to kind of go a little nuts. Moscow's got almost a tax base of almost 400. That's pretty good. 65 wheat RGOs. Definitely feeds itself. That's for sure. Yeah, we'd have to see the original province. And a problem we have, we actually see a lot of the New World. And we're actually probably exploring more of it recently because our capital got moved to St. Petersburg. But for a lot of it, we've not been able to actually explore it because of just distance. We're so far away, we actually can't see it. Plus, we didn't invest into any technologies by the focuses at the start of each era for that kind of thing. That's another factor to consider. And 10% research. Well, 10 research, really. You know, we've got 79 of 121 advances in the Age of Absolutism. That is pretty good. We've definitely caught up and exceeded in technology. Very happy about that. See how many of these are towns. Is this important? Nope, don't care then. So, unless it's something like the Black Death, we don't care what the disease is. That's basically what we're doing, is we're just coming in, we're seeing how bad it is. If it's not too serious, just let it happen. It's not smallpox, it's not the Black Death. You know, the two things that would actually spread massively and murder everyone very fast. Those we care about the most. I just kind of clicked on those thinking they could be upgraded to cities, and they couldn't. That's sad. Yep, there we go. 8th government reform. And we'll just reenact absolutism, get our crown power back. We get 61 to 62%. Oh, right. Maximizing the tick rate. I heard about that, but I never looked into it. I actually don't know where you'd... Well, that's multiplayer, so that's not what we're looking for. So where would you go to maximize the tick rate, as they're calling it? Or is that something I have to go into Steam to do? Because I know there's been talks about that to just improve performance by making it just tick faster. This is all of our tooltips, though, and inputs. It's in graphics, so I just missed it. Oh, maximize tick speed. Here we are. I see. Instead of keeping a smooth frame rate. I see. Let's try. Oh, yeah, that is faster. Holy shit. Oh, I see, I see. So, the good news is that it is faster, but as you can see now, our frame rate is dying. So, it is way faster, but our frames do not like it. We could probably use that for times when we're just sitting here doing nothing, just to let it speed up faster. Alleviate concerns. Antagonism. Yeah, sure. Yay, get my spiritualism back. But yeah, this is definitely the kind of, I'm just going to sit here and let time pass tick speed. Which, it works. Thank you for that. But we can't really look around the map without it lagging as if we are on dial-up. But at least it works. Of course, I can also just pause the game, I guess. To some extent. I just don't do it too much. Let's discover Japan. Why does Vietnam own a part of Japan? What's happened in Japan? I'm scared. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Till 1900s. I think it's probably just that mentality of of watching numbers go up constantly every time. Where people you're progressing all the way to like 1900 or the very late 1800s just to watch the numbers keep going up. Or to try to fully min-max everything and see how crazy you can get it. There's the star forts. I think it's just kind of something like that along those lines. Oh! I wasn't paying attention, but I guess in Nogai we did get some territory because I don't remember owning this. It is integrated though, so I may have just integrated it without noticing. But I'm pretty sure we didn't own that territory. Although, I'm probably wrong. You know, the game is perfectly fine when we're not lagging to death by having it on a higher speed. Speaking of which, I am going to just upgrade the capital to a star fort because it's on the coastline. We're just kind of asking for it to be devastated. It's a nice amount of money we're making. Gained cores. Speaking of which, what are the requirements for this? Just have greater than 0 qual. Oh, yeah, no, you need quantity for that, so we're not getting Livy en masse. Industrialization, we're not getting either because you need to have capital economy. And then the Enlightenment requires you to be innovative, so we can at least get that. Yay. So, you know, we can get 1 of 3. Now, I feel like by the Age of Absolutism, you want to be annexing all your subjects, because once you go to the Age of Revolutions, you get minus 30 loyalty from them. Which is a bit of a pain. But that's okay. I mean, yeah, the game's going a lot faster, at least. I just have to sit where I am and spend the gold in bulk. Or else you're just gonna be watching a lag simulator instead. I make more of those, not making too many. I actually want to build a lot of mints. Because I know it's gonna eat all of our money and still not build them all. But for a lot of those areas... Oh, they're actually at near max control now. Well, it's still gonna help them. The rate we're going, we might have to go back for some techs before the Age of Absolutism. But there's actually a lot to still get here that's arguably better to grab than going backwards. Probably grab our naval doctrine, even though we're not gonna use much of a navy. Naval range is actually something that would help. 60,000 for 5 research. Sure, why not? I could take a loan. Or 2. I guess I gotta take 2, don't I? Yeah, royal marriage, why not? I don't even know what the country is. Oh, yeah, we could subsidize the masonry, couldn't we? Yeah, you know, I never really thought about doing that. Probably should do that now that I'm thinking about it. Because we have so much money, we could just pour it on and not care. See, debt's already paid off. We just took out that debt. That might be something we need to do for multiple buildings, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Like our fine cloth, for example, we could probably do it for them. Although, I think the buildings are just lacking. Why are you not working? There are no burghers employed. Did I hit a button by mistake and close them down? No. Alright, well, let's just subsidize those 2 then. And the porcelain. Just because it's porcelain. I assume that's going to fall under building subsidies. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I expected. I was going to say, they should be able to employ burghers just fine. Yeah, you're making money. What were you complaining about earlier, saying you couldn't employ anyone? I guess because you all wake up and then you crash the price and then, yeah, so you're just... So they've just been stuck in an endless loop where they're hiring and firing and yep. No, I don't think there's any trade range we let pass, because I've been trying to get trade range as much as possible. Because what, chartered companies, we already have that. And I'm pretty sure trade envoys we have, yeah. And I know we've gotten the ones before it. I actually skipped a diplomatic range tech. Which is different. How many of those does it improve? That's a lot. I'm gonna just do that. But free counting houses, I can't say no. Well, they're not free, they're technically just cheap. There we go. Just take the prestige. I guess it didn't really matter what they took at that point, I'd win either way. Well, that answers that question about whether that was cored up or not. Because it just finished. Glad I learned I can do this, because that makes it a little bit easier. There we go. Yeah, it's probably because they need more, like, trade as well. We're making copious amounts of money, at least. Oh, Academy of Sciences. It's James Bruce again. Let's see. Start constructing an Academy of Sciences building in St. Petersburg, which gives 5% research progress, 0.05 individualism, and gives the area some literacy and migration. 5% monthly research progress is what you had me at. I just wanted to see what the other option is, but honestly, getting a building that permanently gives us 5% monthly research is definitely the best. It is, without a doubt, the best option. Why would I not want that? Oh, we just spent so much money and it actually didn't break the bank. I just gotta see how much it's building there. It's building so much. So very, very much. Good thing the masonry is always active now, thanks to your tip. No, it's actually being placed in St. Petersburg. I'm pretty certain it's because we allowed James Bruce in. Because the event is noting James Bruce specifically. And it appears to build it wherever your capital is. And we didn't get an Academy of Science in Moscow. It was a different building. Not the Covenant, although that's interesting. I don't know when that got there. I think it was a burger building, maybe. It was a type of academy. That's the Greek Latin Academy. That's not what I'm thinking of, though. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. The Moscow Artillery Yard is here, too. Which I think is just specific to Moscow, really. I'm not sure. It might have been a modifier, but probably wasn't. Do we make too many tools now? Are you going broke? Yes, actually, that is exactly what the answer is. And there's no coal. So, guess what we gotta do next, chat? We gotta build charcoal burners, because there's no coal. And then we can export coal so people stop freezing. Is that measles? Yeah, I was gonna say if that's an outbreak of measles, it's an outbreak in Russia itself. Oh, time to deploy the anti-disease brigade. And... oh, hang on. I have to tick through this. Righteous Tsar. Yeah, that. And gone. No more measles. Yeah, with this, we could definitely get to the beginning of the age of revolutions. We're probably just not going to do a lot of war then, though. But I think that's fine. Because we are... ooh, wave of innovation. We are pretty big as it is. Ruthunia is just the one I would want to wipe out and then kind of clean this border up a bit because Siberia is ours. But we're effectively seeing the coastline now. And with enough effort, we could actually reach it. Although that just takes time. I'm very curious as to what's been happening in Japan, though. Because for some reason, Vietnam owns some of that area. I just need to steal some maps really quickly. Where is... ah. Oh, it's a mess. I'm only seeing a part of it, but it's definitely a mess. Oh, you actually control a lot of the country, judging by the borders. Currently under a regency, too. That's fun. Who doesn't love a regency? Yes, if we... well, yes and no. If the disease still exists at the time, like that bubonic plague, it killed 500,000 people. It needs to still exist for us, or have been somewhat recent, for us to kind of record what it did. Like, there was an outbreak of typhus that killed 20,000 people, for example. Killed 468 of ours, so... not really worth of being a concern. Maybe it killed more than maybe, but... not too many. The only other total you can see is kind of how much the diseases have killed of your pops. And smallpox has actually killed more pops for us than the bubonic plague. That was before we got our little neat cabinet action that basically bans disease from existence. Which is definitely not overpowered at all. Absolutely not. I don't know what would make anyone think it's overpowered. I wouldn't dare consider it. Yeah, because you've got, what, a decent balance. The price is falling a little. I think there's more grand marketplaces, honestly. Even though we can make large-scale breweries. They're already making the... Pops are already making some through their estates anyway. Oh, the fact our trade capacity is pretty much maxed out is so good. Because it means there's potential for more trade. Oh, right, speaking of, because I keep forgetting. I think there was still chili to spread. I know we converted some more of them, though. Oh, no, we already got that one. Yeah, these are already done, too. Okay, where is the Moscow market? Trying to see... Because there is some fur in the far north we could start using. It just doesn't have anything built because there's basically no one up there. And I think that would be taking this investment a bit too far. Yeah, I think we're kind of done with the chili. Oh, wait. Are you in the right market? You are in the right market. So, no, there is at least one more chili. The tobacco we're kind of isolating in Riga, so I don't think there's much more. But, oh, you know, I guess we could expand it to Novgorod if there's still opportunity. Just because Novgorod does have some pretty good areas. That have a lot of these upgraded. So we might expand it. We might expand tobacco to the Novgorod region before we're done. And I know that this first spot right here, we actually can't turn it into tobacco. Because I have tried, and it will not let us. And I don't think it'll do it for chili either. No, it will do it for chili. Shoot, do I do it for chili then? Because this was meant to just be tobacco, but... that would be a lot of chili. It's just Riga wouldn't be getting imports or exports of chili then. It'd just be making its own. Although I guess it's not the biggest on the list. It is there, though. We are exporting 58 chili to it for a net profit of 104 ducats. And that's the whole point of keeping their markets kind of separate on it. Is so that we can just make copious amounts of money from it by keeping it separated. And forcing the trade to happen. It does mean we're using our trade capacity for it, but that's kind of the point. It is kind of the point of the whole thing. Is to use the trade capacity for it. There's so many Pomer apples that aren't even built that could exist. There's so many it won't build because there's just not enough people to employ in there. If I had a third RGO I could spread, I'd do it. You're right, it will export to Europe anyway. I'm being stubborn about it because I like having it isolated like that. Let's do it. We'll get some local chili down here as well. In the spots where we can't make tobacco on the little outposts. So like I can't do it on that fish one, but could I do it with chili? Yes, okay, so we'll do that in a minute when it's ready. Same with these two fish spots actually. Which I suppose I should consider then, and just make Riga an amazing outpost. Oh, there we go. You are right. Most of it will export to, like, Europe and stuff anyway. Because Riga is in that position. Unlike Moscow, Riga is in the position where... Sure. Where it can reach, like, Paris. It can reach Castile. They have access to some of it themselves, too, of course, which might be an issue, but... Oh, well. It should be fine. Look at the Tsar in all of his glory at 80 years of age. His son is 50 and hasn't known the taste of rulership yet. Honestly, at this point, I'd abdicate if I was him. From what I've seen... Not even places in, like, Anatolia can grow chocolate. So everything above it can't grow chocolate either. you'd have to be, like, really far down, like, down towards Africa. From what I've seen in my latest experience. Now, that could have changed since I last attempted it. But I can't even see chocolate still anyway. We used to have it, and now it's gone. I don't know what they did to it. I'm actually a little concerned about what they might have done to it. I don't understand where it's gone. Ah, someone joined our patriarch. That's cool. I hope they like being around and doing nothing. Because that's what we do. We're around and we do nothing. Oh, that's not true. We conquer a lot of things, don't we? How is our control map mode looking while we lag? Yeah, you know what? That control map mode's looking pretty good. A lot of our investments have kind of paid off. Which is good to see. And of course, the mints are also helping, obviously. Especially in a lot of areas like, say, Kiev. Which, actually, I do want to kind of target this investment of minting offices in Kiev specifically. Yeah, that's going to get us a lot more blue zones. Let's shrink some of this now. A brilliant architect of humble background residing in Paris has relocated to St. Petersburg in search of new opportunities. Oh, well, look, he may go on to design magnificent buildings in St. Petersburg, provided it is the capital of Russia. The game is basically encouraging you to make St. Petersburg your capital when you get the opportunity to do so. But I would still keep the Prikazi reforms, even if there's... See, that's the thing, is that going for the alternative historical path probably gives you access to something new. But it'd have to be minus 8% proximity cost good to compete. And I just don't think it's going to be that. Maybe I'm wrong, but we're not finding out in this episode. And then, specifically in Kazan, that way, instead of investing into more of the ones that already have 100 control, we get the ones that are at, like, 95, 94, and bump those up. And get the proximity cost there. Yeah, because a lot of them just finished down over here, and they're going up to 99, 99.45, 93... 99, so that'll be just a little more tax base for us. Not a lot, but it is going to add up. Now, I kind of prefer mercantilism here, but we have so much mercantilism already that I'm just going to pick Merchant Navy for the 10% trade range, which I don't know if that's going to help Moscow out. But Moscow currently cannot reach Albany, and it can't reach Naples, just to give us an idea of its range. And just by enacting it, just by getting the 1% of the 10% trade range, I can reach most of Italy now. Just it was that close and yet that far. Yeah, railroads are going to be insane. I'm hoping to rush those as soon as we get them. But that will not be right now. Oh, you don't have any cabinet actions going on. Why is that? You must take action. I need more cores. So that way we have a much higher tax base, which is almost at 26,000 now. It's just kind of growing and growing. All right, let's let the timer tick. We're just a few years off. We can get there. Yeah, the price is going to be insane. I'm kind of scared to see the railroad cost because we don't even have modern roads everywhere due to how large we are and their expense, despite all the money we make. Okay, what's he building? Regionally known Church of St. Andrew will be in Kiev. Oh, this is someone else. Sure, go ahead. 20,000 gold? Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't need to worry, right? I guess just farming estates. There's nothing too important in there. Capital. Ooh, I almost clicked on capital economy thinking I was in the other game. We could try to go for a war against Ruthenia maybe, but I think is the... Yeah, I was going to say, I think there's still a coalition against us. Oh, see, I do want to take that stuff from the east, though. You know what? Maybe we go ahead and do it. because I can get the good CB. And we have 4 armies now instead of 3. So there's no reason we couldn't just have 3 of them over here to deal with a lot of threats. And then have 1 just deal with the Far East. The problem is that it's going to take time for them to get over here. And it's not very developed, so they're probably going to just starve. Even if I develop the RGOs, it probably wouldn't be enough out here, because they're probably not... They probably don't have the people for it. Speaking of RGOs... That was 100,000 gold. It developed only halfway, because a lot of them don't even have people to employ. Yeah, at this point, we could just make an army and let it stay in the east. I'm sending one over there now, and we'll have the other 3 over here. I'll restore the tick speed, the frame rate, as soon as we're ready to do it. But for now, since we're not at that yet... Oh, yeah, look at that sea of blue. As everything gets in the way. It's very good. Thinking maybe we just upgrade modern roads too, because that's going to spend all the gold. Yep. But that'll help connections at various points. Technically, there's a research we could grab for 10 stone. Don't think we need 10 stone, but that is technically an option. I misclicked on the tech. I was trying to queue it up. It ends when the age... It ends in 1737, actually. I'm kind of letting our prestige restore, but also I had some tobacco going on over here already, didn't I? Yeah, so you're already making tobacco anyways, it stands. Yep, okay. Let's... Do we want more fish, tobacco, or both? I guess just a mixture of both, really. I think Chile's been making us more trade income. Yeah. We sell so much to Novgorod. Does Novgorod actually export the chili afterwards? Yeah, it does. It does. That's great. Novgorod's getting chili from Moscow and then exporting the chili. I love that. That's so good. Let's actually spread some tobacco, because there's some... Oh, I can't spread tobacco up here. Okay. I see. I guess that makes sense, but that just gave me pause. But we can do it over here in the highly undeveloped area that would take forever to develop and actually get lots of buildings out of. Thanks, game. We'll just quickly develop some of these. Maybe we can get some last-minute tobacco developed over here and export it later. Because apparently West Siberia just has tobacco potential. Which is kind of throwing me off. Because that doesn't sound right to my head, but what do I know? I don't grow crops. In that case, chili everywhere. Copious amounts of chili. Yeah, this is definitely not going to crash our chili prices. Siberian tobacco is greater than Baltic tobacco. Don't let the Baltics hear you that. They might come over to Siberia. Oh, right, this is labor building, not burgers. You know what? We'll just double down too. Just fur right there. These are upgrading. That's 18. I mean, we don't want to get rid of every fur location, but yeah, no, wait. We have 1,000 in surplus and less than 200 demand. Never mind. I've changed my mind about that. See, are we doing fine when it comes to assimilation up here? I mean, yeah, it's cored up, right? Yeah, mostly. The areas near St. Petersburg should be cored. We can't allow there to be non-cored areas. The army hasn't arrived over here. That's not really surprising. It's going to be a while before they get over there. I think, yeah, let's just keep pouring it on. Honestly, let's just keep pouring on the fire at this point. So, what is this? 14, going at 16, 15. Because we already introduced it in here, we may as well just full send it then. Trying to find where was that other one that had like a huge amount. There's too much fur for me to track at this point. There it is, the 14. That's what I was wondering about. Yep, that one works. I'm just so much chili. Just so much chili. It's just so much fun. So much chili. We could do it in the high pop cities, that's true. Technically, if we wanted to be really funny, we're doing it in the Pomor outpost areas primarily, because they're getting like a 300 to 400% raw material bonus. So 20 chili, a level 20 chili RGO is producing at a level of like 60 to 80 RGOs. So we're doing that since it's most efficient. Technically, I could do something like change the Novgorod one, since it's 30 livestock, into 30. It would just be 30 regular wheat RGOs, but it would be wheat, livestock. I guess in saying that, Moscow would be on the chopping block too at that point. 68. Level 68 RGO. But yeah, as you just pointed out, doing it to Moscow would make the market die, because this literally produces 4,400 food. The market actually makes over 16,000 food in surplus, which is insane. Even though, you know, we heavily urbanized it. It's because of all those rivers. All the irrigation is completely negating the negative. It's very funny. Yeah, that's why we're doing it in the fish and fur areas specifically, because it's just extremely productive compared to everywhere else. And it allows us to replace something that we can still produce in great quantities. Like, I can still produce a ton of fish and a ton of fur because I have a lot of areas where the outpost can still be built. Like, right here, this is 17 fish right now, but it's making 90. Just by itself. So yeah, that's going to be an awful lot of chili in the market. We're also over 50 million pops. Go us. It is going to shift trade around a bit, possibly by a small negative, but I think it'll be positive overall. I'm guessing that's the... Yeah, these are starving because... the big army's walking through it. At least some of the RGOs down here have been developed to make food on their own, so it might work out fine. Another one's died. Uh-oh. I see you're at, like, maximum, so let's just grab you and have you assimilate somewhere. I'm not even going to look where you were assimilating. We're just going to throw you over. You're fully done with that area, so just go here. Yeah, that 10% will help once... It is fully implemented now, actually, so we should probably check on that. Almaty is still too far from Moscow, but... It at least gave it Naples, and it gave it a bit of the Levant area. I think Baghdad was added too. I'm not sure about that one. Riga probably would have benefited more. I think it got Alexandria in its range. It actually has enough range to just barely reach some of the colonies now. So that's good. Almaty can actually reach down to Delhi. Interesting. Our trade's still over 6k. And keep it in St. Petersburg. Tsar is dead. Long live the 53-year-old Tsar. Man, you guys are getting old. Oh, at least the next guy's only 35, right? Do I support the Cossacks? No. They're already happy enough. Oh, a mod so you can see the rivers with it. That's nice because they removed, in the open beta, they removed the river map mode, which allegedly apparently wasn't supposed to exist in the game. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like it's good to have in the game, and I'd like to have it. May I please have it back? Is what I've been thinking. Oh, I'm noticing there's actually a lot of fort areas that need to be built. Oh, we already built forts here. Shoot. I thought we didn't build forts here at all. We actually did build forts. Thank God. That was probably from the previous session. We actually planned for this. Technically, there's going to be invasions from Sweden down here, too, so I have to have an army ready for that. Alright, let me restore our tick speed so we're not dying to lag every 3 seconds. See, hostile actions threaten war. And here we go. I guess it might be that they didn't intend the river map mode to be there. It might have been for development purposes. It was never meant to stay in the game. But, you know, it turned out, hey, we can actually really use this while playing the game. I did like the maximized tick speed, though. It was good to just kind of get through a couple of years really fast when we weren't going to do anything. Because it allowed us to get to 1732 at a much faster speed than we otherwise would. Tanning manufactories are done. Mount looted. I don't know if we want to be looting more than we already are. Thank you for the possibility, though, game. We're kind of running out of research, which is funny. I know that there's a lot of things we can do here as well. I guess go grab the antagonism. And we'll just go down towards army morale so our armies fight better. No reason not to. The Far East army I probably need to pay more attention to, but... well. Oh, their army's down there. I totally forgot they could come from there. I think they'll be fine, actually. After all, if we seize enough up here, or, yeah, over here, they'll just give in. But yeah, because if you look at the previous streams that we did of this game, of this playthrough, I mean, we used that map mode to plan out our initial cities, because we were trying to, or our initial towns to later upgrade them into cities. Of course, at this point, we have so much money, we can just upgrade them all into cities and be done with it. Which I am very tempted to do, and I'm just sparing everyone else the dread of watching 10 minutes of city upgrades. Roads, you will have to watch, though, because this has to be done. Oh, is it done upgrading the modern roads? Wow, really? So it's just we need to build more roads. That's another button. That's another button I want, too, is just build all roads. Like, just build all possible roads, because I have all of these areas to click. I would... at this point, with this much money, I would prefer to just click a button to just build roads everywhere. If there is a button, I'm not aware of it. I know I can do this, but that's still a lot of clicking. That's going to take a lot of time. Now, that being said, we could build a very long highway road, I guess. See how much control we can get out here, perhaps. There we go. Honestly, I feel like mercenaries, you only grab them if you're like the Pope or you have a god load of money, but you just don't have the people to fight for you. Or you're like an extraterritorial country who kind of needs someone to fight for you. Which, you know, two different circumstances there. The mercenaries are regulars, but their cost is, early game, is usually obscene. And like late game, am I going to really spend 3,000 ducats for 1,200 people when I can literally spend that amount of money at a fraction of the cost, I might add, to get 1,600? Honestly, mercenaries are only good for the nations that can't field their own army. So, I mean, they are... One exception, I would say, is the Pope, just because the Pope gets an insane amount of money. So he can actually kind of just flood that into mercenaries, but I would still just flood that into armies instead. And just use the regulars. So this should get us the rest of the area. Because I think this isn't fully... Yeah, because of the fort, which we just took. I know we've got the +7 to siege now, and I could just let these siege timers go, but why do that and give the enemy time to act and react? Oh, they lose? Oh, they had no morale, no arm. They had no morale, and no one was leading them. So, yeah, of course they lost. That's how leaderless armies usually work. Are we ticking war score now? We are. Fantastic. If we could just fully occupy them, it would just be an instant surrender. Not instant, but more like they wouldn't resist any demands. Yep, and this is why I fortified the area around St. Petersburg. We've got a siege going on up there, but it's going to take them a very long time to get through it. Oh, wow, we almost completely wiped out the Swedish army. Correction, we just wiped out that whole army. Very good. I need to, like, constantly pause and unpause because of all the forts we're attacking. Just because I'm going to quick siege. Could just have them carpet siege, but it would take longer than us actually acting. Okay, they're dying in the mountains. That's normal. Look, they're fighting in Siberia. Death is just normal over there. Can't expect them to just not die. The Jochid Sultanate is technically in charge of this, but oh well. Oh, time to loot Königsberg again. Oh, we have like almost 3,000 prisoners. That's great. Oh, the Swedes actually have hunter regulars too, so they're an actual threat. I mean, they don't have the numbers, but they have the strength. Yeah, Pinsk is worth a fair sum. Enthusiasm's technically positive still, but we can change that pretty well. Actually, I guess we go further here and siege down these forts too. The Viborg siege isn't the capital, so we can let it go for a bit longer. Even if they take it, we can capture it back pretty fast. Oh, wow. Are they just, like, hard trapped in these mountains or something? Oh, I guess they've been moving very slowly in them, huh? Well, fair enough. We usually don't fight in such mountainous terrain that often. But it's also why they make great fort locations. Let's capture this. Just trying to quickly focus on doing these sieges a bit here before they bring in reinforcements. Or at least finally rally enough troops to attack, I guess, the Far East or whatever. I don't know if they will, though. Gift to the state, thank you. Anti-piracy modifier, that's always nice. Just makes it easier to fight the pirates. Ah, there's the army. 1,900 men, ready to die on the beaches of Königsberg. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. They lost a lot of guys, and it wasn't even just starvation, it was just the mountains. Oh well. Let's see. I mean, we've kind of just sieged most of the area down already. There's not much they can do. I'm sure they're pushing us somewhere else, and we're not even paying attention to it at this point, because they don't really have a lot of strength themselves, honestly. Oh, wow. Stack wiped immediately and some other... The Swedes are just feeding us. They're just bringing in troops to feed. Look, another 1,600, and it's just going to be gone. It's just gone. That's great. I love that. I don't know if I'd want to seize all of their land, if I'm honest. Oh, Poland's in this. That's funny. Because a lot of aggressive expansion comes from... Actually, wait a minute. I can just make them a vassal for like 31 points. Which arguably might be better at this point. Well, see, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I'd want that. No, it's probably better if we control it directly. I don't think I could full annex them, though. Could I? I mean, that would obviously trigger a lot of infamy. But apparently we could. But it would trigger a hilarious amount of infamy. There would be a lot of people who would be very upset with us. Allegedly, France and the papacy are on that list. Also, it wouldn't be Great Borders, but I don't think we're in the Great Borders department anymore anyway. Let's partially preempt some of it by just improving relations with the other great powers. I don't care if the little guys want to fight us. England... Did England... Was Scotland always there? I can't remember. I played in way too many games. It was probably always there and I just don't remember it. That's probably how it's gone. I guess what we actually want is a lot of the Siberian territories now that I'm thinking about it. So maybe what we do is we take advantage of the situation. Kind of leave them in some areas, unless you consider that to be splitting. No. Because everything here and north I want to seize for Siberian territory borders. But it's very expensive, and I think it generates a lot of antagonism everywhere. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it does. I think even if I don't take anything up here, it's still too costly. Which would at least spare the capital for us to attack next, except we have to take the capital, right? Yeah. Or at least, I want at least all of that territory, but I'd like to go further and grab this, too. You consider that fracturing? You do. That's not fracturing? Okay. What about that being added? It's not fracturing. So here's what I'm thinking now is now we can raise 1 million levies. This is probably very dumb to do, but I think we can just cow them into surrendering now. Because I'm pretty sure whatever enthusiasm they have dies the second all of these troops are raised. Not completely, but the military balance does go very negative to them. It did drop it a lot. So maybe... See, I would like to keep some of this, though. I just have a lot of levies raised now. That's the downside, is I just raised all these levies and they could die at any moment. Although I guess we just keep going a little longer. We're kind of smashing them and taking a lot of territory pretty fast. 1 million levies raised, 1 million men lost. Plus, if I can catch and kill any additional armies, that might just weaken their resolve further. It dropped them by about 20. In other fights, it was dropping them by more, but I think it's because the war's been going on for a pretty long time. So they're not that cowed yet. But obviously more occupations will help. As will killing more of their troops. Sweden's actually at 18. Ruthenia's at 0. Sweden would probably sue for peace at this point. Yeah, they would. We could probably separate sue them out of this. Oh, do I not have 10 points? I don't. Okay. Well, that's fair. Man, the mountains suck over here. Can't move anywhere. Guess that's what makes it a great defense position, though. So who's gonna want to fight you over there? Absolutely no one. The Swedes just keep landing their troops here, and then they just keep dying. It's great. I love it. Easy kills. Which helps just progress this. We're at 0 now. what I'm thinking is we generate most of our antagonism over in the east. And that'll kind of keep these numbers down a bit. And we actually get our Siberian borders to look better. But we still have to take the capital, though, at a minimum. Just requirements by the game. I don't know if that all looks like a good Siberia. It probably doesn't. So this actually reaches into Mongolia and Manchuria. Excellent. That's actually even better. Maybe instead of that, take this. No, it's just barely not enough. Okay. I mean, we can make some of the borders look a tad better. Miniature map painting. We could fight it further, too, but I raised the levies. I kind of showed my hand. Yeah, let's just do that. That's still a lot of land in a very short amount of time. Yeah. Also, I'm scared of winter killing all the levies. But it also proves that our current armies are very, very, very successful. And Pskov being taken gives us another piece of amber, which is still hilariously cheap, I guess. Or is this in the other market? Oh, it's in... Ah, right. They made this market when we took over most of Kiev. And I can't... Oh, no, I can't destroy it, so it's going to mess up my markets. Because it has temporary goods demand. They've lured me into a trap. I mean, in the end, it didn't move it that badly, but yeah, it did shift some areas around. Oh, well. It's not that bad. I definitely don't like fighting over here, though, because the mountainous terrain kind of really messes the army up. I think we can keep it based around here, though, but none of these areas are properly developed. I guess... No, they don't even have glass and masonry over here. They couldn't even upgrade if they wanted to. And they need more roads over here. But even just getting roads to develop is difficult because, yeah, no masonry. That's not the masons aren't employed. There are no masons. There's just no masons over here. Or there is, and there's not that many. Oh, can I just, like, click on the market and just... Oh, really? Oh, that's very handy. Instead of having to click by location? I didn't know I could just hover over the market and click. And it would just add it to areas. Ah! We're learning something new. That is very good to know. So I don't have to click a specific market here. I could just click and all the minting offices are built. Just no issues. That is very nice. I'm very happy about that. Wish I had known about that sooner. We can do another saint if we wanted to. No, I'll just take the 10% research. Thank you very much. How is our new chili production going? I know it's still building. So obviously the outposts are short supplied. I mean, they're doing pretty well. There's definitely a surplus going on right now. But I think that's because Novgorod needs more markets. Yeah, it's so much easier than having to pick between, like, which market to show. If I can just mouse over the market and click immediately. Alright, let's speed it up. Because we're just going to do some occasional construction, otherwise. We'll wait till it's about 1737, then we'll do our last expenditures of the Columbian Exchange, because it uses a lot of prestige, and most of our prestige has been spent. We don't have a lot left at this point. Oh, that's good. And this has no one appointed. Can we maybe appoint the 18-year-old instead of the 70-year-old, so this lasts longer than 5 years? Please. I don't like these little areas that are still integrated, but not cored. They need to be reformed. Speaking of which, how are we doing on our capacity? It is slowly dropping, but we are also just taking more areas, so... It's going about as one might expect, if we're honest here. Uzbek is too expensive. A lot of them are too high, really. Yeah. Actually, I could accept Crimean. That doesn't matter. We've already converted most of Crimea, haven't we? Yeah. All the way down there. It's pretty good. Great Ming has declared us rivals. Well, Ming, at least someone thinks you're great. Not me. Just someone else. Korean eastern coastline. Sure, we won't know what Korea itself is, but at least now we have an actual outline of Korea, so it's less awful compared to before. Oh, we could have humiliated them for prestige. You're right. I forgot about that too. We could have used that. Oh well. It's fine. We're making a lot of money as it is to begin with anyway, if we're honest, so maybe we need the nerf. Oh, they're upset? That's okay. I really don't want to go fighting over here in the mountains for these areas, because I don't think... They don't have anything valuable, but I guess it would make the map look nicer. Map painting and all that. What happens if we attack Milan? Oh, that's a lot of people who would be very upset. Actually, Bohemia joins. Oh, is it because they're in the Catholic League? Oh! Oh, I see. Okay. That's why we haven't been seeing that many wars in Europe, because if the first person who fires a shot is going to get ganged up on by everyone else. Okay, well, that's good to know. I guess we won't be touching Milan then, because it brings in half of Europe, or if not more, to come murder us. Yeah, we know where more Vietnam is now. That's nice. Actually, I did forget about colonies. I really should have set it up to colonize automatically, but I didn't know what reach for colonization it would have, and I was moderately concerned about that getting out of hand. I suppose at this point I don't care as much, though. 27,000 tax base, and it's only going to go up. Especially as I get more of these grand marketplaces built. All the money is just gone immediately. All to be spent on more glorious marketplaces. It's just a little war. Just a little war. A lot of the Timurids are like, they're here, but they're weak. Why does Ming own territory over here anyway? It's so weird. You know what? Actually, there is one area I do want to claim, chat, just because I really don't like the border here, and I very much want to push it back. Yeah, more construction centers might be good. I know we built a lot of them, but we might need more of them. It's actually a lot of them that we haven't built, because a lot of places just... It's so heavily spread out that it's kind of just handling itself, essentially. For the most part. Oh, so it's using all the trade, and it just got more. We'll see what it looks like at the next month tick. Yeah, Novgorod gets 300 more to use, and then the next month it'll probably use it all. Ooh, wow, they're all getting, they're all coming of age, chat. This is not good, because now I have to go through and make them all marry people. That's why it's not good. In fact, our grandsons need to marry people, but there's no one to marry. Uh-oh. You, marry a lowborn. I know it brings great shame, but we're kind of running out of people for you to marry, to have children. And that's not good. Okay, we're actually only a few months away, finally. It's only been most of the stream. Yep, so, as you just pointed out, it is the last year to properly use the exchange. We will probably just use it up here, honestly. I just need to find the areas that have the biggest amount of Pomor outposts. Which, I need to actually go here for it. I thought I could just click it there, but I'm just going to do it the way I know how. It's like a 13, 12, so we could build 2 right there. Probably 1 right there, too. Wait, I feel like I saw one that was even bigger. Not over here. There is a 10 there, 13, 14. I've got one enough to do it for 3. And let me just see the final areas. Put 1 there. 1 here. And I think you're a town, right? Yeah, so you can't do it there. 18, that's very good. The last one was what, down here at 19? And there we go. We might get enough prestige to use it 1 more time, but there's more chili for us. Growth of the Cossacks' power. Oh, it's just a random event. And I'm guessing it's already using all that market space. It is actually, but it used most of it and then it got more, so it's kind of in between right now. I think we're gonna eventually reach a finite point where we can't really use more market capacity. Moscow's actually used pretty much all of its market capacity. So we're just gonna dump all our money there then. It's a good control map. Oh, good, inflation. You know what's funny, chat? We dropped our minting to fight inflation, and I totally forgot to bring our minting back up. So, I think for a couple of years, we basically missed out on, yeah, like 1,700 ducats per month for multiple years. Like, probably a good decade. But honestly, at this point, we're in a situation where we don't really need it that much. Oh, James Bruce died falling down a flight of stairs. I hope that doesn't interrupt any events of his. That might have been planned, because that'd be really unfortunate if it did. Okay, no, December. Oh, Black Death's back. Oh, wait. I never took off the disease resistance. Good, so we're fine. Anyway. Which one? Arguably, whichever has the most over here. Because we have 1 more that we can use, and then that's it. Oh, that 20... That... Ugh. I don't want to change this, but 20 Pomer outposts on Chile is too good to pass up. Even though we've already absolutely obliterated Chile demand. Or not. Okay. You know what? I'm going to do it. We're past the little ice age. I don't need as much food now. I'm going to do it. It is now it can now be a level 29 chili zone. We'll just have to make more fish elsewhere to make up the shortfall, that's all. And we'll just build more Pomer outposts. We can import it from elsewhere. It'll be fine. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I still have to zoom in if it's not going to build them itself. Okay, well. A little annoying, but I'll just deal with it. So, here we are. The Age of Revolutions. You can... So, let's see. Apparently, if you ask a country, any country, no matter their religion, for military acts and then refuse it, it gives you a CB. Then in peace deal, you can enforce PU upon them. That is probably not intended. That sounds unintended. Cabinet seat in the Age of Revolutions is not bad. We have fire in the background now, which sounds, you know, very fitting. Also good to warm up next to. Yeah, no proximity control, I figured. I figured there wouldn't be anything but proximity. 50% trade range would go hard. Oh! Never mind, there is proximity. It's in the diplomacy section. It makes your roads reduce proximity cost by 2. Which, coupled with railroads, means you only have 3 proximity cost. Okay, that's probably what we're going to go for. That and plus 50% trade range minus 5 war score cost is pretty good. And then the army stuff is the usual. It buffs the army in various ways, but... Okay, five proximity costs through port. That I could actually see that being pretty good if you're like England or something, where most of your proximity is going through the seas. That would actually be pretty good. Now, administrative focus gives you a cabinet slot. That is really tempting. But postal service giving -2 cost to roads and -1 maritime presence is not bad. And I kind of want that over everything else. Just because, like with everything else, it reduces proximity. Lower proximity means we have a much greater control range. Also, the 50% trade range would be really nice. Because then Moscow could probably reach more of Siberia. It would definitely reach Tunis at that point. Riga, I don't know where Riga would reach, but it would reach further. Oh, wow. Lubeck is one of the only places that can get industrialization, chat. And it's our subject. Plenty of areas for Levée. And then Enlightenment is in a lot of areas. What are the requirements for that again? Scientific Revolution, University, average literacy is 30. Right, so I guess if I want to get more areas to be candidates, I need more universities than I already have. That's fair. Oh, right, we have new government reforms, too. Restricted worker unions is 5% production efficiency. 2.5 state satisfaction. 5 literacy, there you go. Definitely, you can definitely reach 100% literacy in the game, then, with enough effort. Okay, these aren't too bad. And I guess... Ooh, RGO size. What is in... and I know when you get Enlightenment, it triggers a new disaster as well, so that'll be fun. But it's also the area with government reforms and cabinet efficiency. And I'm aware that Unified Culture Group is currently a trap, because then you lose whatever culture benefits you've had. Oh yeah, we have +5 literacy for being Russia. We have a technology for that down here. Totally forgot about that. There's the Postal Service, so Enlightenment's definitely the one we want. Except industrialization is what gives you the steel mill and the railroads. Also organized levies, which I feel like at this point you're just using levies to be intimidating. You're not actually using levies for war. That's just my feeling, though. Yeah, if we didn't have the 8 cabinet slots already, that extra cabinet slot would be very tempting. But as it stands, we already have 5 cabinet slots, so it's like, we can kind of afford to not take it. It actually doesn't hurt us to not take it. And yeah, all of those situations that were active just ended. All of them at once, simultaneously, just gone. Okay, we're gonna play border correction a little bit here. Because I don't like how this looks. -20 army attrition. If guy kills 17 in cold blood and realizes how to lower attrition. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but I find it amusing. What area keeps almost starving? Is it over here? It's got to be over here, right? Because of the army. Yeah, apparently. I think I just need to move them into the area south because it makes more food. Because apparently that doesn't make enough food for them at all. Oh. One of the institutions just spawned. I was going to pause to stop the tick speed maximization. Lubeck actually spawned it. Excellent. Good job, Lubeck. I don't think you've embraced it, though. Yeah, I don't see knowledge sharing yet. Yeah, they haven't like fully properly embraced it. But I have a trade set up from Moscow that I never did cancel. So we can probably get it to start spreading. Ah. Oh, import from locations with industrialization. That's higher than it should be. A base of 3 seems a lot higher than it should be. Well, we'll get industrialization over in Moscow pretty fast. You know, that Lubeck puppet is really paying off. And I'm glad that it is. Maybe we're already doing knowledge sharing, that's why it's not showing it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's doing its job. We're about to get a lot of spread very quickly from it. We could technically speed it up the cabinet action, actually. But at this point, I feel like it's better to just get the assimilation going. 70? Man, Moscow's gotten large. I mean, it is getting migration even now. I mean, at this point, it's filling in so fast, it's going to be here by the end of the year. So, I just let our cabinets focus on assimilation. Why are you using pops rapidly? What's happening? Oh, they're just, the soldiers are dying to, the cold and stuff, I guess. Yeah. Very sad stuff, really. Shame. Not that I could do anything about it. Honestly, we probably don't even need to keep them over here, but I feel compelled to leave an army over there anyway. In case anyone gets funny ideas. I guess we'll research stone at this point. I'm running out of research options. That makes sense. There's protected harbors and stuff too, but eh. And as soon as that's done spreading to all of our market capitals, it'll then spread everywhere else. Some market capitals aren't going to get it as fast. Riga probably will because of all the trade it does. Yeah, Riga's getting it exceptionally fast. So that's good. So those two areas will get it. Novgorod is probably getting it at a good pace too. We did check that, right? Yeah, 4.6. The amount of chili we make is obscene. We make so much chili and we're still exporting it, and half of that is just to us in the areas that don't have chili. Oh, that lag. I thought we were getting a war deck. So it spawned in Perna. Way in Prague. But I think... So unfortunately, Moscow didn't spawn it. But the good news is that it was a area that could have spawned it, so we have a very high chance to just get it anyway. I think a lot of our locations do. Yes. Yes, they do. Fantastic. So that will finish at a pretty good speed. Oh, look at all that blue. It's a good sea of blue. It kind of burns. We could trade with the area too to spread it even faster, but probably don't need to. It's probably better to let trade work as it has been anyway. I also just realized once Moscow has it, it can then spread it to the rest of Siberia through its markets because of all that trade. No, there are still wastelands that are not properly filling in our game right now, like some of the Siberian forests and Ural forests. They're still not filling in, even though we own all the area around it, unfortunately. Which I am somewhat displeased by, but I will not let that stop our game. I will be sad about it, though. Could get the Admiralty building, not that I need it. Oh yeah, our colonies. There we go. Now that we have an actual, like, little... Technically a coastline in Siberia, we can start colonizing a lot of the other areas that are actually further away. They're not going to get a lot of people here because of how far it is from St. Petersburg, but it will work slowly over time. Oh, no. I believe they're... Are they... Did they go Orthodox? Oh yeah, they went Orthodox. I couldn't remember. They did in fact go Orthodox at some point in the game. I forgot we had noticed that. It's been a while, and in the other game I'm playing, they're still not Orthodox somehow. Ooh. This is making a lot of good money again. But you know what? It would make even more money in an area that doesn't already have it, I guess. I think I'll just keep it as that, though. I want more grand markets. Oh, well, this is not the right search bar now, is it? Wow! We had about 300,000 gold and I just spent it all. And there's still a level after this one, chat. There's still a commerce center to get after this. And I'm spending everything on grand marketplaces. That thing costs even more. But yeah, the Ottomans are currently Orthodox, which is funny because it means they share a religion with us. But they allow state piracy, so we hate them. Oh, right, we were at war, weren't we? I kind of forgot already. Sorry, it's just they were so small I didn't even recognize. Where else is your territory? It's in the fog of war, I can't see it. I don't know where it is. So then I just wait for the ticking war score. And then we just win. Well, that's fine. That's not hard. So, chat, there is an ongoing bubonic plague pandemic that started in 1733. It has killed almost 30 million pups because it appears to have started in China. It has killed only 24,000 of ours and did not go any further. Because, well, actually, it is kind of going further in the sense that it's infected the hinterlands in Siberia that don't have hospitals because they don't have towns. That's kind of it. I'm pretty sure. Can we explore all? Oh, wow. Yeah, no, now that we have a little coastline over here, chat, there's actually a lot that we can explore over here. Honestly, I'm going to just do an executive decision. I'm going to recruit like 10 explorers and just let the game explore with them. Because it should assign them since it has them. After it, does the month tick to realize it has them. And then maybe we can see more of China just because. If not, I might have to manually do it later. Yeah, I guess I have to manually do it. And what? Okay, another little annoying thing here is that once you assign a expedition, when it brings you back to the screen, it immediately has everything at the top. So if you're trying to do several of them, you do have to scroll wheel multiple times. Maybe there's a way to set this to where it's the other ones by default. No, not really. That is a little annoying. The Hanhala market, is that really what we're calling it? Okay, I'm not going to just sit here and assign all of them. I just wanted to assign several because I had spent the money on it and then the AI didn't use it. So I felt a little peeved and had to go spend it myself. Trade profit from exports... from importing and exporting in Moscow. 458 lacquerware for almost 2,000 ducats. Almost 1,200 chili for 880 ducats. And that's after all expenses. That is ridiculous. I love how ridiculous it is. But it's very ridiculous that we're making that much chili. We really shouldn't be, but we are. Oh well, break the game a little, I guess. Oh, and the levée en masse did actually spawn. I didn't notice this. It spawned in China. So that one is going to take time to spread to us, but this does mean they all do exist now. It has finished spreading to Moscow, I believe, judging by the map. If I can find Moscow, my god. Yeah, it has spread to Moscow. So has the Enlightenment. Oh, actually, the Enlightenment is almost done. Oh! Wait, did we already get... No, it has no chance to spread here, so it's not showing it. Never mind, I was confused. I thought we had already gotten it spread to us, and I didn't understand. Imports and exports from locations that have it is good. It existing in the market means, yeah, nearby locations can spread it, but also... Kazan, now that it's trading with Moscow, which has them, should be getting it very fast. Yeah. Yeah, it could have spawned Enlightenment, and it's getting industrialization very quickly. And then if we go further into Siberia, that's getting industrialization very fast now. So that will help just kind of spread it through the country. So probably in a year or two, we'll be able to start integrating them. Or, not integrating them, but embracing them. That's the hope, but the actual spread time could be a lot longer. Enlightenment might actually be faster because a lot of areas could have spawned it. What is this 1% going to take until? Okay, so probably like the mid 1740s is when we'll be able to actually do Age of Revolution techs, maybe. It kind of depends on how the spread goes. Just how fast it is. But a lot of our market centers already have it, so it's going to spread faster. The capital itself doesn't, but the capital also got moved, so, you know, boo. Yeah. Well, this Black Death has now killed 30,000. Aye, we can get our Grand Palace back finally. We got the event for it. Yay. It doesn't really give us anything beneficial. But, you know, it's just nice to have it back. It was just something we lost when we moved from Moscow. One of those things we didn't get back right away. It's making over 5,000 ducats in profit now. God. That's right, the Chile's not even done leveling up, is it? It's probably crashing the price. I mean, it probably won't crash the price if it keeps exporting as much as it makes. Oh man, we're exporting it even down to, like, the Egyptian areas. Sorry, I need to search by Chile. Yeah, just Russian imports to that market is where they're getting pretty much all their chili from. And for them, the chili prices are going to get cheap. They are most welcome. Yeah, Kiev is actually importing a fair bit of chili, chat, and then it's exporting it. It's getting about 400 chili, and then it's exporting it to several other markets that those markets couldn't reach. Very, very nice. Oh man, they're getting chili all the way out here. That's nice. Burghers importing. Oh, I see, okay. So I see, where's these being exported to? Or not being exported at all? Oh, it's getting kind of exported out there. That's good. So, China is getting introduced to Chile. Not directly because of us, but it is getting exposed to it, which is good. Oh, is there not enough masonry? There's not enough masonry. Ay, ay, ay. These poor hinterland areas, they just don't get enough of anything. So I just need to, like, build a bunch of masonry in some of these areas. Just so they have something to work with. There we go. Now they've got more to work with. And I will try to not forget our minting, so we get our actual income of just over 15,000 ducats after expenditures. We're making 7,500 ducats from trade. At this point, trade is almost a third of our total income. It would be if I didn't mint. It would effectively be without minting. But it's greater than any of our taxes. We make so much money from it with over 60% crown power. Somehow, silver and gold is the biggest trade right now. Probably because the others just dropped in price. Our tax base is also ballooned to almost 32,000. Partially thanks to control, so we're just getting access to more tax base that was already in existence. Why are you greedy? I don't know how much more crown power we can squeeze out, though. We'd have to revoke more privileges from our pops, but there's only so much you can squeeze out. The biggest way to do this would just be more towns and cities for more minting offices. That is probably how you would do it. But even most of our minting offices have been built at this point. That's the crazy thing. We've actually built most of them. We'd have to upgrade new locations to get more, which I'm very open to doing. It would just take time. It wouldn't build those, so I had to go build them manually. Pretty much every location has it now, and I'm pretty sure every counting house is built too. I have to check that because it is our other building. Yeah, it looks like every location that could have it does have it. So that is a lot of minting potential we have. That is a lot of control map we have too. So, why don't we just spend the last of our ducats on roads? Even the upgrade of modern roads is basically done. I have to build new roads. I almost feel like I should go off camera later and just click roads everywhere after getting a copious amount of just wealth. Just to make it take a little less time than it otherwise would. For the sake of everyone. What we can do is try to get... I know we don't need that much access to the northern frozen wasteland up here, but I figure we may as well make the control map look better up there. You know, just because we can. Might as well. Anyway, we have been at it for a good over 6 hours, so I think this is a good place to stop. We have managed to reach the coastlines of Siberia. Also kicked out a good deal of the control in Siberia they had. We need to clean it up a little more. I will end this war really fast. Actually, wait. Can I take the rest of this? No, because we don't know where it is. Okay, good. I'll end the war really fast here before I forget. And I think this has gone very well. St. Petersburg being moved to our capital was a very risky decision at first, but a lot of our investments here ended up paying off, and once the Supreme Court was back, we pretty much got back the control we lost. We're getting a lot more control into the Riga area, where all of that tobacco is being produced, and some chili. Now, our Siberian areas did suffer for a while, but we got a lot of the control back. We're actually at some pretty high control in some of these areas. If you keep going, it does fall apart because there's no road. I know we've been trying to build a road network out here, but I think there is no road network at the moment. It's just the core and the Ostrog, yeah. There is no actual road out here yet. The closest proximity is about right here. But yeah, this is very good. I can't wait for us to get railroads, to get the proximity cost reduction even further, and just see how much of this we can get blue and how much of a high tax base we can get. This has been a really fun game as Russia, and I'm glad we could kind of get most of its cohesive territory put together. Not all of it, obviously. Some of areas are still out of our grasp, but it's been very good. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a wonderful time here, and I will see you all again next time.